Well, hello to anyone who happens to be watching this VOD, or happens to be here right now, which I don't think anyone is, but I'm streaming for a very short bit because, I think I would like to have my first steps into Fontaine to be recorded for posterity. Because, I don't remember a whole lot about each time I've entered a new region. Memories fade too easily. But if you have it on video, technically it can last forever. So, I am ready to head over to our next location. Oh, apparently it starts in Caravan Rebot. I had no idea. So I guess we'll go there.
Good old Caravan Rebot. Now let Paimon think. What were we up to the first time we came here?
What were we up to? We were here looking for... This was after we had been on the run from Sumeru City. And Al-Haytham caught up with us here, if I recall correctly.
Oh, Paimon remembers.
Yeah.
Nahita's consciousness had been trapped by the doctor, but we followed the clues she left behind to help her. So much time has already passed since then, and it seems Sumeru's changing for the better now that Nahita's in charge, right? Paimon just hopes this peace will last a long time, and then Nahita won't have any more new problems to deal with.
Yeah, just give it a couple of years and all of Tevat will be on fire. It's hard to say what will happen.
Yeah, guess you're right. We somehow always find ourselves right in the thick of it. Who knows what will happen next?
Us getting into the thick of it, probably.
Come to think of it, maybe it's all because of you. Maybe you're just a magnet for trouble.
You're probably right, Paimon. Oh, or maybe it's Paimon's the problem. I think we're both the problem.
Huh? Me? Before Paimon ran into you, Paimon never ran into any trouble. At most, when she was super tired, Paimon got caught in some strange whirlpool and sucked out into sea. And even then, you fished Paimon out. Anyway, for Nahita's sake, maybe we should think about heading to our next destination for now.
Next stop, Fontaine.
Ah, look who it is. Running into you in a place
Hey.
like this? I can see you two still love wandering around.
Nice to see you, Dia, before we leave this place.
Oh, it's Dia! Since when are we just wandering around? We're usually taking care of some serious business. Even though it may have nothing to do with our journey. But never mind that. What brings you here?
I just finished a commission in the desert for a usual client of mine. Nothing too interesting. Just escorting a shipment of goods. I'm on my way to report back. That's when I saw you two all the way over there, chatting away. What were you two talking about anyway?
Well, we are preparing to leave Sumeru and head to Fontaine.
Huh? You serious? Can't say I saw that coming. But you are travelers after all. I guess you'd never stay for too long in one place.
Indeed.
Bumping into you like this will become a rarity. I'm starting to feel sad just thinking about it. Hey, how about I gather a few mercs to escort you two? What do you say?
That's nice, but I don't really need that. No, we're the ones who'd be escorting people, you know?
Thanks, but no need. Oh, Paimon had no clue you'd miss us so much. But don't worry, we'll come back to see everyone when we get a chance.
Sounds good. All you need to do to get to Fontaine is cross this stretch of desert and navigate some waterways. Knowing you two, I'm sure it won't be anything you can't handle. So, when are you leaving?
We'll leave as soon as we're finished a few more preparations. We've finished.
Oh, wait a sec. there are still a few dishes in Sumeru that Paimon hasn't tried yet. Now, where's that list Paimon made?
Who you be, sussy boy?
I see. Guess you won't be needing a going away party or anything. It's sad enough to see you go like this. Though, now that I think about it, Sumeru wouldn't be what it is today without you. Seems true heroes always prefer leaving quietly.
By the way, should we go say bye to Nahida?
She'll know from our dreams anyway.
Oh, good point. Then there's no need to bother her in the real world.
Then, I guess this is goodbye for now, Traveler and Paimon. Whether as a client or a friend, you're always welcome to come find me.
Take care.
Goodbye, Dia. Bye-bye, Sumeru.
Ooh boy. What a place. Alright, before I do that, I didn't actually want to be teleported here. That was not what I wanted. I wanted to walk there. I kind of regret not walking there. Let's start that over again, shall we? I should have walked there, then teleported to Caravan Rebuy. How did I not get this viewpoint before? Maybe it's here now that the... What the... I don't recognize those being on the ground before, but... I've done this quest. So, like, why don't I remember some of this? I was literally here, like, a couple of days ago looking for the walkway to Fontaine. If I recall correctly, there was, like, a line right here. You couldn't go any further than basically right here. And this whole like building, this scaffolding was not here. It was just a flat path up to that overhang.
Shine down! Heat! And shroud!
Thanks, Nita. Bunch of fossils that look like snails. It's weird. What's up with all this? I have a feeling it's gonna be significant at some point.
There is no escape!
I wonder who this.
Are these used for anything yet? 'Cause I swear they weren't at some point, and I don't know if that's changed. All this stuff is starting to.
Why is there a chest
feeling
here?
very Fontaine oriented. Still considered in Sumeru.
One with the force.
Everyone hold hands. Allow me.
Yeah. Smells like something good is inside.
I bet you that's not even open to the surface. Bet you it's fake. Fake ceiling opening.
And shroud!
Hey,
So,
All these fossils would imply that the same these are all the same thing that died, unless they're not fossils. I'm really curious as to what I'm looking at here.
Illusion shattered!
everyone hold hands.
one with the force. Yeah.
Finally, in Fontaine, I can probably use Hyper Bloom again.
I think we can forego the lost and found report.
I have to avoid it in Sumeru for mat drops for fungi. Nope, I don't want to zip line up. I want to walk. Let me walk. Aha. Okay, so this is the walk up. Interesting. And, you know, there probably is stuff up there to look at, too. I should probably check that out at some point. I'm not going to right now. Man, look at... Oh, my goodness. Oh, my damn. Oh, my goodness. They're going ham. Wow. I'm actually... that's impressive. I'm even more impressed about the fact that that has another fall off over there. Holy crap. Okay, so... Wow. Okay. So... this area is level 1. This looks like a level 2, and that's up on level 3. My goodness. And there's a possibility they'll expand out in this direction at some point, because they have this here in the first place. And I'm hopeful. I'm very hopeful that all of this gets expanded at some point. Because, like, every single one of these areas is bordered, is on the edge of the playable space as water. Like, water here, water here, water here. Like, this is all water because, like, even, like, the Oceanid over here is like, oh, I came from Fontaine. And Mondstadt has Dorman Port somewhere up here in the north that we've never seen. And considering there's like no nations over here, as far as we know, I'm pretty certain there aren't. Like, this is the Dark Sea over here. A port would be no good on the east side. It would make sense for the port to be on the west side. So I'm hopeful that when Mondstadt finally expands and we have access to Dorman Port, it will be in a body of water that connects to Fontaine. But man, that is really pretty. Now, you. How is my... All right, my alignment seems pretty good. This is my Celestia marker. This is where I think Celestia is. So it looks like I can get pretty close, but the area it is hovering over is not yet in playable space. To come in a future update. I know it will, and this will probably be an important update. I guarantee you the update where they let us stand directly beneath Celestia is going to be an important update. Look at all them ships. Now, my question is, am I supposed to just jump down? Or is there a smarter path down? I mean, I have a glider, but I'm curious if there's a natural path. It doesn't seem so. It would seem as though this is just a cliff. The closest thing resembling one looks like it might be over here. It looks like a path back up somewhere. Like, oh yeah, there's actually a path up and around. It's misty over here. I know I'm supposed to be going to Fontaine, but I'm actually very interested in whatever the heck is going on up here. Oh, is my transformer up yet? It is. While I'm here, while I'm doing it. Pine cones. Actually, no, not pine cones. Chicken.
Shine down and shroud.
Hold the line! Yeah, yeah! Yeah! Ha! Yeah! I see everything! Yeah!
Yeah.
Not bad. Are these new materials? And some of them are new materials. Nice. Or maybe not. Doesn't seem like it because I don't have a thing for it. Man, talk about getting sidetracked, but you know what? Fuck it. It's my game. It's my stream. I am curious as to what exactly they decided to do up here. Because they didn't just add Fontaine. They added another chunk to Sumeru. And that might be a little hidden gem that they figured people would overlook. Is that a dead hilichurl? Huh. Or is he sleeping? I can't tell. But I wonder what story is being told here. Environmental storytelling. You guys don't mind.
Everyone hold hands!
But you tried. I'm getting 6 of those chicken legs back. Goes to Fontaine.
Keep up.
Doesn't go to Fontaine. This is the upper area, yeah. Hmm.
Can't see.
There is no escape.
I see everything.
No, no. Man, Nahida is just... I have built her too strong.
One with the force.
Hey,
Oh,
allow me.
another one.
Everyone hold it.
Shine down.
Can't see? I'll uproot you.
Get overwhelmed. Yo, dog, I heard you like Dendro.
I think we can forego the lost and found report.
Okay, so this is that big arch that used to be visible from patch 3.8, and before that, I think. But still, like this is where I thought we were gonna walk into Fontaine from, but instead they added a tunnel. Interesting. I wonder why that camp exists. Why did they do this? Why did they add this? Is there meaning to this? Or is it just to make it feel lived in? I wonder. Oh, I know what gadget I should have on my thing now. Rather than put Sarouche here, because that's very situational. Where is the... There we go. Give me wood. Cool. I did not mean to press that button. I do wish that the Hot Wheel didn't require holding Z for it to pop up. I wish I could just hold the button and then press the number key. But I guess because that button is also the button that uses it, is there a way I can... Hold on. Key bindings. Hold on. Okay. Quick swap is still that is the best quick swap is gonna get, I guess. Okay then. Well, you know, I probably exhausted this this little new space as much as I can. Ooh, a better look at the they don't want me getting too close to the ledge. But I want to see. Oh, you know how I can see? I know how I can see. Haha. You can't stop me. Interesting. So yeah, there's 2 layers of shelves. Ooh, look at all that stuff. That is all Fontaine, and then on the other side, Liyue. But of course, you don't see anything in Fontaine. Like, there's just water. But there'll be stuff there eventually. Man, when this game is done, what a magnificent world this is going to be. And the good news is, even though I probably shouldn't talk about this, but I don't know. I hope that one day, when if there will come a day that Genshin will no longer be supported. That's not a question. But I hope that one day, when that day comes,
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
it is made possible to continue playing this game regardless. Because I think this world should be preserved. It is truly exceptional. There are plenty of open worlds that are magnificently made, and like, I'm not saying that they're not, that there's like somehow vastly inferior to this. But this one is also magnificent in its own right. Wait, what? Why is it gone? Huh? Well, hello, Lunafair. Possibly follow back on Twitter? I actually don't use Twitter too much nowadays. And I follow very specific people. But I will take a look at your profile later, and I may give you a follow back depending on circumstances. But I do appreciate the follows. If you don't, if the follows are conditional like that, that's okay. You can unfollow me. I still appreciate you taking a look at my streams.
Everyone hold hands.
I think I've exhausted everything over here in this new little segment of the land.
I see everything. How about we explore the area ahead of us later?
Oh, I didn't mean to. Okay. One second. Just readjusting some window positioning on my end. Okay. Okay, Paimon, that's fine. Alright. Yeah, okay.
How about
that
we
is-
explore
that-
the
that
area
is-
ahead of us later?
That is literally the edge, okay. Actually, before I do that, I like that place as a jumping off point. I'm gonna use a fan. Oh, there's more down here. Where does that go? I guess that's a dead end, but interesting. It's like there should be something coming from down there. I wonder why. Like, I guess in the future when they fill out this section, like when they expand here, this will make more sense. But for now, it's kind of weird. That's okay. We'll forgive it.
Yeah!
Hey,
And Shroud!
hold the line.
Keep up.
The real question is there loot behind the waterfall? I'm actually gonna guess no. But it doesn't mean we shouldn't check.
Everyone hold hands! Rust and rebuild! I see everything!
Well, I think that means it is just about time to actually go take a peek. A new beach. Interesting. There's a little bit of money sitting here in a tent. Looks like a Rogue Hilly Trail tent, but I see no Rogue Hilly Trail. Ooh! New friends. I wonder if I can capture you. I don't think so. That would be another good quick swap item. Is there anything here? I guess while I'm not doing specific tasks... Wait. Was it already on my... Oh, interesting. Whatever I had... Wait, was that always there? I'll have to check the VOD. I wonder if whatever I have equipped gets... Let me try something here. Hold on. Yeah, that makes sense. Whatever you have equipped gets replaced in the slot that you had selected. I don't like that, I don't think. But I'll accept it. Well, can't say I tried. I didn't try. Hey there, buddy. The ocean ambience. Oh, crap. Can I break that? No, we were scenery. Aha, gotcha. Okay, well. Time to summon a boat. Hop on the boat. It's so tempting to go like explore all the little islands, but I don't think I'm gonna. Not for now. This is a decently sized ship. I could probably board this. Am I going to try? Absolutely. Hey look, NPCs. Hello. I'm here to steal everything. Can't talk to any of you, huh? This is actually, is this the same design as the Boat of Consciousness? I think it is. Now that is an interesting detail. Oh, money. That's the new rock thing, I guess. Well, happy robbing. I have plundered your ship. Haha. Sucks to be you. Roratime Harbor. Oh, sorry. Remoratime Harbor. Hey, none of you can be talked to either. And you have nothing worth plundering, so... peace. Hello, Melusine. I guess I'll park here. Hello. Stories? It is the first time I've met a Melusine. I'll come back and talk to him later. A present? Oh, Natlin. Natlin. Natlin mention. Different tribes come with different rules. We're getting some Natlin lore, finally. The game has been so quiet on that front, I swear. Should I eat some sprinting food? I'm going to eat some sprinting food. Ooh, a new specialty. Marcotte. You know, I took French for several years. Hopefully, I can figure out these pronunciations. I may have forgotten most of the vocab, but hopefully my sense of how to pronounce different assortments of letters has stuck. Bulletin board. Wanted. Name unknown. Seeking any and all relevant information. Okay, male Fontainian. One-legged prosthetic replacement. Known alias as Mr. Sawleg. Legal performances at Maritime Station. Disrupting public order. Any dueling will require application and registration with the appropriate authorities. Private unapproved duels are strictly prohibited. Arrests are not considered duels or dueling behavior. You can apply for a duel, though. So we've got somewhat similar rules of law to Inazuma. Is that the last thing? And they're just going to repeat that? Oh, it's just going to cycle in it. Okay. Well, I hope that it's not purely random and it only starts repeating after it's gone through everything once. Oh, hello. This is the trigger.
After crossing all that sand and water, we finally made it! Oh, this must be Fontaine's port!
It's a hell of a port.
Wow! Everything looks so advanced in Fontaine! Paimon's heard that the industry here is extremely developed, and there are all kinds of unusual machines!
It is legitimately about what I imagined. When I first saw the trailer, I was like, this is almost exactly what I expected. I even expected, like, this concentric circle, like, nature of the city for some reason. I couldn't tell you what it was that made me think that. Like, there might be pieces of evidence that, like, connect to other things I've experienced and in other media that put that image in my head. But the only difference... The only major thing is I expected it to look a bit more industrial instead of Art Deco and Baroque.
Just seeing the sights as a tourist is nice, but maybe it would be better if we found something to do.
I'm sure we'll find plenty to do.
What do you think?
Like getting arrested.
Good idea. Nahida gave us loads of useful information. Seeking out the Seven is probably still our best source for information at this point.
Our journey is to find my sibling and also to find the truth.
Yeah, the more we can learn, the better. So, what do you think the Hydro Archon's like? Will we get along?
No.
Nahida said that she has a very unique personality, whatever that means.
Paimon, I am sure we will find out.
To learn about a nation's god, start with the nation's people. There seems to be some locals talking over there. Let's go see if we can join the party.
That's actually who I was headed to talk to anyway. So let's go.
If you ask me, it's a tragedy how things ended for him. Clearly, he was a pretty decent person.
Yeah, I didn't expect that kind of ending for him. I thought he would at least fight on a little longer for his family. I was expecting a sudden plot twist, but it's a pity that it never happened. Still, his story is quite the tearjerker.
Ah, yes. Trials as operas.
Excuse me. Can I help you two? I couldn't help but notice you standing here listening.
Yes, tell me everything.
Hi. We're travelers new to Fontaine, and we had something we wanted to ask, but you seem to be really busy talking about some kind of play, so we didn't want to interrupt.
Oh, it ain't no play.
Play? Oh, no. We're talking about something that really happened. In fact, it's a case that was just heard a few days ago.
Really? Like, a real trial? But the way you were talking about it and the words you used just now made it sound like some kind of story.
Well, good tales are often based on true stories, aren't they? And what you see in reality may also be someone deliberately putting on an act while harboring ulterior motives.
Yes, thank you for the, for implanting the seeds of paranoia into my mind. I appreciate it.
Whether something is true or not simply isn't that important. The main thing is whether the story being acted out on the stage is splendid enough.
That's interesting. I was just playing. I just played Kafka's companion quest in Star Rail, and after playing One Truth, One Lie, she's like, the truth, the truth of the matter isn't what's important to her. Interesting.
Oh, but it looks like you're not from around here. You probably don't know that the Fontaine Court of Justice is called the Opera Epiclese, or more commonly known as just the Opera House.
Yeah.
But, shouldn't court cases be treated a little more seriously than that? Not to question Fontaine's way of doing things, it's just that putting someone on trial is usually a very serious thing.
No worries. Other visitors to Fontaine have wondered the same thing. You could say that we just don't want to waste the moving stories behind those cases. And as for your worries about whether the cases are treated with due reverence, we have the absolutely just and honorable Chief Justice Neuvillette, as well as the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinal, a machine created by the Archon. Between the machine and the Chief Justice, false charges and injustice are a thing of the past now.
You know, it just occurred to me. There's actually some interesting commentary on reality with this whole thing. Because, first of all, court cases, especially ones with a jury, often involve emotional manipulation, to put it bluntly. You're trying to sway the jury. You're using evidence, but you're also trying to make a plea. You're trying to convince them that the circumstances, along with the facts and evidence, justify your position. The jury is an audience. That it has to be there for the sake of the trial. But even like for open trials, it oftentimes there are high-profile ones that do become a spectacle outside of the courtroom, across the world even, depending on the reach of the trial. And people literally do treat it like it's a story, like it's a narrative, and don't take it with that level of seriousness that it deserves. So, actually, I do wonder what kind of commentary this story will have on reality.
Oratrice? Is it some kind of machine, too? Oh, Paimon's curious. We should check it out if we get the chance. Wait, Paimon almost forgot to ask you our question. Do you know what we should do if we want to meet the Hydro Archon?
Oh, that's easy. Just go to the Opera House. Lady Farina practically lives there. You could definitely say it's her biggest passion.
I think what they mean is that they wish to speak with the Archon personally.
Indeed.
In that case, I am afraid it's going to be a tad more difficult. You'll have to make an appointment well in advance, and it'll depend on whether or not she has any time slots available.
Frankly, that is the most direct and accessible option that we've had so far. Barbados was an accident, quote unquote, unless Barbados was, manipulating things, but it is what it is. Morax was question mark an accident. Shogun was not an accident, but it was certainly hostile. And Nahida was not available. And a lot of work needed to be done to make her available. And technically speaking, we did initially meet her on accident.
Huh. Is the Hydro Archon super busy taking care of official stuff?
That is her...
Wait, didn't you say that she's always at the Opera House?
That is her official stuff.
No. Lady Farina seldom takes an interest with the nation's affairs. The reason it's difficult to make an appointment is simply because she's incredibly popular.
It's incredibly popular.
That's right. After all, she is the Archon. Though she may tend to get a little dramatic from time to time, people can't get enough of her.
So she's a celebrity. She's Judge Judy.
Huh. First time Paimon's ever heard of an Archon being described that way before. Wait! Paimon gets now! The Hydro Archon is kinda like a big celebrity here, right?
I just said that, Paimon.
Yeah, I suppose you could say that. Perhaps you could even say our mascot.
Paimon, here's the word mascot. Activated.
Hang on. This is still Fontaine's Archon you're talking about. You should show some more respect.
Yes, you're right. I guess I should at least try to be a little more respectful in front of visitors. Otherwise, I might get arrested and find myself face to face with Monsieur Neuvillette.
Come on. Sure, there's a lot of laws here, but nobody's going to be arrested for saying something disrespectful about the Hydro Archon.
I don't know about that. So the people really like the Archon, but they don't appear to revere her.
Alright, I think we get it. Thank you! At least we now know that we can find the Hydro Archon at the Opera House. But who knows how long making an appointment will take? Guess we could have a look around the city in the meantime.
So it sounds like she's a shit god. And in order to make herself relevant and to make people still care, she became popular.
Hey! What are you looking over there for?
There's a girl over there. She's been standing alone for quite some time.
Huh.
Oh, hello.
Maybe something's the matter. She isn't going to jump into the water, is she?
Oh no! Water! It'll kill you. Video games, don't you know?
Maybe we better go check on her.
No one can swim. Prelude of Blanchot and Noircher, I believe is the pronunciation. Oh, I can talk to you again.
Hey, how about we get some tickets to the next trial?
God, that's such a fucking... That's a sentence.
I think we'd better wait and see what kind of case it is first.
Oh, there's a hydroculi. Hold on a second. Lynette, you can wait. I have an important object to find. There's not a lot of room here to turn around. Oh, that's cool looking. Neat. Hello. Goodbye. Interesting. I wonder if these will still be around or if they're just out here in the water. That wasn't there before, was it? Did they activate that and also put the hydroculi out there once I started the Archon quest? That would be interesting considering, like, people can come here without doing the Archon quest. Lynette, don't do it. You'll die.
Hello there. Excuse me. Are you alright?
No, she's a magician, which means she inherently has something wrong with her.
Huh? I'm fine. Thanks.
Oh, okay then. We just noticed that you seem to be worried about something.
About many things, actually. But there's nothing I can do but just keep my troubles to myself. I was just reminiscing about a place my brother and I would play when we were kids. It was just atop that hill over there. See?
That one? I'll make sure to head there.
You're pointing at the sea. Wait, are you saying that you and your brother lived in the water?
Maybe mermaids?
No people call the waters around Fontaine a sea. It's actually just an inland lake that's filled with fresh water. And no, I can still see that hill clearly in my memories. Now, it's been completely submerged.
Oh, I guess I can't go there. Unless I can dive there.
He would skip and jump, tossing sand in the wind. The sun shone brightly, and the air was filled with the scent of the sea.
Excuse me. So you're telling me that this lake has filled up in recent years?
But now, the water is gradually swallowing our memories.
Ah, okay. So that's what that line was in reference to. It wasn't like a literal thing from the trailer. It's their memories are in places, and the water is rising, and those places are submerging, and therefore becoming swallowed. Okay.
It won't be long before it swallows us.
Sorry. Paimon doesn't really get what you mean.
What is she trying to bury?
Ah,
I don't believe we've had the pleasure of meeting. Are you Lynette's new friends?
I mean, we just met. But, I mean, I want to be her friend, because she's cool.
Oh, and you are?
Thanks for looking after my sister. She often comes here to reminisce about our childhood, that's all. There's no need for any concern. Oh, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Linny, and this is my sister Lynette. If I had to guess, I'd say you must be travelers from abroad.
Now, here's what I think. That dude, I have not forgotten about that dude who is back in Caravan Rebod. That dude was a Fatui spy. And what he did is he came over here to report on it, and they're like, send our agents to the port, to the entry port, and be there for when the traveler arrives. Intercept them, befriend them. Ha 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 ha, mwah ha ha ha.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
Shady motherfuckers.
We were just talking with your sister. Even though we didn't really get what she was saying.
I see. It's unusual for Lynette to be so willing to talk with anyone. In fact, she seldom speaks at all. I'm usually the only one she ever talks to.
Oh, really? Then you two are just like us. Paimon's always the one talking for some reason.
Yeah, it's the dev's fault. There's hardly anything left for me to say with you around, Paimon. It's because you always steal all my lines. I know there's a lot of people out there who are like, ah, yes, Hoyo, stop it. You're being mean.
So that's how you think it is?
A lot of people do.
I also think my brother can be too talkative at times.
Seems you were right, Paimon. We are quite similar.
And now most people hate Linny.
So, what did Lynette mean just now when she said that the water is engulfing your memories? And that it won't be long before it engulfs you too?
Oh, that. It's from a prophecy that's been circulating in Fontaine for some time now. Well, I suppose prophecy isn't exactly the right word, because that implies a certain amount of uncertainty. There's no doubt about what's happening in Fontaine now.
I don't believe you, but okay.
Where to begin?
Shape our image of the country, you sussy boy.
Let's put that question on hold for a moment.
Ah.
We still haven't formally greeted each other yet, have we?
Leave us in suspense.
Did all the introductions earlier not count?
Oh no, this is just part of the plan. Gotta leave them in suspense so that they are eager and eager for more and more likely to accept what you say.
Hello, traveler.
Hello, Linny. I'm not going to say it's a pleasure to meet you, even though I'm sure it's the second half of what I'm about to say.
And hello, Paimon.
You are so fucking sus.
Hey! Why didn't Paimon get a handshake? You're not poking fun at Paimon, are you?
Please, don't take offense. Just consider it a sort of etiquette we have here in Fontaine when making new friends. You should remember it. It might prove useful.
Okay, what the fuck does that mean, Linny? So you gave Lumine a handshake, but you didn't give Paimon one. What kind of etiquette would dictate that? Do tell.
Oh, all right then. Well, Paimon's just happy to have a local friend now. By the way, we were just getting ready to go to the Opera House to meet the Hydro Archon. Would you be able to show us the way?
So you're going to see Lady Farina? No problem at all. In fact, I was planning to go to the Opera House later myself. I'll gladly take you once I finish things here. Please, follow me.
God. I know what you're up to, you little shit. I don't actually, but I know you're up to something. Are the walk speeds actually the same? Oh, thank God. Thank you, devs.
You said you were going to see Lady Farina? Well, it seems Lady Farina has come to see you.
Oh? I wonder if that informant was informing Lenny or informing the Archon. Good question. Oh, Miss Flair for the dramatic.
Huh. So, she's the Hydro Archon? But how did she know we were looking for her?
She has her little spies. In fact, if I recall correctly, Rodea talked about there being spies from Fontaine, so I'm going to guess that the Oceanids here are her spies.
My dear people, rich and poor,
Oh God, she sounds
those
like Fischl.
with cup in hand and those with nothing at all. Raise your glasses in celebration.
How do those with nothing at
If
all
you don't have one,
raise-
then just raise
okay.
your hand in lieu.
God.
As you can all see, two unfamiliar travelers have arrived in our nation. Come, let us make a toast in honor of this traveler and her companion, who have journeyed here from distant lands.
I've just been reminded that I was really hoping they'd be able to put the lip sync tech from Star Rail into Genshin, and it seems that has not happened yet. Please, please.
Is she talking about us?
No, she's talking about two other unfamiliar travelers. Yeah, no one here has shit.
I've long heard of the turmoil and chaos you've left in your wake as you visited other nations. But I welcome you nevertheless. No, I have come to receive you personally.
I have no objections to that accusation.
Fear is for insignificant cowards. I am a god, and I will never entertain the notion of such meaningless wariness. You can be rest assured, I see clearly your sincerity.
This is like Fischl if she actually was like legit and not pretending. This is gonna be something.
Of course, seeking an audience with me is the most sensible thing to do. It will allow you to truly behold my power and witness my authority. Intelligent people always gather under the correct banner.
Jesus Christ. She's gonna be a handful, isn't she?
I, Focalor, hereby welcome you to the nation of Hydro and acknowledge the value and significance of your trip. Now, you may rejoice in this.
For real though, Archon meeting RTA, let's go!
Yeah. Paimon still can't believe it. Feels like we've only been here for a few minutes.
That can't bode well.
But the Hydro Archon's entrance was, how should Paimon describe it? A little over the top?
Understatement of the century.
Miss Hydro Archon? How did you know we were coming?
Paimon asking the real questions.
I see. As Outlanders, you inevitably lack even some of the most basic understanding.
Jesus Christ.
Don't forget that even the gods can be divided into the mediocre and the excellent.
Oh?
I suppose it's only natural for you to be awestruck by my abilities.
Currently you are at the bottom of the list, and you have yet to prove yourself.
You had best stop and consider.
No, I don't think I will.
Do you really have the noble qualities and etiquette necessary to communicate with a god? All it takes is a flick of my finger for
that
me
guy.
to know everything about you.
Okay, so it was her informant. And, I do have those qualities and etiquette. I have done it 4 times already. And they all still do communicate with me, in fact. We are arguably friends. So, maybe you don't know everything. I think you might be lacking in some information.
Whoa. Talk about sounding high and mighty.
Oh yeah, she can't get over herself indeed.
Oh? What's with looks. Perhaps the welcoming ceremony still isn't enough? What else should I say then?
Less. Say less. Please.
Is she waiting for us to start talking?
I don't know. I'm speechless, honestly, because anything I say is not going to go over well.
Wow, I didn't expect to see Lady Farina here. What a surprise! Wait, does this mean they're the legendary blonde traveler? How did I not notice before?
Hey, what's all the commotion? Oh, is that Lady Farina? Is there some kind of drama going on?
Of course. That's the blonde traveler. The one all those stories are about. Lady Farina came here to personally see her. Oh, I bet this is going to be the duel of the century.
Oh, yeah. You know, I guess our reputation precedes us. I guess they hear about all the conflict and they don't hear about the resolution, but that's the same as how, like, lies travel around the world before the truth can put its shoes on, so.
Oh, I've got to see this. I knew Lady Farina would never disappoint.
Oh, she'll disappoint you, all right.
Yes, but don't get too excited now. My dear believers and spectators alike tend to get quite rowdy, and despite the noise, I've come to tolerate all their ruckus.
Great way to describe your followers.
You may consider this my reward to all of you. I have determined that there will be an epic duel between myself and this traveler from another land, just as you were hoping to see.
You're looking to throw down? In Genius Invocation TCG, I assume. Because, I don't think you want these hands.
Now she wants to fight? Aren't we getting a little ahead of ourselves?
Yeah, fighting gods? I've got a resume.
Are you not afraid?
No.
Might I remind you that this is a duel against the divine?
I thought you knew everything. Did you not know that I defeated, quote unquote, there's details that I'm omitting, defeated the Electro Archon? Did you not hear about that? I think you might be underinformed.
What are you trying to do, traveler? Provoking a god in front of her people?
Provoking? She said duel. What do you want?
Stand down, Clorend. I admire her bravery. Few have the courage to draw their sword against a god. She is obviously a true warrior.
This is not the first time, bitch.
Unfortunately, people nowadays only crave to be thrilled, and a mere duel will not slake their thirst for excitement.
All bark, no bite. The moment I drew my sword, she's like, oh shit, nope, back out. Abort. Abort.
Huh. Yeah, she's right. Just a duel wouldn't be all that interesting.
God, fucking stupid.
On Araneus, criminals are always requesting duels to defend their honor. I'm getting a bit old, to tell the truth.
Since when am I a criminal? Who said I was a criminal? What is going on here? Who is spinning? Why are we spinning?
You see. Then, as the god of justice, I shall face this traveler in another kind of duel. A duel in court!
First of all, better call Yanfei. Second of all, what the fuck did we do?
Whoa, all right. Now that'll be worth seeing.
Right. This is Fontaine, after all. It's such a grand opera house, it would be a pity not to use it.
It's used all the time.
Why do you care so much about the crowd's reactions? Seems you've spent a little too much time in the opera house.
Paimon, don't instigate. Like, she's already off her rocker.
Besides, how exactly do you plan to have a duel in court? You mean you're going to put us on trial?
We haven't committed any crimes. We literally just arrived here. What did we do? I mean, I did rob that one shit, but what did we do?
Oh, we have reason to put you on trial. It's obvious, isn't it?
Obvious? Is it a crime of being, like, too hot? Having too many friends? Gotcha luck? It's not gotcha luck. Genshin gotcha luck fucking hates me.
According to Fontaine law, no one is permitted to release any flying objects within Fontaine city limits during the first 3 days of each month. You are clearly guilty of violating this law, no?
Are you charging Paimon for being Paimon? This thing has never set foot on ground a single day in her life. That is discrimination. That is discrimination.
Oh, so that's what they've done wrong. That's our Lady Farina. No one knows the laws of Fontaine like she does.
Also, we just got here. How are we supposed to know that law? We just got here. You're going to put someone on trial for breaking a law they does not exist in other countries and have no way of knowing? Ma'am, you are on my shit list.
You call that obvious? What kind of law is that? Wait, flying object? You mean Paimon?
Fuck you.
Precisely. Now, if you
No, I have
choose no
objections.
Then, in the name of the Hydro Archon, I order your arrest.
No, we're not doing that. Well, I have two options. I either let that happen, because otherwise, if I fight, I'm going to be a wanted criminal throughout the entire fucking country. The smart thing to do would be to go quietly, but I really don't want to. I really want to throw hands. They're not going to let me throw hands, but I want to throw hands.
My apologies, Lady Farina. I don't mean to spoil the fun.
Thank you, Lenny.
But if you would allow me to interject...
You are still a little shit, but thank you.
I don't think that Paimon here meets the definition of a flying object.
Indeed, she is sentient being.
You tell her, Linny! Finally someone who's not crazy. How could anyone call Paimon a flying object?
Oh, he's probably crazy. He's just a different kind of crazy, and he's very good at hiding it. He's a magician, after all.
Ah, great magician Linny, my beloved citizen. I'll permit you to object, but how exactly do you plan to prove your claim?
Well, what is the definition of an object?
As a magician who just rained on your parade, I naturally should shoulder the responsibility of saving the show. So, with such an audience gathered here, allow me to perform a trick for everyone.
I wonder if this, whatever this is going to be how we handle the fact that, there's been the question of, like, okay, so we can dive, but when you hit escape and open the Paimon menu, Paimon shows up. Well, what happens then? What happens to Paimon? So, I wonder if whatever this is going to be the resolution for that quote-unquote problem. What is going on? Am I putting her on a leash?
Ta-da!
What's that on Paimon's back? Hey, when did you do that?
When Link, I accidentally went over the pat in the back. Whoopsie. What was that earlier? Oh, the not handshake. How did you know?
There. As you can all clearly see, Paimon should be classified as, well, something like a balloon. This rope has been in the traveler's hand all along.
Jesus.
It was just that no one could see it before.
Damn, Lenny. So you knew the law. You knew Paimon was going to get pegged. And you said, I'm going to make sure that that doesn't happen. Okay. You're a clever boy. Still a little shit. Clever boy.
Huh? You call that magic? You've got to be joking.
I thought it was pretty good. Nice one.
Huh. I'm not sure what to think. It seems Lady Farina's charges no longer hold water.
Madge. Internally Madge. Internally. Fuck you.
Amusing. Very amusing, Linny. Just the sort of unexpected twist that I enjoy. With you here, today's performance can finally be called complete.
I am appeased, but I am not pleased.
Performance? You see all this as a performance?
Duh.
In which case, consider the matter of your trial resolved. The god of justice will not bring charges against an innocent person.
I still wanna challenge the definition of object.
But when there are valid grounds, I will not only judge travelers from abroad, but even the gods of other lands.
How about yourself?
I look forward to seeing your upcoming performance at the Opera House, Mr. Linney and Miss Lynette. That's enough for now. Toodaloo!
She sucks. I really hope I get the chance to beat her ass.
And just like that, she's gone. Well, that's the most unpredictable Archon Paimon's ever seen. You never even had a chance to ask her anything. But that's a problem for future Paimon. That whole scene just now was really...
I mean, she's predictable to the people who know her already, but to not people who don't. Did you know that was going to happen? Yes, you did.
Don't mention it. I just happened to remember that there was such a law, so I did a little preparation, just in case. I didn't think it would actually come in handy.
Now, here's the question, Linny. Here's my question for you. You did a little preparation, right? But if you didn't think it would actually come in handy, what if it came in handy, quote unquote, what if it was needed at some point when you weren't around? It wouldn't be handy at all. It wouldn't have happened. It wouldn't be possible. Either you did expect it to come in handy and you saw this coming, or you don't plan to let us out of your sight. I see through you.
So, now do you see what kind of god Lady Farina is?
She can be a bit confusing at times, but she is still amenable to reason.
Is she really that reasonable? Is she? I don't think so.
Anyway, Paimon had no idea you were a magician, Linny. It sounded like you'll be performing at the Opera House, right?
I just know a few simple tricks I use to make a living. Lynette is my assistant. It will actually be my first time performing on the most prestigious stage in Fontaine, the Opera House.
But isn't the Opera House where criminal trials are held in Fontaine?
When there are no public trials being held, the Opera House hosts a variety of other performances. To the people of Fontaine, the line between a trial and a performance can be a little blurred. And speaking of performances, I would be remiss to forego this opportunity gifted by fate. Might I invite the two of you to see my performance?
My brother's always excited to make new friends.
Oh, sure. We don't really have anything to do now, and we wanted to go to the Opera House anyway.
Splendid. In that case, why don't we go together? I'll show you the way. I just have something to take care of first. Oh, you really mean it? Then I'll take you up on your offer. This is a magical item known as a magic pocket. Perhaps you can help me distribute them to the people here.
Magic pocket, eh?
Huh? What are they going to use it for?
Is it like a bag of holding?
About that... You asked me before about the prophecy, right? Let me start by telling you a little more about what it entails. I'm not sure exactly when it began, but a prophecy has been circulating around Fontaine. It says that every person in Fontaine is born with sin.
Oh.
No matter how the nation of justice holds trial after trial, this sin cannot be absolved.
Interesting. Interesting. Sinners, eh?
Until one day, the water levels in Fontaine will rise, and the sinful people will slowly be drowned. In the end, the people will all be dissolved into the waters, and only the Hydro Archon will remain, weeping on her throne. Only then will the sins of the people of Fontaine be washed away.
That sounds pretty gloomy. Why are people in Fontaine born with sin? What is that supposed to mean?
I'm hoping Lumine remembers things from Carrie Bear.
There are lots of guesses. Some say that the ancestors of Fontaine stole the power of the seas and stirred its wrath. Others say that the people of Fontaine never heeded the first Hydro Archon's warnings and offended Celestia. But here in Fontaine, evidence is what matters. There hasn't been concrete evidence for any of these claims, so they can only be regarded as conjecture.
If even the people in Fontaine don't know what sin they committed, wouldn't it be better just to ignore the prophecy completely? Why bother feeling guilty all the time?
I agree on the not feeling guilty all the time part, but the sinking thing probably needs to be addressed.
That's exactly what the people did at first. But in the last few years, the water levels in Fontaine have actually started rising.
See?
Many places have already been completely submerged, and now lie beneath the sea.
Many people carry on with their lives as before and shrug it off as a natural phenomenon. But my family and I think that the people of Fontaine shouldn't ignore the possibility, which would end up sentencing them to death.
Is this a global warming analogy?
We hope that at least the people who reside near the waterfront can move away before it's too late.
Yeah.
So, we've started distributing magic pockets to them.
It is. It is.
As a magical item, these magic pockets have astonishing capacity. I'm sure they will come in handy when people are moving their belongings.
It is a bag of holding.
Oh, Hyman gets it! It's like preparing for a rainy day! But this is more than a bit of rain.
If the prophecy is true, is there no way to prevent the disaster? Sounds like the goal of this Archon quest to me.
Perhaps only absolute power could ever contend with such a catastrophe. But who knows? We're just tiny specks in the grand scheme of things.
Ah, but Linny, you know that that's not the case for us.
Now, if you'd like to help, then please give these magic pockets to anyone nearby. Be sure to convince them to take it, regardless of what they say.
No, that's suspicious. Okay, well that was quite an interesting introduction. I will be back in just a few minutes. Map. Let's just, yeah. I will be right back.
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging. Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever. The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory. All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging. Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever. The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory. All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging.
Okie dokie, I am back. So, the introduction to Fontaine has been very interesting so far. Just got through that first cutscene with, well, the warm welcome. We'll call it a warm welcome. And it looks like I'm handing out bags of holding to people that Linny wants me to make sure people take, no matter what, under all circumstances, which to me means that that's bad news. But, you know, I guess I'm going to do it because I have meta knowledge that Linny is a little shit, or probably a little shit, but Lumine doesn't know, so...
So you're the blonde traveler that everyone's been talking about. My apologies for not recognizing you earlier.
Why would you?
Oh, a magic pocket? Seems you really thought of everything. I guess it's better to prepare for the worst and hope for the best.
Indeed.
Thanks. Please, also thank the magician on my behalf when you get the chance.
Actually, I just realized I need to check one audio routing thing really quickly. Yeah, you're going to the wrong. Okay. Slice you in the face.
What's this? So you also believe in the prophecy?
I don't believe in it, but I've been asked.
Keep it. I won't have any use for it.
No, seriously, I apparently can't take no for an answer.
What? You mean you don't believe in the prophecy?
No, I believe in the prophecy. But I also believe in another story.
I recognize your VA. Hold on, let me think for a second. I know, it's not coming to me right now, but I definitely recognize your VA. I know you.
The story says that people once lived in the ocean. They were one with the ocean and couldn't live apart from it. But as time wore on, people desired to live on land and developed blood vessels, encapsulating the sea within their bodies. Thus could people set foot on land.
Biologically accurate.
So, if you ask me, when the water rises and takes us all, it'll be like we're going home.
Not quite how that works. Biological evolution does not reverse immediately, and no one will be left around for that to occur.
Oh, we hadn't heard that one before. But people can't live underwater. They'll die. You should probably still take it.
You really should. Well, you really shouldn't, but you really should.
All right, I'll take it. I guess I just feel that being dissolved into the water doesn't necessarily mean death.
Well, actually, I mentioned.
What do you think? Pretty interesting story, huh?
Should also talk to you.
But where would I move to? Snezhnaya? Liyue?
Good question. Don't go to Inazuma. I love the place, but not a great place to live.
I don't want that thing. Way I see it, if the prophecy's true, it's still gonna be a long time before the water can cover everything.
Okay, but to be honest, I think anyone would kill for a bag of holding. Seriously.
Life is all about living in the moment. What use is there in worrying about the future all the time? We'll cross that bridge when we get to it.
You should still take it. You never know when it'll come in handy.
Intrudo.
Oh, all right, fine. Thanks. It's just that if I start moving, that means I've already given up on the life I have now. I'd really rather not.
That is understandable, but sometimes you don't have a choice.
I really can't imagine what it would be like if things changed.
Understandable. But you don't have to imagine it for it to be forced upon you anyway. Alright, Linny. What else do you want from me?
Oh? You already handed out all of the magic pockets? That was fast. So, what did people have to say?
No kidding.
I bet you heard some, interesting opinions.
I was preemptive on that one. No kidding. Many are quite stubborn.
Yes, but that will change once disaster strikes.
That's,
I know they'll change their minds, so it's only right to help them prepare.
That sounds a little bit, too direct, Linny. You seem to feel like that's coming soon to a theater near you, or an opera house near you, perhaps.
Is there anything else you need to do before we leave?
Yes, one last thing.
I knew it.
I have the magic pockets made by a workshop in the court of Fontaine. Since we're out and about, I was thinking about bringing him some more materials.
Okay.
So, you want to collect materials? Just tell us what the materials look like and we'll help. Many hands make light work.
Oh, that would be much appreciated. We'll need some Romaritime flowers. I remember seeing them near the waterfront on the east side of the harbor.
Actually, I already picked a few of those. I do not care much for auto-botted and forced engagement. I'm sorry. I appreciate the offer, but no. Okie dokie. Okay, I guess I have to pick fresh ones. I did Linny's trial earlier.
It seems we have to use Hydra
Oh, I
to
didn't pick
collect
these.
Romaritime flowers.
I guess I didn't pick these. Never mind. What kind of wood are you? Mallow wood. Cypress wood. I need to remember to do this more.
You made quick work of that. I can tell you're an experienced traveler. I've also finished collecting a few here. Maybe next time you'll feel like helping too, Lynette.
Wow. Way to throw her under the bus.
No way. I'm in power saving mode today. Otherwise, I fear I may not have any energy left for the performance at the Opera House.
Power saving mode, you say. Power saving mode, you say.
Fine. Though the performance is still a long way off. Now that we're finished here, we should get ready to head back to the court of Fontaine.
So, we're going to the court of Fontaine before we head to the Opera House? Good. Paimon wants a tour of Fontaine's largest city and try...
And they're gone.
Wait, shh. Have you noticed that person over there? The young girl.
Not particularly.
Huh? What's wrong with her? Paimon didn't notice anything.
She's obviously a thief.
That's quite the accusation.
Magicians and thieves practice similar methods. We divert attention, and a distracted audience is one that won't discover what you're really doing. Watch her movements carefully.
I mean, I guess you were right, but... How did you notice?
Oh, he's right!
Shh, keep your voice down. We need to think of a way to catch her, but it seems she's very alert. Perhaps we should split up. You two can ride the lift over there and wait up top. I bet that'll be her escape route if she tries to run.
Understood.
All right, let's go.
Okie dokie. I also read the bulletin board earlier. Some very interesting information there. Hey, can I climb up this? Okay, good. Dog with a really fancy hat. Good doggy. What are you busy with? You tired? It's okay. Understandable. Cargo inspection? Oh, okay. This is TSA. Got it. Time to ascend. Oh, thanks, Anthony. You think my mic's low? I can fix that. How about now? You think that's better? Testing 1, 2.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
Awesome. Thank you for that. I'll have to make sure to save that profile for later. That is a long lift ride, but that makes sense at the pace we're going. Where did that bird come from? Oh, no, you first. You first. Noble Hearts. Kingdom Hearts? Ah, there we go. First. Okay, let's go. So, I want to hit you up pretty quickly because I'm about to cap on resin and I'd like to spend it all here. Oh, this is the artifact domain? Ugh. Hold on. What do I need? No, I want to fight the boss. Not you. The other one. But I think I'm a ways away, so I might have to go spend it elsewhere. I did hear that the Archon quest takes a bit, which is fine, honestly. I don't mind. By 5 to 6 hours, are you referring to both parts or just part 1? Did light just start flooding? Doesn't light always flood from the Statue of the Sun? It's normal. Water. The water is speaking to me. Wow, I feel like I'm using gills to breathe. I figured it would be when we attune to the statue would give us the ability to breathe underwater. Act 1, 5 to 6 hours. Damn. Paimon will stay on the shore. It'll be lonely going underwater alone. So, the one thing she fears more than separation anxiety from us is the water. Or maybe she'll try going under. I guess we'll see. Mysterious power that flows out from a statue to imbue you with the blessing of the transoceanic source water. Your progress will remain unhindered so long as you are moving through the lakes of Fontaine. Under the protection of the transoceanic source water, what you expend while moving underwater is not stamina, but aquatic stamina. As such, when your aquatic stamina is expended, you will not drown. Huzzah! I can see Act 1 taking a long time, purely because people probably take their time getting to the city and walking around. I suspect it's less that the act itself takes that much time, and it's just the process of navigating through it. Real quick.
This world is full of...
You need to resonate. A sword, huh? Or is it a staff? Interesting. Okay, I have no idea how your kit works. Before I use it, I'm gonna read it. I heard something about the being stuck. I would prefer not to have known about that, but it is what it is. I already got spoiled. Okay, so what is it? 5 hit combo. Torrent that can cleanse the world. Torrent surge forward that will deal hydro damage. Hold enters aiming mode and constantly fires off dewdrops in the direction you're aiming. It's like a gun. And then it'll do a torrent surge at the end. Suffusion. When holding the skill, when using the hold configuration, if the traveler's HP is higher than 50%, the damage will increase based on max HP, and the traveler will lose a fixed amount of HP each second. See, I knew they were going to play with HP mechanics here, and this actually ties back into Dia, because I bet you that the HP that Traveler loses will be mitigated by Dia, slowing down the amount of time that it takes to reduce it, lengthening the amount of time that you can do the extra damage. Although there's probably a time limit on how long the hold skill allows. It's max 6 seconds. Okay. How much HP do you lose? 4% max HP per second. So you're only going to lose 24%. So basically, what Dia could do theoretically is allow you to start using this skill at a below the threshold you normally would have to, and still get the maximum duration out of it at boosted damage. And the Archie, Numa. At certain intervals, after using Torrent Surge, it will unleash a Spirit Breath Thorn. A Numa-aligned Hydra damage. Is there an interval? Ah, yes. 9 seconds. Once every 9 seconds. And it does the same amount of damage as a Dewdrop from a hold. Okay. Cool. What's the burst do? Slow-moving floating bubble. Do we get to Hydra Mage? I feel like I heard people saying like they wanted us to be able to do Hydra Mage stuff. I feel like that was a thing. Did we get to Hydra Mage? Is that what this is? Okay, after a Dewdrop hits an opponent, a source water droplet will be generated. If the traveler picks it up, they'll get HP back. Oh, okay. Every second, one will be created, and at most 4 at once. Oh, 4 at most. Interesting. And 28% HP can be returned, and 24% HP is expended. So technically, it can overheal you from what you are expending. Interesting. If HP has been consumed via holding, the Torrent Surge will deal bonus damage equal to 45% of the total HP the Traveler has consumed. Now that is an interesting question. If you're using Dia, does it count the amount of HP that was deducted total, or does it specifically only count what the Traveler lost? Good question. For someone else to answer. Ooh, that's neat. What does that remind me of? Oh, it's like Kaya's cryo skill. Oh, that is cool. I kind of like this. Granted, how is interruption resistance while using that, I wonder. Someone tell me how to build my characters. Cuphead time? Oh yeah, Cuphead time, because it's the firing, the projectiles. Very, very apt comparison, Alpaca. Thank you for joining the stream. Okay. I did get Lynette, yes. I'm gonna probably have to put together my team soon. Once I go out into the world, I'll put together my team and figure out exactly how I'm going to build people. But for now, Hyperbloom.
Stay close and you will live.
Hyperbloom supremacy. I see inoculi.
This is the spot where Linny wanted us to wait.
Typically, I've been very bad in the past, like, because I'm just taking a moment to talk before this continues. I'm typically... Yeah, I figured Lynette's boss is pretty far off, because I know that the boss is by the court of Fontaine. I'm typically pretty bad about, like, exploring the world. The philosophy I have typically done is, because I am not exploring an area thoroughly as I pass through it, I ignore mostly everything so that I don't forget that I have not explored that area. It's easy to tell. But as a result, a lot of stuff doesn't end up getting explored because I never have time to go back. And also a lot of oculi don't get caught. I think this time in Fontaine, I'm going to attempt to see what happens if I don't do that. And I instead do attempt to do everything that I see as I see it. And see how that works out. What's the worst that could happen? Alright, time to catch this thief.
Oh, look! Isn't that her?
Time to make the arrest.
Oh no! Did she notice us? She started running the other direction!
Does she know who we are? Does she know we're onto her?
What should we do? Should we chase her?
We should chase her, and I'm sure Linny's on the other side waiting for her. Our job is to block this path. The rest is up to Linny. Yep.
You're right. She might also be trying to lure us away.
Fair. We shouldn't chase after her because she could circle back. We just need to make sure we stay here so she can't. Fair.
Nothing's happened for a while now. Paimon wonders if Linny caught the thief.
Seems there's no reason for us to stay here. I mean, I don't agree with that, but let's go find Linny.
Yeah, let's go.
I feel like he should have come found us because he knew where we were supposed to be. Silly baka. Oh, hey, look, it's on the boat. You know, I'm going to have to board that boat anyway. I'm already going back on my do what I see when I see it. But I know I'm going to be returning to it momentarily. Oh, do I have to? Oh, no. There we go. Hey, you should have come seen us.
Are you
sure
man? That's all she took? You should check to make sure you're not missing anything else.
I love that the tree is there in the distance. That is so cool. I gotta wonder. I'm sure. Honestly, I'm 100% convinced. But I gotta wonder when they were designing Fontaine, and then they were designing the sub-region for the Vershaka Oasis. I hope I'm pronouncing that correctly. They designed how that area would look from a distance from Fontaine. Yeah, the grave of the Hydro-Archon. Look, it's your dead god. Rejoice. I need to use Kazuha to get a better look at that statue.
No, that was all. Oh, I can't thank you enough. I didn't notice a thing earlier.
God, I know this voice actor. I know he's played NPCs before, and I know, and I'm trying to remember who. I know who. I just can't remember.
Anyway, I should be going now. Thanks again.
I'm sure he's probably played several, but like the specific voice he's using.
Oh, were you returning what the thief had stolen?
Was he one of was he one of the guests at Shenhe's the Yunjin's opera with Shenhe? Not the drunk one, but was he there? I don't know.
That's right. Pity I wasn't able to catch her. She distracted me by dropping the thing she stole on the ground. By the time I looked back, she was already gone.
Pickpocket! Pickpocket! Guard your purses!
I saw the general direction she went, but Linny twisted his ankle, and I needed to make sure he was okay.
Something about this is suspicious.
Oh, did you get hurt, Lenny?
I'll be all right. It's just a twisted ankle, that's all. In fact, it's feeling better already.
If you want to play at being a hero, at least try not to get hurt doing it. Imagine what would happen if you managed to derail our performance as a result.
You're right, you're right. Sorry, Lynette. I have to admit that the thief was even more skilled than I had anticipated.
Sure.
But at least we were able to get the stolen items back, so it wasn't a complete failure.
What a slippery little thief. Guess things turned out all right in the end, though. Lenny's initiative paid off.
All right, let's put this little detour behind us. We should go to the court of Fontaine now.
Sorry, my current commentary is a little dry compared to what was going on earlier. The previous stuff that was occurring was ripe for commentary. What's going on here? Is there something? Oh, can I do this now? Oh, I can do this now. Got it. Let's take a look. Gather certain types of collectibles. Recommended sites will be marked. Mini-map. Nearby collectibles. Recommended sites. There's the challenge. Choose a challenge content through conversations with Maillardet. I'm going to say Maillardet for now. Resources granted by Leyline Blossoms after challenge completion will depend on the content chosen. Interesting. Shattered armor. Should its elemental shield be broken at the right time using reactions, the fight will be made easier. Well, thank you for telling me how to fight it. So I just need to gather some of these specialties. I need to fight some shit. I need to gather some more shit. Probably diving shit, right? That or beach shit. Fighting more things. That's the boss I want to fight. And that's the other boss. Cool. Okay, well, theoretically speaking, I will complete most of these things automatically. Okay. There's one thing I was confused about in those instructions. Hold on. Yeah, I have the seed box. Look at it. I have the wood one equipped right now, but like the seed box is almost always equipped. I've just got the wood box one out because I never remember to use it, and I also want to collect more of the new wood, which I've already collected 2 new types of wood. Thank you for the reminder, though. Yeah, there was some part of that instruction that I did not grasp. Hold on. The constancy of change. Maybe this I recognize these materials as from the dancing boss. So I guess, oh yeah, because Maillardet, they said during the live stream that he's the one who converted them into combat mecha, and fighting them is what allows them to collect. Like he uses them to collect combat data. So I'm guessing before you fight them, you initiate the fight by talking to him and selecting the material you want, and that's when you fight them. I get it. Okay, I get it now.
The world remains.
The instructions are out of context,
centuries.
so it's a little confusing.
But human life is like the dew at dawn.
Still talking A? Or that's not A, that's Shogun, but it's fine.
So,
Is that
we
Navia?
ride this thing to go into the city?
Or is it just someone who's
What
dressed
an
like Navia?
ingenious way to get around. People in Fontaine really know how to use water.
No, I don't think it's Navia. I think Navia's dressed up a lot more elegantly.
This is an aqua bus. It allows people to travel between several key locations around Fontaine.
Yeah. A lot more layers, black. Yeah.
It's pretty convenient, but the ride can become a little dull after a while. The scenery is always the same. That's why it's better to travel with friends.
Yeah, nothing like that choo-choo cart that you've taken away from me. Hoyo, please. Please. I don't beg for the event content to stay permanent. I wish it did, but I understand why it doesn't, and I am generally okay with it. But fucking choo-choo cart stuff was peak, man. Not Ia. Oh, not Navia. I get it, alpaca. Nice. Clever.
So you mean it's still boring even when I'm riding with you?
Is she not your friend? Dog. Pupper.
No, that's not what I meant. It's just that, well, you don't really talk that much.
Lenny, you're a dick.
Besides, it doesn't really feel like a real trip when it's just the two of us. It's the same as being at home.
Whatever.
Choo-choo cart tycoon mode? Dude. That would be a technical challenge for them. Especially because you would need quite a large empty space to do it in. And I mean the game already struggles with the teapot memory, right? That sort of thing would never work on mobile. And that probably, I mean, if this game was PC and console only, I could see them giving it a go. Which is unfortunate. Being held back by being a mobile game. God, that sucks. Oh, what could be?
Guess that's what it's like to be an older brother.
It's about time for us to leave. Let's get on board.
Let's go. Wait, let me walk on so I can get that Oculus. It better come with the boat. Better stay on the boat. Who's that? Charlotte! Hey, what's up, girl? Did you get on in time or did you just miss us? Oh, you got on time. Cool.
Huh?
Hey there.
What?
Were you just running to catch the boat? You didn't even notice us?
Traveler! Paimon!
Charlotte!
Oh, I never guessed I'd bump into you while riding the Aquabus. In the story of my life, this is big news.
Nice to see you again. I like you.
What are you doing in Fontaine? I didn't hear anything about you paying us a visit.
Good question, Anthony. I do wonder what she says if we didn't meet her.
Yeah, it's quite the coincidence.
Wait, did
But
that just move on its own?
travelers, we're always on the move.
I don't think I clicked
It's
anything.
not surprising that nobody knew we were coming. Though we still have no idea how the Hydro knew about us. Oh, let Paimon introduce you to our new friend.
It moves on its own because the Aquabus is moving and it needs to stay in time. I'm not going to click anything.
Oh,
Yep, there it
no
goes.
need for introductions, Paimon. I would recognize the great magician Linny and his assistant Lynette anywhere. I wouldn't be much of a reporter if I didn't know who they were. It's a pleasure to meet you. I'm Charlotte, a reporter for the Steambird.
Nice to meet you. From the Steambird, huh? We've often relied on your paper to promote our performances.
It's an honor to meet you.
Now that everyone knows each other, Fontaine suddenly doesn't feel like such an unfamiliar place.
Shipwreck. Shipwreck. Shipwreck?
So,
No, that's
what have
actually
you been
the
up to
shipwreck.
lately, Charlotte? Any big news?
Not too much. When there isn't any breaking news, I mainly cover the trials at the Opera House. You can still manage to keep readers' attention as long as you tell things from a clever enough angle, even if it's the same old topics. For example, reporting on how a scammer once deceived vulnerable girls into relationships, or how a financial criminal was once so poor that they ate a single piece of bread for 5 days.
That's an interesting...
You're right. Seems you know me pretty well. What I'm really after is exclusive, sensational news pieces that could shake the country. These smaller stories are a waste of my talents. Oh, I just remembered. I've been following a case lately. Well, a series of cases, actually.
Oh?
You mean the serial disappearances of young women case?
That's, unsettling.
That's right! These stories are the talk of the town right now, and it's probably the most mysterious case we've ever seen. If I'm the first with a draft ready to publish when the case is finally cracked, and it's the headline story in the Steambird, oh, when that happens, I bet all the other reporters will shed tears of envy. I've already gathered all kinds of materials. I just can't wait for the truth to be revealed.
So, what is the serial disappearances of young women case? You mean the culprit hasn't been found?
That's right. The first missing girl case happened almost 20 years ago.
20 years ago?
And ever since, after a period of time, another girl disappears. What the cases have in common is that the girls are all of a similar age, and that they've all vanished without a trace.
That may not be the same person.
The scariest part is that to this day, none of the girls have ever been found.
Oh, that's bad. That's not good.
Many suspects have been arrested over the years in connection with this case, but shortly after each arrest, another disappearance would always happen.
Yeah, this isn't, they're copycats,
yes, it's
probably.
Possible. But either way, I believe that every case has some precise truth behind it, waiting to be exposed.
Yes, I agree. And at the very least, the family of those missing girls deserves some sort of explanation. I just imagined for a second what I would do if Lynette were to suddenly disappear. I'd pay any price to get her back, and then find a way to track down the culprit.
Well, that's good. Good brother.
Please don't imagine that, Lenny.
I don't even get to enjoy the Aquabus? Shit game. 0 out of 10.
Hey, we're almost there! Look!
I'm not sure how I like this entrance via the Archon quest. I'm gonna have to sit on it and think and really ruminate on it. After we're allowed to walk around and not talk to people, I'll talk a bit about the start of the stream, because I don't think anybody was here then.
Well, I really enjoyed chatting with you. Life should be full of pleasant little surprises like this.
Yeah, us as well. The ride went by too quickly.
Yeah, because it fucking skipped a black screen.
I have an interview to get to. I should get going before I'm late.
Okay, Paimon hopes we can chat again soon, Charlotte. See ya!
Bye now. Oh, be sure to stop by and see me at the Steambird when you have time.
I do want to stop there. I hope there's an interior, but somehow I feel like there isn't.
Always running around and interviewing everyone? Well, where should we go now?
If you don't mind, how about we stop by my home first? Besides, I still have all the materials we collected.
Sure, we wouldn't mind at all. This city is so huge, Paimon wouldn't know where to start anyway.
And teleporting again. Very railroaded. I'm conflicted. On the one hand, this is probably good for players. The city is huge, and being given some initial placement and direction is probably good. But I also do like the idea of having some freedom of reign. Okay, hold on. Okay, so I do now actually have free reign. Okay. Unless it tells me to turn around like Paimon style. Statue of the Seven. You are up top. So at the start of the stream, actually the first thing that I did... Oh, hello. I am not going to bother talking to anybody or anything. I'm just trying to get to the Statue of the Seven. I did not read that, but it's going where I think I want to go anyway. When I started the stream, I initially had a couple days ago scouted out the area in the oasis by the pink tree that bordered Fontaine, and took a look at where we would be going to get to Fontaine. So obviously that changed a little bit from what it looked like before, which is fine. But what I actually... I was going to walk through that area. What I wanted to do is walk from the Oasis to Fontaine. But before I got there, I remembered that I didn't get the oculi on the omnibus, did I? God damn it. See, this is what I get for not just doing what I see when I see it. I remembered looking at the journal that the Archon quest actually started in Caravan Rebot. So I did that, and of course, it teleports me directly to the teleporter that they unlock immediately, and right on the cliff of Fontaine. And I'm like, seriously? And I understand why they did it from a design perspective. It's for the same reason they unlocked that teleport in the first place. People may not have explored that area. Getting over there may not be straightforward. And they don't want to force people to... Like, if people haven't explored that area, they would have a very long walk to get there. So, you start in Caravan Rebot, which is a place that you've definitely been for having done the Sumeru Archon quest, and then it teleports you there. If I really thought about it carefully, I should have known that, but I didn't. I really wanted to walk there. What I should have done is I should have walked there, seen it, and then gone back to Caravan Rebot. In this case, again, they're railroading a bit because they want to make sure that you get to the right places for the story without getting lost, without struggling. Because look, I had to actually go out of my way to unlock the Statue of the Seven. I do have one. Gib. So it starts at 20. I saw in the patch notes that you give the sigils to the fountain, and I don't know why I didn't think of that. That makes so much sense. Oh man, the city is really pretty. Are there trees in the city, I wonder? Well, another puppy. Sorry, I can't pet you, so it doesn't matter. Wow. Hell of a city. Definitely the most impressive city they've made. There was what behind me? What was behind me? Oh, trees. Oh, duh. Oh, thank you. Blind. I am a blind person when it comes to these things. Cypress wood. Cool. There might end up being collectibles, like pickables, but I will collect all of the wood. Oh, hey, yep. Called it. Gib. Okay. I won't spend too much time doing this. I'm not going to pick you up yet. Because conflicts. Speaking of which, I should be able to go redeem the story quests that I haven't redeemed yet. I'm a terrible person for not having done these. I can do this now, right? It's safe now? I don't have Ito. I don't own Ito. It'd be nice, but I don't have Ito. I haven't been claiming keys. It is safe to unlock these now, right? That happened this patch? It's not supposed to start automatically anymore, right? I thought they fixed that this patch. Okay, 1 second. I'm looking up those dev notes. One moment, please. Not that there was 2. Okay, that was the most recent one. Ah, this is the one. Okay. I thought that they said this was happening in 4.0, but I guess it wasn't. Well, crap. Well, luckily, I don't need to be in Sumeru too much anymore. But I should go do the quest anyway.
Inactivity serves no
I thought that was coming
whatsoever.
with 4.0. Disappointed. What level is this on? Are you not going to tell me? You're not going to tell me. Got it. Alright, I guess it's obvious. They're all lines and then the lobby. Okay. Oh man. Hey, from an A.
This is our current abode.
Oh, are you soloing bosses for Arnold, Anthony?
Ah, Fremine, you're home. Where did everyone else go? I have some new friends that I would like to introduce.
Oh, they all just went out a moment ago.
I see. Everyone is getting busier now that Father will be returning soon.
Which boss
I
are you
suppose
fighting?
that can't be helped.
If you're fighting the mechs, I might be tempted to join you. Would that make things easier? Because I would be able to take one of Arnold's 2. And so there would be 3 active characters, right? Let me finish this dialogue and then I'll join you.
Allow me to introduce you to my little brother, Fremine. He is a phenomenal diver.
Oh, that's a good point. Well, so do you want me to have 2 characters? Is that... Well, no, if you join my world, I haven't gotten to the mechs, right? Like, I need to go somewhere that has the mechs unlocked.
Hello.
Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. Oh, you sound very proud to have a diver as a brother, Linny.
Oh, friendship leveling? Ugh. So what you're currently doing... Oh, right. Arnold needs to have 2. And he doesn't have it unlocked in his world. And... Well, no, like, even if you play as Arnold and join my world... Oh, well... If you play as Arnold and join my world, that would still be 1 for Arnold and one for you. The only difference would be I would be doing 2 instead of you doing 2, right? So what are you currently doing? How are you currently farming them? Right. So you have two people in co-op. Arnold has 2 characters, you have 2 characters. You're playing your 2 characters and Arnold's 2 characters are just sitting there. Right. Host gets 2 characters. The only way for Arnold to keep 2 characters and and you and I play, it would have to be his world. The point the offer I was making is like, hey, I can join you, and then all 3 of us can, you and I could fight, and there would be 3 fighters. But because Arnold needs to have 2 characters to do friendship, that's just not possible. Yeah, after you I unlock the boss. But my point, the reason why I was offering is like, I'd like to go get those materials now. It's going to be quite some time before I get to the mechs, like you said. So I can't do that right now. Anyway, back to the story. Lenny sure seems to have a big family.
Lenny, could you come here for a moment?
What is it, Fremine? Do you have something to tell me?
Which reminds me, I actually need to go use some resin. Actually, I might have some space in condensed. Hold on. Is the crafting bench near here? Or do I need to teleport away?
Okay, I see.
Is everything all right?
Just exchanging spy information.
Oh, it's nothing. We were just discussing a little housework. Sorry for the interruption.
Bullshit.
Oh, before I forget, the Traveler and I collected more materials to make magic pockets. Were you able to get any, Fremine?
Those are spying devices, I bet.
Yes, I went diving and gathered lots of materials. I was about to give them to you.
That's our Fremine, always quick with the underwater work. All right, I'll take these to the workshop.
I forget, can you spend condensed resin on bosses? Because they're 40, right? There's no reason you shouldn't be able to. Damn, that sucks.
Looks like rain.
Oh, you're right. But wasn't it clear and sunny just a moment ago? Fontaine's weather sure is weird.
I'm afraid that's just how it is here. It often rains on days where there are trials being held in the Opera House, but don't worry, it'll clear up soon enough.
The weather is influenced by emotion. Is it Farina's emotion? Is it the people's emotion? Is it the Oratrice's emotion?
What's wrong, Fremine?
There's a legend about the rain that I tend to believe. It's said that a dragon of water once resided in Fontaine. Though we don't know where the dragon went, every time it weeps, the skies will cloud up and pour out rain.
Gotcha. So the dragon of water is in the Oratrice.
When I was a child, my mother told me that if I wanted to go outside and play, I should yell toward the sky at the top of my lungs. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
If it's an elemental dragon, then having the power to make it rain wouldn't be very unusual. Let Paimon try something. Hydro Dragon! Hydro Dragon! Don't cry!
Why do you think that would work?
Doesn't seem to be of any use. It is just a legend after all.
You know, you might be a more popular magician if you understood the concept of romanticism. Or could at least play along.
Get him.
Sorry. It might be because we've never met the Hydro Dragon. Perhaps it can't be comforted by the words of strangers.
You're jaded. I love Lynette. I absolutely love Lynette. I'm with you, Alpaca.
It rained for longer than I suspected. Oh, it's already getting late.
Was there something you needed to do, Linny?
Yeah, some preparations for the show at the Opera House. I need to find a way to catch the last aqua bus of the day. On the day of the performance, just ride the aqua bus to the island of Aeneas. I'll have Lynette meet you at the fountain in front of the Opera House.
Sounds good. You go ahead. So, the Opera House is the courthouse, and the mechs are by the courthouse. Is that correct, Anthony?
Oh, are you leaving
Got it.
now?
What is it, Fremine? I'm in a hurry. Oh, I get it. You feel nervous delivering the materials for the magic pockets, is that it?
Yeah, because the Fatui are not very kind people, are they?
Perhaps we could trouble the Traveler to help us take these materials to the Beaumont workshop and deliver them to the owner there?
Okay, maybe not, but still.
I'm afraid that Fremine can be quite introverted, and the boss there tends to be pretty talkative. Fremine has always been a little afraid of her.
Who is that going to be?
No trouble at all. Don't worry, we're on the case.
Sorry for the inconvenience. I'm quite useless when it comes to such tasks.
Oh.
I'll think of a way to make it up to you.
Oh, no need. This will be a walk in the park for us.
Seriously, we do this shit all the time. It needs to stop. I want to know more about this material. I probably had it in my inventory before and could have read the description. Huh. It went in, did the description go into my archive, or is it one of those items that like doesn't get archived? Okay, there were maritime flowers. I got special ones for the quest, but once I get an actual one, I can read more about it. Okay, so technically speaking, right now, the goal is to go to the workshop. But I could say fuck it and take the omnibus over to here. I think I will. Is there a way to tell which line that is just by looking at the map? It's probably the floor directly below the top. I think. Swimming is faster? I mean, I was going to take the omnibus because I haven't gotten a chance to take the omnibus. Hold on. Oh, because I can dive now. Ooh. Well, we're taking a little detour. That is so cool. Honestly, it's kind of interesting. Like they built this really cool city, but the design of the city also means that like climbing and like all that stuff is kind of awkward. This is probably the coolest Oculi design so far. I know I said I was going to do stuff as I saw it, but I have a very specific direct mission. Which means I'm going to go back on exactly what I said I was going to do and do absolutely nothing. Oh, right, because I have to use Hydro. Interesting. Well, here we go. Nice. And I'm assuming I don't have to do that for these because they're already wet. Oh, I can't. That's right, because I can't use normal skills down here. Boo. They really went all out here, man. One thing that I would really like to see, and I'm sure modders will figure it out, is what this would look like with no water. Because supposedly this is all just submerged. We have vocals again. And that sounds like the same vocalist as the one in the Oasis, which I surmise to be the Hydro Archon, the former Hydro Archon. I am on to something.
I see everything.
What was I saying? Ooh, hold on, sorry. Nope. I got a fish for the special fish. That's important. Now is it? It is. Okay. Do I have the necessary? Do I need a different bait? Oh no, I'm gonna need a different bait. Shit. I'm gonna try this and see if it works. Please work. Nope, that was not what I wanted to do. Fuck. What was I saying a second ago when I was swimming? Oh yeah. So it's also apparently submerged land. So what did it look like? Does it actually make sense? Do you eat that one? Damn. Well. Oh well. Where is the fishing association? Near it? Like outside of it somewhere? Oh, there it is. Yeah, after fighting these, I'm gonna go over there and get the bait I need and come back, and hopefully it'll still be there. Alright, let me just talk to this dude, make sure there's nothing else I need to do. And then I'll, you can join. Good ladies. Coppelius and Coppelia. Yeah, I think that they should change the ordering here. Because, first of all, I feel like... I should fight the boss alone for a while, farming mats from another person's cop. Oh, so you're... Okay, oh, that's fine. the Numia sounds like the dark one to me for some reason, but it's actually the light one. Uzia is the dark one. But they show them in the order of light and dark. Oh, fuck. I didn't mean to click that. I was just trying to click like a pointer. 1 second. I need to go read that again. Or actually, it's probably in my tutorials, right? Hold on. It's not. That's a first. 1 second. No, I didn't mean to open that. So yeah, it seems that they are listed in the wrong order. Well, I just wanted to read, maybe, I guess you're right, it might be in the boss, it might be instructions attached to the boss. Hold on. 1 second. Actually, I'd like to try talking to him again. We'll try that first. I wonder if he stops going through the whole spiel after I've done it once. Okay. Yeah, so it says here that Capellia is the dark charged one. Capellius is the light charged one. Now, hopefully I'll find out in a second whether the light charged one emits the light material. I assume that's the case. Now, before I do that, you know what's interesting is that there's a hat here, and it reminds me of Linny, and I think that's the one you have to do for Linny. I'm just going to quickly look. I want to look at Lynette's thing. Yes. Hat is light one, and assume the light one drops the light material. Oh, it even says it here too. An artificed spare clockwork component belonging to Capellia. It even tells you right in the material. Nothing to be confused about there. The first or top? I don't understand what that means. Oh, you mean on the list that they show me? No, I got it. I have fully grasped with no confusion whatsoever exactly what's supposed to happen here. I will argue that this is in the wrong order. They should not be showing the light and dark images and listing the text dark then light. That is confusing. Capellia. Alright, bosses are 30, not 40, right? I'm not going to read this yet, because it's probably going to tell me what to do.
The Temple of Wisdom! Hold the line!
One with the Force!
I will deal with watching their shit later.
I hear everything!
Because I want to spend my resin before it caps. Man, I'm just...
no escape.
This team is just too much. Let me tell you something. Hyper Bloom OP, y'all. Hyper Bloom OP. Notice. Okay. Meh. Nice. of those. Boo. Well, we shall continue our fight. Unless you're gonna join Ant now, I'm gonna just flush all of the stuff. Actually, there's a teleporter near her I should unlock probably, right? Oh, is there no teleporter over here? Is there literally no teleporter over here? What? Oh, there's one. There it is. I was about to say, there is no way in hell.
Illusion shattered.
There's no way in hell that they didn't put something near this boss. No, but like, if this wasn't here, if the one that I'm going to was not here, I would be like, there's no way in hell. How pretty. It is interesting to me how the court is very far away from the city. You are joining? Okay. Now the question is, what is the ideal two for me to choose? But basically, this is me doing it instead of you, which was not what I wanted, but we'll do it. I suppose it's actually good for me because I think I've actually capped out the friendship on my friendship team for most of them. Hold on. I need to check something. So my friendship team was Baiju, Noemiya, Lynette, and Kaveh, I think. Oh, actually, I know how to figure this out. Hold on. Sort by friendship. Oh, well, I guess I literally did max everybody. Lynette is the only one. Oh no, Yoimiya is not quite there yet. Okay, so what's gonna happen is I have to switch to those two when it's time to redeem. All right, so who are you playing with at the moment? You are playing with Hu Tao and Bennett. I'm not sure which of my characters would be better. Do you think Ayaka Xingqiu would be okay? I mean, you're gonna melt everything, but... Oh, they have cryo and animo resistance? Okay, so not Ayaka. Well, in that case, I either pick Nahida or I pick Shogun. I'm assuming your team does not rely on EM. We'll give this a shot. We'll see how this goes. I'm curious. Right, in this way, the four of us can still fight instead of just two people. That is the benefit here. Okay. Oh, no, that does make sense. This... Okay, I'm stupid. This does work. You're able to do two people with Arnold and all four... You can do all four characters. This is good. Okay. Capellia time. Let's go.
Shine up.
Share my knowledge. Go. Hey. Time to go.
Now you shall perish.
Okay, melted. That's fine. That works. Alright, where is Yui? There. And where is could be worse. Okay. Okay. And want to unlock crab. Maybe. I won't need crab because I don't I'm not getting Linny. I should pull out my
Now it's time for a short
MRE because I don't have a healer out. Where it at though? There we go. Oh wait, what? Oh right, I forgot. It boss reset. "44 seconds. Cool. That I will come back here at some point to observe their actual like their move set. But damn, talk about nuke. I think the reason why that went okay is even though is that my Raiden Shogun's built for EM and we were doing overload reactions on top of everything else. Actually, I'm gonna pull something up. I'll probably look at it after this next fight, but I'm curious what the calculations are for my Shogun's overload.
The more data samples, the better.
Does that mean?
Illusion shattered.
Whoops, wrong button. Nope. Bold, ma'am. Oh yeah, my overload damage should be about 20k.
All the world.
Is it still going? Do I have to reload the area? Is that what I have to do? I have to reload the area, don't I? God damn it. You said you had to leave a waypoint, right? Is that what you did, or am I just gonna teleport and then run? I'm gonna eat stamina. Hold on, stamina food. So I can haul my ass back. Can I use your waypoint though? I can't. So. Right. I don't think I have any waypoints on me. Oh, you in your world, you mean? Got it. Okay.
Adventure time.
All right, you ready to go? No, it won't actually let me do it. What the hell? Did you also reload? Oh, that's fair. You have to go really far away, then come back. Ah, God. Okay, hold on a second. Do I have a waypoint? Where do they live in my inventory? If I had one. Oh, I do have one. Okay, hold on. You're getting used. And can you use my waypoint? Okay, cool. All right, now we can go back. How long do these last? Oh, they last a whole week.
Remains constant
Nice.
over the centuries.
Okay, let's go
Shine down!
Make yourselves at home. Everyone hold hands.
Torn to oblivion!
Take it easy.
Oh, Shogun's about to die. Fuck. Isn't your burst supposed to heal? Thank you. Wait, no. I gotta switch. Fuck. Very nice. Back to the city until the countdown is done. Also, I don't know why we don't need to do that. We don't need to heal like that because we're teleporting all the way back to a Statue of the Seven anyway. Let's not do that in the future. Excuse me. It probably just would have been nice for you to have your burst up for the next round. All right. I do like Fontaine so far. I'm interested to see what exploring the outer wilds will be like. Oh? Is there a reason why we can't explore them yet? Is it something that has to be unlocked via world quest or something?
Friends are forever.
Oh, they're not in this current area. That's fascinating. They showed it to us. I guess they wanted to show us one of the cool things that they implemented, even if it isn't available in 4.0. Damn. That's okay, though. Does it? Okay, so... Oh, there's a prison? I mean, I guess there would be, if, you know, justice court. But I'm guessing that comes up at some point in conversation? Or are you just assuming there is one? Okay, so the cubes are not... Ah, you know, I didn't get a chance to read the drip. I need to do that.
Up and away.
The only thing that I did read was that Nouvelette doesn't have a vision. I did read that, and I forgot what it said. All right, I got one more round in me. Got about 25 seconds left until respawn. Okay. We can now head back.
Off we go.
Let's go. Time to get wrecked, son.
I see everything. Sharing my knowledge.
Shine down! Now you shall perish! Torn to oblivion!
Late game nukage. It's borderline unfair. Cool. Well, that should probably be enough to... Yeah, I'm done for now. Well, actually, you know, maybe I'll expend a little bit of resin. Of... What is it called? I never use it, so I forget what it's called. Fragile resin. No. It's fine. I mean, the thing is, I do want to level her up as much as possible, so I'm willing to run a few more times. Seeing as these are 60, I'll use 2, and we'll do 3 more runs. And I'm going to go to my teapot real quick.
Entering standby mode.
Entering
I hope nobody disturbs me.
Standby mode. Are you a robot? Are you a robot? Or are you just like Kokomi and you use robot-like terms? I swear to fucking God, Lynette. Oh, did it kick you because I went to my teapot? Really?
This realm is true.
Well, just give me 1 second. Sorry. I'm just buying something.
If you ever have it.
My plants are already growing right now, but I will... Well, actually, you know what? Fuck it. I don't need to plant those. I have an abundance of what's planted. I'll just cancel them. Never mind. That plot is, Well, I only have enough seeds to plant. Okay, I can plant 5 right now. Alright, there they go. Alright, I'm leaving. Fontaine statue. Yeah, I haven't found anything yet. I got what I got from trials and such. I'll get there. Alright. Boss should be close to respawn by now. In a minute. Let me pop my resin. 'Cause I really don't use it. As you can see, I have 292 fragile resin. I really didn't need to buy the one from the shop, but why not? Why spend what I don't need to spend? Yeah, linear flowers, go for it.
I hope the weather's nice like this tomorrow as well.
I'm assuming the Lynette ones are not nearby. Or are there any down here? They look like they're water-oriented. Okay. Well, I'll head up there and deal with it later. That's a weapon domain.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
Neat thing. I don't think this item existed in the game before, or maybe it did, and I just never knew about it. But so Discord Nitro subscribers get a little gift package right now, and one of the things that came in it were 5 of these eminent share bundles, which allows you to choose weapon ascension materials, blue ones, and it has the new ones in it, which can help you quickly get them, which is nice.
The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn.
Let me know when you've picked all
or
the
a
stuff in the
bubble
area so
rising
we can head
through
back to
water.
the
Transitory.
boss. I can hit my next standard pity. Hold on a second, I'm gonna do that. All right, what purple shall I get? Goro. Let's go. Let's go, Goro. C5. All right, boss time. Yeah, it's worth using a waypoint for farming this this boss. All right, are you ready? You got the right characters out?
There is no escape. A minute to memory.
I
Out of
didn't
the
hold
way.
properly.
Hey. Inazuma Shining Shadow.
Did you also decide to just use Shogun to nuke things? Instead of Hu Tao? And I'm assuming there's no Lynette ones around here.
More data samples.
Figures. Lynette boss. I guess Linny also. Linny probably also uses the other ones. Right, I have completed some steps for the event by fighting that thing. Huh. Yeah, defeat Coppelia. I will have to defeat Coppelius at least once, which is fine. Oh hey, a quicker way to get to the respawn encounter. Figured it would be a damp and wet environment. Cool. Glad you got those flowers. I don't need them right now. Have we gotten? Do people know what the materials are going to be for next patch? Did they get posted in the Discord yet? Well, obviously, I don't want to know the kid stuff, but you know, we typically share the we share the mats in the server, so I was curious. No leaks for me, but I'll accept mats. Actually, yeah. After the next boss, while we're waiting, I gotta use the restroom. I don't know for sure. I mean, obviously, it's going to depend on kits. But I mean, obviously, who doesn't kind of want Nouvelette, right? Edgy Sampo. I gotta know. I gotta get him to know better. He looks cool. He's got cool drip. Won't lie. But like, it's interesting. Everyone interests me to some degree. None of them seem like must-haves at a glance. The closest thing to that would be Nouvelette, actually.
All the world holds dear is but a
Because he's an
backdrop
enigma.
of constant motion.
He's not just like an enigma, like, oh, he's mysterious broody boy, but like,
and unchanging.
Oh, thank you for the follow, Chinote. Is it Chinote or Chinote? Hydro Claymore, right? We need one. He's an enigma because he doesn't use a vision, and therefore he's unusual. Who he be? Who do he be? All right, boss is back up. Sorry for any viewers, any just joining. I'm taking a brief hiatus from the Archon quest to farm some mats, but I'm only running it 2 more times. Should only take me probably another like 5 minutes. Here we go.
There is no escape. Sharing my knowledge. I see everything. Now you shall perish.
I guess I used the burst a little too early.
Dreamwork. Let's light it up.
I actually haven't even paid attention to how the bosses die. I will have to do that next time. Good point on Navia. If she Geo is interesting, and Navia could breathe some life into Geo, or she could not. Hey now, that is a decent goblet. That is a decent goblet. I'm gonna lock that. I will take that. Okay. I'm gonna go to the restroom. I will be back in a couple minutes, and by that time, it should be just about time to do the final fight before we resume.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever. All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion. I stand before it, alone and unchanging. Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
Alrighty. I am back. And boss is back. Boss is back. Back again. Alright, one final effort is all that remains. Aw. It was a little sad. Not all that sad, though. Okay, cool. Well, thank you for cooperating. It actually does benefit me a lot, seeing as at the moment I only have 2 characters who are not Friendship 10. So it's perfect for me at the moment. Aw, that is sad. If they're close, the man grabs the dying lady. That is sad. Damn you! Why? Why defense goblet with crit rate and crit damage? It's a meme. But the meme is real. Yep, thank you for the help in co-op. Sorry for the detour for viewers. I will probably edit this highlight to remove that chunk. So hey, if you happen to be watching the highlight of this, I had detoured from the Archon quest to do a little bit of farming for materials for Lynette. But that's done now. And now we can resume the story. Cool. Let me know when those mats are up, Anthony. I do want to take a look at those. Okay, so back to the story. Last we were here, we left Linny and Lynette, and we were told to go deliver some materials to someone instead of Fremine, because Fremine is shy, and the owner of this place is very talkative. And it is apparently the area's blacksmith, and I believe I've seen her name in the live stream as Estelle. It is.
Hello? Is there anyone here?
Oh, hello there. New customers? Looking to buy, or do you need something made? Or perhaps you're just looking for a chat with me.
None of those, but, you know, chat would be nice.
Oh, no, we're just here to deliver some materials. Here they are. They're for making, what were they called again?
Ah, these must be for Magic Pockets. I could tell right away. I've already made several orders worth now. No need. They've already prepaid several batches worth. When they told me what they'd be using them for, I even offered them a discount. But they insisted on paying the full amount, saying that I had a business to run. It seems both their hearts and their pockets are made of gold.
Probably because it's not their money.
Whoa. So, is Lenny actually loaded?
And it would probably be more of a problem if they started skimming from the money that they are being given to pay for this. I'm super sus. Super sus.
I can't say for sure, but who knows? Maybe there's good money to be made being a magician in Fontaine.
Hey! Is this machine what you use to make stuff here? It looks really advanced.
Oh yeah, this is a far cry from all the other blacksmiths with their hammers.
Why use your hands when a machine can do the work? It would be a waste not to use the latest technology, and wasting is a kind of crime.
But are you wasting natural resources in the process?
But where does a big machine like that get its power from?
Thank you, Paimon.
Well, it's a little complicated. I'm not sure I can put it in layman's terms for you. But basically, everything we usually use here in the city is powered by indemnitium. It's a type of energy that's produced from trials.
Huh? How can trials produce energy?
Well, I know that Trials HD tends to make people rage quit. So maybe it's the pure salt.
Well, I'm not completely sure of all the details myself, but basically...
I understand that was a bad joke, I'm sorry.
When a trial is in session, the Oratrice Mécanique d'Analyse Cardinale harvests people's belief in justice and converts it into energy to be used all around Fontaine.
I'm gonna have to go back to this VOD and listen to that over and over until I can pronounce it correctly. I could probably figure it out, but it's probably not going to sound quite right. Oratrice mécanique I don't know about this one. D'analyse Cardinal. I took French. And this is what it's gotten me.
So that's what its other function is? Paimon heard that the Oratrice was created by the Archon to make judgments.
See, you know, Spanish was the one that everyone took, Alpaca, which makes sense. Practically speaking, that would be the better one to take. But I liked the sound of French. And I was not going to learn a language I didn't care as much for. And I did actually, I took Spanish earlier on when Spanish was like the only choice. And then I ended up somewhere where French was a choice. And then I took French. I think I took some Spanish in early high school. I took French in late high school and French in college. I have forgotten most of the vocab, but I have retained a general sense for how to pronounce French terminology.
But Paimon still doesn't get it. How could something unreliable like people's beliefs be turned into a stable power source for these machines?
The gods rely on belief to obtain power. This is a thing.
Oh, yeah! So that means the Hydro Archon relies on the machine to take the energy created by belief and turn it into power for all of Fontaine, right?
Now, let's take a second to speculate. Let's assume, for a moment, that the Hydro Dragon is in fact in the Oratrice. Elemental dragons. We know that Conria was for a time powering their things with energy blocks that were technically a combination of all the elements. So elemental energy can power things. I don't know if all of them together are needed to power things, or if you could just power it with enough of one element. But let's, for a moment, assume it's possible to just use one element's energy. Does the channeling of belief also go to the elemental dragons, not just the gods? Is that a mechanic that applies to more than just the archons? I wonder. Anyway, continuing.
Even though I've never heard anyone really put it that way before, it sounds like it makes sense. Besides indemnitium, we have another type of energy called pneumosia.
Pneumosia. Oh God, I can see people. I'm not going to say it, but I know people are going to say it. Thanks, Anthony.
It isn't produced by the power of the Archon, but it is unstable by nature. Even now, it still cannot be widely used by civilians.
Oh no.
I thought I'd find you hard at work, but here you are chatting the day away. Since you're already talking, I'm sure you wouldn't mind a few words with me.
You again? Didn't I already promise you that I'd have the more I owe to Confrérie of Cabriere by next month? Why are you hounding me now?
So is this loan sharks, or is it quote-unquote protection?
Yeah, but how do we know that you won't go running off by the end of this month? I want 50% today. Wait, no, 70%.
Huh? You...
Seems business isn't so great for the workshop. We've already finished our job and delivered the materials. Maybe now's a good time to leave?
Does it sound like a usual case of somebody owing somebody else money? I'm not entirely sure it does sound like that. I don't like these options. I would like to know more.
Hey, hold on. Before you go around trying to collect payments, why don't you settle your own debts first?
It's the boy. It's the man. It's the myth. The legend. The little shit.
If Confrérie of Cabriere wants to poach clients from Northland Bank, that's fine. But I'm afraid you still owe the bank a hefty sum of more.
Ooh.
So why don't we work things out between us first, before you get back to your little conversation here?
So, loan sharks. Got it. Loan sharks who are in debt. The circle of debt.
You're from Northland Bank. But we said we'll pay everything we owe next month. Why are you hounding me now?
I feel like I've heard those words somewhere before.
Traveler, Paimon! I didn't think I'd run into you here in Fontaine. What are the chances?
For real.
We're
What are the
surprised
chances?
to see you too. What are you doing here in Fontaine? You didn't want to stay in Snezhnaya?
Oh, well, the Fatui are doing shit, and Lenny's a part of it, I guarantee it.
Long story short, I've already been in Fontaine for some time now, and honestly, things have been pretty boring.
Yeah, because this is one of those clandestine undercover operations, and that's not your style.
But it seems that fate brought our paths together today. Not only will I have some good friends here now, but ones who always seem to find trouble.
That's fair. And for the record, all of this is speculation. I'm going only off of publicly known info. Like the final feast implied a connection between Lenny and the Fatui, and thus I am suspect of everything he's involved with. And Arlecchino seems to be involved here, so like, this is just conjecture.
Either way you look at it, it seems things are going to get a lot more interesting now.
Yeah. We do show up and things start to blow up. That does seem to happen.
Pretty sure we'd want to avoid anything that you'd find interesting.
Want to.
Besides, our trip here has gone pretty well so far. Right, Traveler?
Jinxed it. God damn it, Paimon. I do think we've weathered enough storms for now, but I don't see that ending anytime soon.
Hey, you, Northland Bank boy. Aren't you forgetting something?
To kick your ass? Yeah, he has forgotten temporarily. He should turn around and do that.
Don't interrupt. It's not often I run into the Traveler like this. Why don't you wait for me over there for a while?
You kidding? Aren't you the one looking for us? You really expect us to sit and twiddle our thumbs while you catch up with your friends?
It's really interesting how these guys are really demanding of the person that is in debt to them and of the person that they're in debt to. Yeah, that's not gonna end well for you, buddy.
Listen to me, boy. If you want Chamora, fine. Why don't you come and take it?
You really don't want to issue a challenge to him. You really don't.
Hey, I just said not to interrupt. Oh, by the way, Traveler, the last time I took Tonya and Tooser ice fishing, Tooser said,
Hey, that's way over the line. All right, boys, let's see who has to pay up now.
Okay, so you just tried to bully that woman into paying. And when this guy doesn't even bully you, but just asks you to be patient, you get mad and try to bully him violently? Dude, I hope you get severely injured.
Can you at least let me finish one sentence? Fine. Though the bank told me not to get rough with our clients.
Actually, child, I may not like you very much, but I would happily ask you to step aside and I'll take care of this for you. Because I don't like this guy.
You're the ones who started it. This is an act of self-defense.
It's true.
You two will have to be my witnesses, okay?
God is my witness. Archon is my witness. Nahida is my witness, because Nahida. Go ahead, they're all yours.
I'm sure this won't take long.
It will not. Haha, nice.
Shouldn't let your guard down.
And we're done.
Oh, what's your deal, Brad? How are you so strong if you're just a staffer from Snezhnaya's Northland Bank? Wait, don't tell me you're...
Yeah, he's a harbinger, buddy.
Oh, now you notice. It's a little late, don't you think? Just make sure you understand that you don't mess with Northland Bank. Got it? Huh?
Interesting.
Now's my chance!
He'll beat your ass physically. He's no pushover. He doesn't need his vision to punch a
that was weird.
Random ass motherfucker. This is interesting. So I wonder if that has to do with the fact that he's in the nation of Hydro. And he's Hydro. You feeling alright?
I'm not sure. It's as if I suddenly lost control of my hydro powers when I needed them. Maybe there's something wrong with my vision?
I love how they were scurrying off in the distance. Good staging.
Strange. How could that happen? First time Paimon's ever heard of someone losing control of their vision.
Very interesting.
Never mind. It doesn't matter. If I want to stay sharp, I shouldn't be relying too much on my vision anyway. Besides, I always have my delusion in case I need it.
Yeah, don't use it too often, especially because, you know, the theory is that visions help you... The theory is that visions help you not suffer from using the delusion as much, and if your vision's on the fritz...
So what are you doing in Fontaine, child? I don't see its work for Northland Bank.
Well, I guess it's because I've been in a bad mood lately.
Yeah?
Huh? What kind of reason is that? Wait, since when do you feel down about anything?
I mean, I don't think that's a fair assumption, Paimon. Like, dude likes fighting, but we have no idea how he feels about life when he's not fighting.
I don't know. Maybe I still have a lot to learn about myself. But recently, there seems to be some sort of restless power stirring inside of me. And I don't know why, but every now and then I feel like I'm in a terrible mood.
I'm thinking back to how Kokomi was during the event. Which, there was some of that stuff that didn't feel like it was fully explained.
Maybe you losing control of your vision just now is connected with that power you're feeling inside.
That is a possibility.
Have any idea where it came from?
I can't remember if I ever mentioned it before, but when I was 14, I fell into some unknown abyss.
Oh, so what you're talking about is the Vow Legacy transformation.
It was during that time I learned nearly all of my abilities. The one who took me under her wing and taught me was named Skirk.
I remember people saying they hoped Skirk might come up here. I forget what the justification was for wanting it. Like, there was some lore connections that suggested it might happen. I have to go digging for that.
She was always quiet and very mysterious. Nobody knew where she came from or what she had been through, and she was always very strict when teaching me combat techniques. One time, I asked her why she was willing to take me on as an apprentice. From what I could make of her answer, it was because I had awakened it, and traces of it remained on me. She said that all my combat training would be useful in the future.
Huh. The only other time it has been used in quotations, and that doesn't necessarily mean they're connected, but the only other time I can think of it being used in quotations in the game is when Dainsleif was questioning how Halfdan had maintained a semblance of self/consciousness without it. I don't know if this is the same it. I don't want to speculate as if it is. Interesting.
But what is it?
Exactly.
What did you awaken?
She never explained that. But my guess is that it's related to a dream I saw when I had just fallen into that abyss.
Dream.
In my dream, I was in the deepest depths of the sea, and the boundless seabed was all around me. But in front of me appeared a whale that was so massive, I felt like I couldn't breathe.
A whale? Oh, that sounds familiar! When we fought against you before, you summoned a huge whale that seemed to leap at us. Is that the one?
That was a narwhal.
That's just an abstract form of a whale that I create using my elemental powers. It takes that shape because the scene I dreamt of the whale has always been stuck in my mind. I'll never forget it.
So you used the whale as inspiration for one of your moves? Huh. Seems a little twisted to Paimon.
I figured this would be obvious that the power inside him is connected to the incident in the abyss, but okay.
So why don't you just go ask your master? Maybe she knows the answer.
Who the fuck knows where Skirk is?
You make it sound so easy. Ever since the incident I experienced there, I've never stopped searching for Master Skirk and that unknown abyss.
I can show you. It's right off the coast of Mondstadt.
But it's been years now, and I've still found nothing. There isn't even a trace of the place where I remember falling into the abyss.
Oh, it sounds like some kind of ghost story.
Which does remind me of how the entrance, like in Caribert, how the entrance to that space where the sinner was is not, like, going that way does not lead there normally. It was an entrance that appeared spontaneously and eventually went away.
Yeah, I'm out of leads at this point, but there's nothing more I can do. It seems that strange encounters in this world tend to be elusive like that.
It's almost like the lines of realities blurred and they were overlapped and or some shit.
Seems the time really flies when I'm talking with you. I just remembered I have somewhere else I need to be, so I should get going.
What? More work for the Northland Bank?
No, it's more of a personal appointment. Lately, I've been sparring with some of Fontaine's official champion duelists whenever I'm feeling bored.
Chlorind.
Official champion duelists? You mean it's their job to duel?
Yep. In Fontaine, before a criminal goes to court, they're given one chance to defend their honor by requesting a duel with an official champion duelist. The champion duelists are all-powerful fighters selected from among the nation's best. And the duel itself is a no-holds-barred fight with no specified stopping point. So engaging in such a duel is regarded as a symbol of defending your honor. If a criminal manages to win the duel, they'll be acquitted. But if they lose, they'll have no choice but to stand trial. And the worst-case scenario is that you're simply killed in the duel. Though it's rumored that Fontaine has a death penalty, from what I can tell, no one has ever been officially sentenced to death.
Interesting.
So really, the only people who opt to duel are those who have suffered a grave injustice in being accused, or those who greatly value their honor. Otherwise, why gamble with your life?
Indeed.
So, do many people actually get out of their trials by winning the duel?
It's probably rare.
Apparently, it's exceedingly rare for anyone to actually win. Fontaine probably enacted this system as a way to show that the nation respects the honor of its citizens. Besides, none of the champion duelists are to be trifled with, which is exactly why I was itching to face them as soon as I got to Fontaine. Apparently, the one I'm meeting today, Clorend, is the strongest of the champion duelists. I had been asking her for some time before she finally agreed to face me today.
Well, that's child for ya. Paimon feels like we heard that name somewhere before. Clorand.
When we met the Hydro Archon, she was there.
Oh, before I forget, I want you to have this.
What?
Huh? Your vision? You're seriously just giving it away?
I'm just worried that it could become uncontrollable again. I'd be pretty upset if it got in the way of my duel, so I think I'll be better off without it for now.
My dude really does have death flags. I don't know if I buy that Hoya would have the balls to do it, or if this game is willing to do that, but definitely got death flags.
Besides, I just need you to hold on to it for a short while. I'll come retrieve it when I have some time later.
Man, I'm interested. I'm curious.
Paimon knows what you're up to. You just want an excuse to come talk to us again, don't you?
No, I think he's actually serious, but, you know, at the same time.
Whatever gave you that idea? I'll be in touch later.
Peace.
That sneaky guy. He said he's been feeling down lately, but he seemed the same as ever to Paimon.
Very suspicious.
Well, since we don't have much to do for now, we might as well walk around and see the city before Lenny's performance. Wow! Who could have seen that coming? The reporter who was barely around for most of the story was the murderer all along!
Hey, don't blurt it out, Paimon.
Sorry. Paimon was just surprised, that's all. Paimon never saw that twist coming. The murder mystery novels here are amazing!
Never thought I'd see the day when Paimon would enjoy reading. Do you have any idea how long we were loitering here? I like both of these.
The whodunits here in Fontaine are a lot different than the light novels you see from Yai Publishing House. Both have their merits, but Paimon thinks this style of novels are more, well, novel. It's so exciting to reach the moment when the mystery is uncovered, especially in the one Paimon was just reading. You should buy a copy and read it too.
Alpaca. Half expected Yai to walk up behind her. That is funny. Man, wouldn't that be something? It'd be weird. Like, it wouldn't make sense, but wouldn't that be something? Give me 1 second. I need to check on one thing real quick. There's something I need to do by a certain time, and I need to make sure that the time in my head is in my time zone, not a different time zone. What did you say, little one? Yep. That's Yai for you. Aha! It was a different time zone. Let me see if I can push it back a bit. One sec. Sorry for the delay. Please don't leave. Oh wait, do I have to? Oh no, I still will need to today. Shit. Okay. I'm probably going to keep streaming today, but I may have to take like a 30-minute break shortly, which sucks because that means people will leave. But that, or I can just put the stream on a BRB screen for a bit for those who are lurking and not paying attention. Anyway, you already spoiled who the murderer is, Paimon.
Oh, sorry about that. Paimon will be more careful next time. Hey, shouldn't we be heading to the Opera House to see Linny's performance soon? It's almost time for the show to start, so we should get going. Linny's stuff at the Opera House is on Aranias, so let's go ride the Aquabus.
We will do that. I'm going to go ahead and actually do that thing right now. I'm going to give myself 30 minutes, but I will be back as soon as it's done. Give me one sec here. I'm going to say be back at colon 30 because that should work no matter what time zone you're in. Okay, sorry I'm taking this break. I'll be back as soon as I'm done. But thank you for being here. And hopefully I'll see you when I get back. Hello, hello, hello. I have returned just a few minutes early. Thank you for patience for anyone who is still here. And hello to anyone who may have arrived while I was gone. I just had to take care of something timely. I did not have a lot of time left to take care of it. So, all right, I'm just making sure the sound's still working. Okay, so looks like I have an expedition award available. Now I have been told to take the omnibus over here. I could technically take the teleporter because I've already been over there, but I did it via diving. I'm going to take the omnibus because I'd like to ride one for once. But first, I'm going back to Inazuma. Inazuma is my home. Like I prefer the Adventurers Guild location in Inazuma. Everything is most conveniently placed, in my opinion. Not perfect. The biggest complaint, and maybe my only complaint, is the stupid cooking pot. Oh. Okay then, new expeditions. The cooking pot being next to the sign is the worst thing in the world, and also the fact that you can easily step on this thing and kill yourself. I have actually stood by this and had to walk away from the game for a minute, and I have killed myself with that pot. It is so dumb. But anyway, so yeah. Other than that, I mean, everything is where like right here. You walk forward from the teleporter, and you've got Catherine here. You've got the crafting table right there. Everything is extremely close together. And, you know, I don't think that there's a place where the blacksmith is particularly close. But at least it's like right there and you can fly over. So, you know, everyone has a preference, but I never really liked Sumeru as a location to chill in, just because there's the winding path to get to stuff. I'm just not a fan. But it is what it is. Okay, but with that said, let's head back to Fontaine. Also, what is available? What is it that's available? Are you telling me that there's a world quest available? I'm always a little hesitant to start world quests because, you know, it could gunk up the works. I will start you once I'm done with this patch's Archon quests. Right, so if I'm headed to Fountain, I wish the lines were labeled on here. I really do. Wow, the lift's actually physically at locations and takes the appropriate amount of time to arrive, rather than just spawning behind it.
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of constant motion.
That's impressive.
I stand before it, alone and unchanging.
It's kind of annoying, but I appreciate the consistency. Okay, so there are two lines. besides the one that we're on. There's one that goes that way. There's one that goes that way. It seems to me as though this one is probably running lower because I can't see it on the map. So I'm going to assume that we're taking the Navia line. Yes, indeed we are. All right. Hello. Elfane? Elfane? Elfan? I guess I gotta talk to you first, huh? How do? I do pretty good. So, where are we? This aquabus is bound for Aaron. I forgot how they said it already. Aranese? Fountain of Lucine, the Opera Epiclis. Epiclis. Opera Epiclis. All of these are the same, aren't they? Melusines are a young race born in Fontaine. Many differences between them and humanity. One secret that we can share with you, passenger. We are similar to humans in one way. Each of us has a different personality. Some of us like chatting, some don't. I get the feeling that you're one of the ones who don't. Yeah.
Welcome to the Navia line. I am Elfan.
Elfan.
The boat will be departing imminently. Please do not stick your head, hands, or other body parts outside the boat. The aquabus operator is not responsible for any accidents or injuries resulting from doing so.
You sound like Qingxue.
Also, please remember to buy the Steambird, though I don't read it myself. The destination of the current tour is Aranese. Points of interest worth visiting include the Fountain of Lucine and the Opera Epiclis. If you look to the left in the direction we are currently traveling, you will see the famous Fontaine Research Institute up in the sky.
Oh.
An experiment gone wrong turned new sightseeing opportunity. Human ingenuity truly is a wondrous thing. Approaching our final destination. Please be sure to bring all your personal belongings with you as you disembark. Even though I will take any forgotten items to the lost and found, the paperwork is rather annoying, as Melusine hands are not suitable for grasping pens. Please be careful when disembarking. It has been my honor to be your tour guide this trip. Thank you.
You're welcome. Welcome to Fontaine. Potato. Interesting how the Navia line is the one that comes to the court. Isn't force majeure... No, that's eminent domain. What is force majeure? Oh, an act of God kind of thing. Unforeseen. The callous line, huh? Which one was the callous line? Was it this? I think it's this. Ah, yeah, because it could have gone that direction, but it looks like it broke off. Well, that's unfortunate. Man, what a pretty place.
I see everything.
Gotcha, bitch. Huh? Oh, because of the event. That's nice, actually. I appreciate the fact that the event will actually notify you of harvestable things. Makes it much easier to find the things you need to level your characters. You're telling me, though, after I've already found some, though. I wonder if I have to collect an order to get... Hold on. I think it might be. I think I may actually have to collect the materials in order to get the advice to Dolga. Is that the first one in another page? It is. Well, that's a bummer. Well, it is what it is. I guess I'm already here. I might as well harvest, right?
Everyone hold hands.
Oh, I completed the quest. Cool. And the next one is over here? Oh, cool. Well, that's where I'm headed. Back to the station. Little detour into nature. Ooh, what do I have in here? Oh, right. Mining items. Yoink. Oh, 1 second. Gotta answer a phone call.
Inactivity serves no purpose whatsoever.
All right, I think we're out of distractions at this point. Sorry about that. All right. I am now locked in and ready to go. Hello to anyone who is here and watching. I appreciate you being here. All right, so it's apparently time to go watch Linny perform some magic. What is this? Not the rainbow. What is this? I am curious. Am I gonna get distracted? Maybe. Woo! Where's this gonna take me? Oh, that's cool. That's neat. Okay. Now, do I want to fly over there? Do I just want to skip over the walk? I guess I can do that for now, especially because I've already been over here. Ahoy! Oh, wait. Oh, right, I want to swap that with a different gadget. I don't usually use that, but I needed it for the co-op stuff we were doing. Where's the feather fan? Here's the feather fan. Let's go! That is a big chair. Oh, is that where they normally sit? Is that what that's supposed to represent? Oh, there's 3 chairs. I'll have to come back and see if there's anything to look at over there about that. Alright, time for a show. Actually, before that, I'm going to harvest some roses.
I see everything.
Nice.
Hey!
Real quick, I'm just curious. The next thing that I want, the next thing it's going to mark for me is something that I want. It's over here. Okay, that explains a lot. So I'll go look for that later.
I can't wait to see how this turns out.
Whoa! Now this is fancy! The Opera Epiclese. What a place to hold a performance! No wonder Linny and Lynette were looking forward to it.
Also apparently capable of turning night into day instantaneously.
Huh. Looks like there's a lot of people standing around the fountain up ahead.
O Archon, please bless us with a bright and healthy child. We pray.
I don't know why you always feel the need to ask so much. I'll be happy as long as our child is healthy and lives a peaceful life.
I guess if they're our kid, then there's no doubt they'll turn out smart.
Maybe this is one of the customs in Fontaine. There sure are a lot of couples here.
I got nothing.
Vache.
That is a voice in my head. Why is there a voice in my head?
What's wrong?
Vache. Vache.
Is that a name or is that a word? Man, can people stop talking directly into my brain?
No, Paimon didn't say anything. Are you hearing things?
Yeah. It's not the first time.
Welcome to the Fountain of Lucine. All the water flowing through Fontaine converges here. It's customary for newlyweds to come here and wish for children.
Apparently, the word vache in French means cowherd. I'm going to look up the definition of that word to make sure it means what I think it means. No, not a person. The word. Okay, never mind. Definition, please. What was that just fell? A person who tends to grazing cattle. Okay. I don't know what fell. So, vache, as a word, is referring to Someone who tends to grazing cattle. Interesting. That may or may not mean something in this context. Well, if there was a water spirit, if all the water flows here, that would make sense.
Lynette, you scared Paimon.
That we would have heard.
When did you get here?
Water spirit. I think it might be the entity in the Oratrice, which I think is the Hydro Dragon, but we'll see.
Lenny asked me to wait here for you, remember?
Right.
I seem to hear a faint voice just now.
What do you mean? There are a lot of people here right now.
It seemed as if the voice was coming from the fountain.
Hey, you're not trying to scare Paimon, are you? Besides, it's the middle of the day. It's not the time for eerie things.
I see. I might be able to tell you something that could help explain the voice you heard. In fact, you might not be imagining things at all. I suspect that what you heard is a result of your hypersensitivity to the hydro element. Others in my family have had similar experiences.
It's because of her sensitivity to the hydro element? But what would hearing a voice have to do with elemental power?
When do you cry, Paimon?
Interesting question.
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
Hydro characters are emotional.
Just answer me. When do you cry?
When Paimon's really sad? Oh, and when Paimon's super happy. Oh, and also when Paimon's really, really scared.
Indeed. When your emotions are heightened.
Then you should understand that tears contain your most intense emotions. Like I just mentioned, the Fountain of Lucine is where all the flowing water in Fontaine converges. Even the tears that fall to the ground will eventually gather here.
Fascinating.
So maybe what you heard was the intense emotion coming from someone's tears.
That is interesting. I'm not sure whether I buy it, though.
So, what did the voice say?
Okay, so in this case, it seemed to be calling out someone's name.
If you were hearing their emotions, then Paimon wonders what happened to them.
Rather than worrying about them, we should worry about my brother first. Don't let that calm look of his fool you. He tends to get pretty nervous just before a performance. So chatting with Lenny might help him relax a little before he goes on stage.
Oh, right. That makes sense. Let's go in and see Lenny.
Let's go see the little sussy boy, shall we? Yes, I heard this is where the sigils go. I don't think I have any. But every single thing that we've... You can throw hydro sigils you obtain across Fontaine into the fountain outside of the... Okay. What's been interesting is that every single entity that we have given sigils to that wasn't a shop, like Mondstadt and Liyue, has been a sort of a spiritual entity of some sort. You know, the sacred sakura was planted to cleanse Inazuma and was the product of Makoto and potentially Easteroth. And the Tree of Dreams, I believe, is the Ashvatth's tree of the new Vanarana. So I wonder if there is a spirit in this fountain. I have no sigils for you, I'm sorry. I wish they just showed you all the rewards ahead of time. I really do. Because you can go look it up online. It's not like it's a secret. Well, I guess it's a secret until people actually go and do it. And there is a limit to what you can do at any given time. So if there's any more information than that online, it's data mined. But, you know. At least show me everything I can acquire right now, right? I wonder if this bulletin board says the same stuff as the one elsewhere. Ah, it's just for the opera. Let's go ahead. Attendees must pick up their tickets after reserving them before entering the opera Epiclese. All seating is assigned, and all audience members must sit in the seat designated on their reserved tickets. After being seated, please follow all relevant rules and etiquette. Award ceremony. The Laverite Prize. Laverite. Man, I don't know if my French is so rusty. Intro. The Laverite Prize, organized by the Steambird and the most prestigious and famous media award in all of Tevat, is used to recognize and commemorate the greatest individual and collective achievements in media, including newspapers, magazines, journals, and other media fields. At Lady Farina's insistence, Lady Farina has been specially invited as a guest of honor, and will personally award the prizes to the winners. Don't miss it. In accordance with the relevant laws and regulations, and to ensure the best viewing experience for all audience members, no outside food is permitted within the Opera Epiclese. God, it's so real. Visitors in violation of the rules will be expelled and punished by the Maison Gardiennage. Gardiennage? I should really have like a TTS open to help me with all this, because it's never gonna stop. I'm just gonna need to keep doing it. Hold on. I'm actually just gonna do that. Hold on. Yeah. Maison Gardiennage. I got it. Let's go. In accordance with the law. Serious offenses will be prosecuted, brought to trial, and the offender sentenced in accordance with the law. Anything else? Public trial performance. Public trial against Horler for a series of criminal acts disrupting the public order and other crimes. Intro. The subject of this public trial is Horler, currently self-employed. He is accused of challenging the authority of the Maison Gardiennage and impersonating the Maison Gardiennage to enforce the law. The investigation discovered that the defendant was not guilty of violating the usage agreements for advertisement boards. However, the accused confessed to criminal behavior, including illegal performances in Maritime Harbor, impersonating reception personnel from the Fontaine Research Institute, among other crimes. The final verdict, the Eudex and the Oratrice Mécanique done. Okay, I want to get this second half correct. Hold on. Give me a sec. D'analyse. Cardinal. Right? Yeah. Oratrice Mécanique d'analyse Cardinal. I really should, like, it doesn't sound right unless I'm actually trying to pronounce things with a French accent. Shit. My French is rusty. Anyway, the defendant is guilty of multiple crimes and will be sent to the fortress of Meropide? We're doing it again. Meropide. To serve his sentence. Anything new? There's a lot of information on this board. I did not expect that. Stage play: the death of Aurelius. That name sounds familiar. As the black day draws near, Aurelius fell. Aurelius fell, and the whole world trembled. The third and final part of the Aurelius trilogy of plays based upon the epic legend, the Saga of Aurelius. Go back to the final moments of a hero's life and witness the dying light of an ancient empire. Am I going to be able to find that book somewhere? More public performance. Public trial against the serial burglars of the court of Fontaine. This subjects... that's a typo. The subjects of this collective trial concerns two members of a gang of burglars. The Maison Gardiennage accuses the aforementioned gang of being related to multiple burglaries within the court of Fontaine, as well as being suspected of the crime of impersonating others. The investigation discovered that the gang was responsible for a string of burglaries at various locations throughout Fontaine. The two thieves were unable to decide how to split their spoils and finally decided to use a duel to settle the matter. In light of the risk of conducting a private duel and worried about their identities becoming known to the authorities, the two gang members chose to appropriate the identities of others to apply for their duel. The Maison Gardiennage discovered that the identities they chose to use were those of prisoners currently serving sentences within the fortress of Meropide. The two suspects were arrested and questioned, and during the course of the questioning, their other criminal activity was uncovered. The final verdict. Just going to say that they judge that the two defendants are guilty of multiple counts of the crime of burglary and will be sent to the fortress of Meropide to serve their sentences. Huzzah. Oh my god. The reason why I'm just going to do it all now is because I don't want to have to come back and sit through the rest of it later. Because I'll have to go through all the same shit again, I bet. Concert. Maroussi Village Nights, performed by the Melusine Philharmonic Orchestra. Performance pieces: Epic of Elinus, Excerpts, Ode to Judges, Excerpts. Did I say Elinus right? Elinas. It might not even be French. The Melusine Philharmonic Orchestra is a renowned Fontainian orchestra. It is especially notable for being entirely composed of Melusine musicians. You don't say. You never would have guessed from the name. The pieces for this performance will be broadly divided into two sections. The first half will feature excerpts from the opera Epic of Elinus, while the second will be a hymn sung by the chorus. Objection! Why does this performance include no hymn to the Archon? We must strongly protest this. It is blasphemy and should be judged. Note, in accordance with a special request from a certain member of the audience, the entirety of Farina's Benevolence has been added to the set list. Please do not leave the venue prior to the end of the show. Alrighty then. In accordance with the relevant laws and regulations, visitors must be properly dressed when entering the Opera Epiclese. Should your attire not meet the prescribed standards, staff members have the right to refuse entrance. Magic Show, Great Magician's Night of Fantasy, starring Linny. Hey, we have finally gotten to the main event today. Intro, a magical magic show performance by the great magician Linny, bringing you a night of miracles and fantasy. A brand new water tank escape trick will be debuting, so don't miss it. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. Something tells me that's not going to go well. Do I have... Okay, no, that's fine. Probably the end. Yep. We have looped. Alrighty. Well, now we may continue. I'll come back to talk to you later. I assume I can't read your mind. Yeah, we're not in fun. We're not in Sumerum anymore.
Traveler and Paimon, good to see you. I knew you two would come.
Are you kidding? We wouldn't miss it for the world. We've been looking forward to it.
I can tell, judging by how early you've arrived. But you're actually right on time. The audience still hasn't started entering the venue yet, which means now is the perfect chance for us to take you to the best seats in the house. Wait just a moment. I'll fetch the tickets.
Oh, yeah. Gonna put us right where you want us.
The Opera House has assigned seating, so you always have to make reservations. I've already reserved your seats, and here are your tickets.
Ooh, front row seats! Thanks, Lenny!
Front row, huh?
Don't mention it. There's no need to keep thanking me.
For real. Don't thank him. Because this ain't a generosity. This ain't a
Hey,
kindness.
Lenny! Could you come over here and take a look at this?
Oh, I'll be right there. Seems there's an issue with the stage props over there. That's Cal, my assistant, calling me. I'll go lend him a hand.
Best get busy with your shenanigans.
Yeah, we'll just go to our seats. You go ahead, Lenny.
Before we do that, cute. Okay, so these are floor seats, front row, obviously. So, also upstairs, what be up here? Nice. Very nice. And I can sit in any one of these chairs. Box seats. Very nice. Quite magnificent indeed. Wait a second. Wait a second. I think I see a nouvelette. You, sir, are gonna have to wait. I want to go check out those scales. Wait, that's gonna be really fucking funny if the Hydra Dragon is inside of the Ortrice and the scales is the Ortrice because it's the scales of justice. Oh my god. Please. Let that pun be real. Stage left. Any books to pick up? Any collectibles? Or is it just the green room? It's quite green, to be fair. Alright, Nouvelette. Let's have a chat, shall we?
Oh, these should be our seats. Come on, let's sit down.
Silence fills the empty grave. You should say hello. For real. Just say hi, guys. Just say hello. Don't make it awkward. Just say hi.
Hey, Traveler. Maybe we should strike up a conversation with the person next to us. Since we're sitting together and the rest of the place is practically empty still. It's kinda awkward if we don't say anything.
Don't you always say all the lines?
You little... Of course you put this on Paimon.
Excuse me, I did not realize you felt awkward. I am terribly sorry.
It's not your fault.
I would be perfectly happy to chat with you if that is what you would like.
Oh, so you heard all of that, did ya? Boy, you sure have good ears. Paimon thought she was keeping her voice down.
I don't think you can keep your voice down.
Wait, that's not it. Paimon's sorry. Paimon's the one who was being rude, talking under her breath like that. So let's talk, but, what should we talk about?
You know, for the fact that we travel the world and talk to strangers all the time, this is fucking weird.
Oh, Paimon's got it. You're also here early and sitting in the front. Are you a friend of Linny's too?
Good job. Good opener.
A friend, you say? Well, if Mr. Linney would like to be my friend, I would be more than happy to reciprocate.
Oh, so you're not friends with Linny then? Oh, this is getting more awkward by the second. Paimon nearly forgot to make her introduction. Nice to meet you. Paimon is Paimon, and this is the Traveler. We just arrived in Fontaine.
It is an honor to meet you two. I have heard of your deeds across Tevat. And as required by proper etiquette, I will also introduce myself. I am...
Oh, Monsieur Nervillet. What an honor it is to have you here to see my show.
Nervillet, huh? There's an R in there.
Ah, Mr. Linney. I should say it is in fact an honor for me to see your performance in person.
Wait, Nervillet? Could he be...
Not really an R, but... Nervillet. Nervillet.
I saw you all chatting just now, but it seems you still don't know who Monsieur Nervillet is.
Well, he was getting to that.
Allow me to introduce you to Fontaine's Chief Justice. That seat is always reserved for him. It wouldn't be too much to say that he's the symbol of justice and honesty here in Fontaine.
How true is that, though?
Whoa! Sorry for being so rude just now. Paimon had no idea you were such an important person.
That really shouldn't change how you treat people. Come on, Paimon. Get your shit together.
No offense taken. Being Chief Justice is merely what I do for work. Nearly every person has their usual reserved seat, so I'm not so special, really. And by the way, I should probably let you know, even though I would prefer not to, there's someone sitting up there in the VIP seats that has been striking a pose for quite a while now.
Oh, damn, I wish I had looked up there to see if she was actually there the whole time. Damn it, because I knew that's where she was, where she should be. I just didn't think to check.
I believe she is trying to give you a most elegant and impressive first impression.
I don't think it's working. It's not working.
So I think you should take notice of her sooner rather than later. Otherwise, she may become flustered.
Appease the petulant child, please. I don't want to have to deal with her. I translated for him. God. You're official, but not cool. You're the not cool official.
Huh? Oh, it's Farina, the Hydro Archon. Huh. She sure has a smug and satisfied look on her face. Guess she has no idea that you saw right through her act.
I don't think she cares.
Very good. That is for the best. No need to pay her any more attention. We may now enjoy the show.
Huh? So is this what things are like between the Chief Justice and the Hydro Archon?
All right, please wait just a moment longer. I've pretty much finished my preparations, and the performance will start as soon as the audience has made their way to their seats.
Yay! The show's finally about to start! Paimon can hardly wait! Paimon's never seen a real live magic show before!
Something just occurred to me. Stick with me on this. Maybe I'm misremembering some things, so this might not be airtight. But The Archons get their power from belief. And the Oratrice gets its power from people's belief in justice. In Fontaine, justice is conflated with these spectacles. But that does keep the people interested. Therefore, it keeps their belief in justice. Even if it's bastardized justice, it keeps their focus on that idea, therefore granting the power. Well, what were to happen if people felt that there was no justice, that things weren't just? Well, you'd lose that power, wouldn't you? What if things aren't just? I mean, first of all, we see the class divide starting to potentially appear a little bit, and that's one form of injustice. But I'm also wondering if, like, people were to discover more truths about Teyvat as a place and the injustice of its existence, perhaps. Which is why potentially Farina bows to them, essentially. Questions. Just speculation on my part, but, you know, not even relevant to exactly what's going on, but it just appeared in my head.
They're dimming the lights. The show must be starting. Sorry. Paimon will try to stay quiet.
I will observe.
Welcome, one and all, to the Opera Epiclese. I am the star of today's show, Linny. And over here is my sister, Lynette, who will be working as my wonderful assistant. Please, let's give her a warm welcome.
Hello, everyone.
I know she may seem to be a little sleepy right now, but that's just a sign that she's nervous.
Whatever.
Now, some of you may be thinking, two vision holders who can freely manipulate elemental powers performing magic is not true magic at all. So, I would like to take a moment to assure you that elemental powers will have nothing to do with what you will witness on the stage today. Both Lynette and myself have removed our visions for the show. That way, even the gods won't be able to help us.
Ah, but Linny, you have a delusion, don't you?
The show real magic.
Now, without further ado, let the show begin. Lynette will now exit the stage to make some preparations. I know you might miss her, but don't worry. She'll be coming right back on stage momentarily. Perhaps in an unexpected way. I'm sure she'll be stealing the spotlight soon enough. Oh, and before I forget, there's one more thing I should say. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. A magician's greatest skill is making things disappear or appear. The possibilities are endless.
Let's see what happens.
Huh? But this isn't what you came for. These little tricks, you've seen them all before. So it's time for something truly extraordinary, don't you think? This one's a little tricky. Using this water tank, I shall make my sister vanish completely, right before your very eyes. It's actually quite simple. She'll just turn into air bubbles and float right out of the top. Oh no! I told them to check all the props carefully. With the lid on, even air can't escape. An amateur magician would be getting very nervous right around now. Luckily, it's me on stage, so let me show you what a true virtuoso can do. Lynette, are you still there? Don't go too far. We don't want to use up all our magic.
Hi, I'm back.
Uh-huh.
Well done, but how?
Whoa! What in the world just happened? How did he do that? Hyman didn't seem to do anything. Wasn't Lynette inside the water tank? How did she disappear and then reappear out of nowhere?
Well, it's all in the prop, for sure.
If we could see easily through his tricks, then that would mean that his skills are still lacking. To appreciate magic, you should focus on the show happening on stage, rather than getting caught up in trying to see that which has been intentionally hidden.
Guess you're right. Hyman couldn't believe her eyes when Lynette reappeared. Amazing!
Thank you everyone. I'm glad you enjoyed that performance. But our magical journey has only just begun. I've prepared even more astonishing surprises for everyone here. The magic of transformation and disappearance can go far beyond what you've just seen.
Oh?
I'm sure many of you are thinking that escaping the water tank was impressive enough. But Lynette is still my assistant after all. In which case, I have ample time to make all necessary preparations.
Why do you sound so devious?
So, for my next trick, I will require the participation of one lucky audience member. Please, if my assistants could bring out the magical boxes now. There are 2 boxes, and only 2 boxes. One is here, and one is there in the aisle among the audience. I'm sure many of our clever audience members have already guessed our next magic trick. A swap! Our lucky audience member and I will each enter a magic box. After 1 minute, we will each emerge from the opposite box. Now please, everyone pay very close attention to the box you see here. Don't give me any chance to make a move.
Is there something underneath the stage?
Hey, do you think this is all magic tricks, or does Lenny have actual superpowers?
Let's watch and see.
The lucky audience member will be generated by this random number selector. It selects numbers entirely at random. Even I don't know who will be chosen to participate. Now then, let's begin. Let me see. Oh, row 7, seat 3. Congratulations! You now have the chance to experience magic firsthand for an entire minute. Please, come forward. My assistant will take you beside the magic box. I'm sorry, it might be a little cramped inside, but no need to feel nervous. We've carefully arranged everything for you to be as comfortable as possible. You don't need to do anything, but no matter what strange things may happen, don't come out of the box. If the magic is interrupted, who knows where you might end up? You might even find yourself in the Fortress of Meropide.
Ley line manipulation?
Okay.
Because we can teleport.
All right. Before I enter the magic box, there is one more thing I need to ask the audience to do. Could you all give me a countdown? Like this. 60.
Or like the Abyssal
59.
Network?
58. Just keep counting down. You can go a little faster or slower if you like. I won't be able to see anything in the pitch black box, so I'll be relying on your voices to know when time is up. Oh, and no tricks now. If you quickly count from 60 in just 30 seconds, then I'll be in a tough spot.
Ooh! Paimon kinda wants to count faster after hearing him say that!
Yeah, with the whole crowd counting together, you couldn't even if you wanted to.
No, that won't do. I can see it in your eyes. You still can't be trusted. Let's practice together. Come on, repeat after me. 60, 59, 58.
60, 59, 58!
That's right, perfect. Keep it going. All right, I'll see you all on the other side once you've finished counting.
54, 53, 52?
Shut the fuck up, Paimon. You're going too
Why
fast.
aren't you counting, Nervalet?
I am counting in my head. I think things are exciting enough in here as it is. Merely a consequence of my identity and personality. Do not worry about me. Just enjoy the show.
Oh, alright. You look so serious that Paimon thought you might be feeling
Wonder if
uncomfortable or
he's
something.
involved.
40, 39, 38!
Mr. Linney, are you all right in there? Is everything ready?
Yes, I'm fine. I'm just double-checking the direction of the magic. It would be a disaster if we get sent to the wrong places. For example, mid-air right above the audience.
Even though he's saying that, Lenny doesn't seem nervous at all.
It's all part of the show.
What was that noise? Did you hear it too?
Maybe it was to divert our attention?
Not sure. Anyway, it doesn't seem like anyone's worried about it.
25! 24! 23!
What's wrong, Mr. Linney? I can still hear you moving in there.
I seem to have accidentally knocked over a decoration. I'm trying to fix it, but it's pitch black in here. I can't tell left from right.
Never mind the decorations. There's no time for that. The show is what's important.
No, that's unacceptable. I want my show to be perfect. Don't worry, we still have 20 seconds. Hear them counting?
19! 18! 17!
It seems things aren't quite going as planned. I apologize, everyone. It feels like you're all starting to count faster, but that's all right. I know it can be tiring to do such a long countdown. 10 seconds and change is still plenty of time.
10!
Almost there now. Whew. Swapping two people is harder work than you might think. Even a master magician like me can't guarantee I'll get it right the first time. Hey, wait! Is this the back one? I can't tell. They both look the same inside. Huh? Nope, that's not it. I'll try again.
7!
Hey, slow down! Honestly!
5! 4! 3!
Whoops! That doesn't count!
0!
Clever. Makes the timing, whole countdown thing completely irrelevant. Misdirect. Holy shit.
What happened?
Holy shit. Well, I wasn't expecting that. And that impact was really well done. What a cut.
Is this part of the show? Mr. Linney, You're going to use magic to fix the stage now, right?
What happened?
Oh no. Maybe this isn't part of the show. The girl was still in that box, right?
This performance is over. Medical staff with me. Guards, secure the scene and detain all the performers. Seal the exits. No one is allowed in or out at this time.
Yes, that's right. If this was just an accident, then we must investigate the cause. But if this was all part of some scheme, then those accountable will not escape the judgment of the God of Justice!
No need to be alarmed, you two. We'll get to the bottom of this soon enough. Unfortunately, the person who is in the magic box has been pronounced dead. His name was Cowell, one of the assistants in Linny's magic troupe.
Wasn't the volunteer a woman? Or am I misremembering?
Apparently, the fireworks on stage ignited the ropes that were suspending the water tank, which then caused the tank to fall onto the stage. As of now, we are still not sure why we found Cowell in the box, rather than the guest from the audience.
Oh, yes, right. Women who disappear. A clever way of hiding that this is a part of that by making it into an accident as part of a magic trick. Very, very clever.
And after an initial search of the area, the guards have confirmed that the girl is nowhere to be found. It appears that this incident was not merely some mishap with the performance. And there are many indications that it is connected with the case of the serial disappearances of young women.
Called it.
The serial disappearances case?
That's the case that Charlotte mentioned before!
And to pull it off like this in front of an audience, including the Archon and the Chief Justice. That is ballsy!
I know the truth. I can see through the whole thing. Really, using such a shallow and obvious mystery as his finale, did he really underestimate us that badly? I say that our powerful magician, Mr. Linney, is now the prime suspect for the serial disappearances case.
Huh? Why me? This whole thing was an accident.
No, this all occurred during your magic show, did it not? The missing girl disappeared after being chosen, did she not? The deceased is one of your assistants, is he not?
So, let's assume the Fatui are responsible for these serial disappearances. It is possible that they just burned him and made him a scapegoat.
Now that I think about it, that whole speech about magicians making things disappear was nothing more than a provocation, a bald-faced challenge.
That can't be right! How can Linny do this? He was in the box on the stage the entire time! We can even hear his voice! Besides, before the show, he told us that he would like to catch the criminal behind the disappearances! He couldn't possibly mean catching himself!
He's a suspect at most.
Save discussion for a later time, please. Lady Farina, may I assume that your comments just now constitute an accusation against Mr. Linney and his associates, and that you are pressing charges?
Huh? I just think that he... Well, I think it might be a little early to talk about formally pressing charges.
But what Lady Farina said just now makes perfect sense. Looks like she's gonna personally deliver justice.
A kidnapping and murder carried out under the cover of a magic show. Lady Farina said it all.
I mean, of course, my dear people. But what excites me even more than the obvious truth before our eyes is the opponent I'll be facing. That's right. I mean you, Traveler. You'll support Linny, won't you? After all, he was the one who helped you the first time we met.
Really? you're using this as an excuse to get back into that duel you wanted in the first place. I don't know if I trust Linny. I mean, I don't think he did this on purpose. I think he's being framed, but by the people I think he was working with.
Then there's no problem at all. You know, the Traveler and I already had a duel the first time we met. But with Linny's help, our little duel ended in a draw. But draws really are the most boring possible outcome. So, no more draws. Between the two of us, there must be a clear winner and loser. And what better place to hold such a riveting showdown and decide the true victor than here, on the grandest of stages, the Opera Epiclese.
Huh. It wasn't a draw. She obviously lost last time.
I understand. Charges have now been pressed, and as such, a trial is in order. Well, Traveler, seems Lady Farina has set you in her sights. But putting her dramatic rhetoric aside for a moment, I would like to ask you, are you willing to act as Mr. Linny's attorney and defend him in this case?
I guess I am.
Very well. The trial will be held a day from now in the Opera House. Both sides may investigate the scene to build their cases and search for the truth. Linny and his troupe are all potential suspects and shall remain within the Opera House. The audience may begin to leave in an orderly fashion once they have been cleared by the guards.
A day isn't that long. Let's see what kind of case this big shot outlander can build in such a short amount of time. I'm really quite looking forward to hearing it.
Sorry about everything that happened just now. Were you frightened?
Of course! Who wouldn't be scared after witnessing an accident like that?
Yeah, I'm a little shaken up myself. How could this happen? And poor Cal. I know you already claimed that you would defend me, but now it's just us talking. Tell me, do you think I could possibly be the murderer?
No, I don't think you did it.
Good to hear. Thank you so much for trusting me.
But unfortunately, I think the people who did do it are people that you were working with. So I think you are incidentally an accomplice.
I'm sure everyone sees me as the biggest suspect at this point. But if you ask me, the whole thing is mysteries layered upon mysteries, such that all that's left is confusion. I don't know whether what happened there on the stage was purely an accident or not. And I don't know why poor Cal was in the box. As for how that girl chosen from the audience could suddenly disappear, I'm afraid I don't have any answers either. If someone tampered with my performance, then we need to figure out what they did.
Well, the first step in that is, unfortunately for you, demystifying your trick for us. How is it supposed to work?
Even a skilled and knowledgeable magician like myself couldn't pull all that off in just 1 minute.
Which is precisely why we need to investigate. As this book says, the impossible could not have happened. Whatever happened must have been that which is possible.
Where did you get those glasses? And why are you quoting Sherlock Holmes?
Paimon bought them when we were reading at the bookshop in the city earlier. Pretty cool, huh?
It's fucking hilarious. Let's go.
Don't worry. Paimon used her own savings to buy them. It wasn't from our travel fund.
Where do you get money to save?
I think they look cute on you, Paimon.
You have good taste, Lynette.
That's the right attitude. Feeling depressed isn't going to help me now. I need to get back to my normal self. But with the guards watching our every move, it's going to be especially difficult for Lynette and I to prove our own innocence. Good thing you agreed to be our attorneys. Thanks for that. We'll be counting on you.
Yes, thank you so much.
I'm used to this sort of thing.
Yeah, just leave it to us. Oh, since we're we're going to start investigating, Paimon has a question first. Where did Lynette go during the performance?
Yeah, we need to demystify some of these magic tricks.
Ah, well, I'm afraid that would involve some of our essential trade secrets as magicians.
Listen, if you want our help, we need to know how these things work so we can determine what could have gone wrong.
The secrets behind our magic are past saving, Linny.
I suppose you're right. The truth behind our tricks is going to be important evidence that will be weighted during the trial.
That's also an interesting angle. If you use a magician's trade secrets, if you use a magician who is performing using their trade secrets as a murder, they can become potentially public information and ruin them and ruin their career. So if there was somebody who was trying to ruin Lenny's career, even if he managed to not get put in prison, he wouldn't be able to be a magician anymore, theoretically. So that's one angle.
'Tis truly a pity. As a magician, our magic show is a work of art. We've poured countless hours and spared no effort in perfecting it. But if revealing our secrets will help you uncover the truth behind what happened, then it will be well worth it.
Well, at a minimum, dude, like, you're telling us, we're not going to go be magicians, we're not going to use that information, and if what you tell us doesn't help with the case, we don't got to use it in court. So just start with us.
We should go somewhere else if we're going to discuss our magic tricks. We'll go speak with the guards, and in the meantime, you can go investigate the stage and the seating areas.
Let's go have a look while the investigation teams are still here. Detective Paimon is on the case!
Mustache and all.
Hello, officer. How's the investigation going?
We are Linny and Lynette's attorneys.
Ah, I see. You must be the traveler that Lady Farina mentioned. Listen, I'll be perfectly honest with you. I'd avoid getting mixed up in this whirlpool of a mess if I were you.
Huh? What do you mean?
Come with me and you'll see. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cowell. Even though he hadn't joined the troupe long, he was hardworking and everyone generally liked him. The assistants are usually in charge of setting up and inspecting the props, as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. As you probably saw when you were in the audience, the water tank suddenly fell and smashed the box with Cowell inside it.
Sorry to interrupt you, but I will be right back. All right, hello, I'm back. Sorry about that. So, we're going to resume the story in a sec. But I'm also just going to make a note for anyone who happens to be watching. In a little bit, I may pivot briefly to Honkai Impact 3rd, as I have not done my Abyss run for the section of the week yet, and it ends soonish. And I might just keep playing this for the rest of the day, so I need to break off and do that first. Okay, so dude's like, you don't want any part of this. You don't want any part of this. Here's why. Why was Cowell inside?
This is the real mystery. We've already searched the scene and were unable to find any traces of the girl. However, if you look carefully, the box was positioned directly under the water tank. The ropes holding the tank were then burned by the pyrotechnics on stage, causing them to snap.
So there
All
is
these factors lining up so perfectly makes it hard to see this as a mere accident.
So yeah, there is the question of, okay, why was the box and the I don't remember what word they used, but the container in the same position on stage? One could argue theoretically that the placement is due to an ideal positioning for the audience's ability to see. The house has seats across a spectrum. There's an angle of view, and you want everybody in the venue to be able to see the trick, which means it needs to be centered. In fact, these boxes are probably centered left-right. The question is, how centered forward or back do they need to be? And there's the question of, okay, well, what would you pick for a given trick? And it's possible that they just felt like, hey, this position is ideal. There's no reason not to use it twice. But who knows?
If anything, the more logical explanation is that the whole incident was intentionally planned, and Linny is the most likely person to have access to all these areas.
But he doesn't have a motive.
Are you both good friends of his?
Not good friends. We met like yesterday or today.
Well, you can't say we're good friends, but we've known each other for a little while.
So in just a short time, he was not only able to win your trust, but even convince you to act as his attorneys. I know there's no such thing as magic. The real trick of a magician is holding the audience in the palm of their hand.
He's not wrong.
I've seen a lot of cases, and I can tell you that people are the least reliable kind of evidence.
People can also be the most reliable evidence.
Sorry, I tend to be pretty straightforward. Just know that I'm warning you for your own good.
This case is probably not going to be one on, if it's one, it will probably not be one on being able to prove what happened, but prove that there was no reason for it to have been Linny.
Anyway, you may investigate the scene of the crime yourselves if you're curious. Who knows, maybe you'll be able to come up with some new evidence.
I mean, I'm just saying, probably ley lines. All right, we really Phoenix Wrighting it here. Let's go. Right into it. Act 1, Phoenix Wright. Didn't even pace it. Just right into it. I wonder if we're gonna have to do this more than once throughout the Archon quest. The investigation from the guards indicates that the fireworks launched at the tail end of the magic performance set the rope dangling the water tank alight, causing the tank to fall and kill Cowell, who was within it. It seems evident that Linny is the likeliest user of the prop to commit a crime. However, the reason for the victim being Cowell and the reason for the chosen lady's disappearance remain mysteries. The deceased is one of Linny's assistants, named Cowell. He was well trusted by all his colleagues. His job was setting up and inspecting the props as well as assisting with the show and keeping the crowd engaged. I'm going to guess I won't be able to leave. Yep.
Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand.
This is cute.
Whoever the murderer was, they must have made preparations well beforehand. Why would it be him? How strange.
So this is the dead body's location, the outline of their dead body. The broken magic box was left on the scene after the guards completed their investigation. Looking at it now, the water tank must have struck it really hard. Yeah, that impact was well timed. I'll talk to you in a second.
So this is the rope that broke and caused the water tank to fall. The rope looks pretty durable. How can it be burned through so quickly by fireworks?
Probably pre-weakened. Either Lenny didn't realize this was a safety concern, or...
Why are you suddenly so serious, Traveler?
I'm just looking at where the rope snapped.
Whoa. Look!
Ooh.
This bit is made from different material.
Interesting.
Most of it was burned away, but there's still a little bit of it left.
Seems to be flammable, like a type of flash cotton.
Huh. So if a rope meant to hold something was made with that kind of material in it, then that means...
The rope was explicitly designed to snap.
Wait, why don't you write all this down? Let's take notes.
Via ignition. So, not necessarily a smoking gun, but we should figure out who put the prop up there in the first place. If we can figure that out, perhaps, and they're still alive, perhaps we can ask them where they got the rope.
Go ahead, have a look around. In the end, we're both after the truth.
All right, all right, all right, all right. Yeah, I was gonna go talk to you anyway.
The investigation team has some new findings. Turns out there's an issue with the random number selector after all.
See, I told you. What if the machine picked some big guy's seat? You think the murderer would have still made his move then?
Yeah, that was deliberately... The person who was abducted was deliberately chosen.
Sorry to interrupt, but we're helping Linny and Lynette with their side of the investigation. What were you saying about the number selector? There's something wrong with it?
You're trying to help them? That'll be a tall order.
Listen, man. Listen. If you really cared about justice, you would want everybody...
Lenny used the machine to pick a random member of the audience during his performance, right? The lucky girl that later disappeared.
You would want everyone to have an opportunity to gather evidence and make a case. And you should never prejudge. If you don't have all the evidence, so how could you say that it'll be a tall order? You have no idea what kind of order it'll be.
Well, we thought there might be a serious problem with the machine, so we had it taken away for further inspection.
It turns out that the seat number it picked wasn't random at all. The machine picks that same number every time. I'm sure you already know that you have to make a reservation in advance to get a seat, regardless of whether it's a trial or some performance. In other words, Linny knew who would be sitting where from the very beginning.
Well, that's assuming he knew that it was a rigged machine.
That much checks out. Linny reserved our seats for us, too.
One sec. Yes, he did reserve our seats for us.
Bet you see why I was saying it'd be tough to make a case for Linny.
Even though it's bad for Linny's case, Paimon had better write it down.
Well, there is the question of who assigned them that seat? Was it assigned by, someone at the box office? Did they pick that seat? Did someone else pick that seat for them?
Oh, this location has also been cordoned off because the Magic Troop members are currently considered prime suspects. The investigation team is still collecting evidence. The seats were all booked in advance, so we were able to deduce the missing woman's identity by checking the guest list.
Could you tell us who she is?
Sure. It's not like this is confidential information. We will publish it later anyway when we petition the public to help us find the missing person. Her name is Halsey. She's a painter from Fontaine who's made a bit of a name for herself. Apparently, she wasn't a regular at the Opera House, but she'd been feeling some pressure with her work lately, which made her decide to come see the magic show. The Magic Troop members all claim not to know her. We have looked into her social connections. It seems that she has no personal grievances or conflicts of interest with the suspects. Simply put, she wasn't related to the Magic Troop at all, which matches the features of the previous serial disappearances.
Were the victims of previous cases also chosen at random?
That's how it seems to us, in any case. Apart from the fact that they were all young women of around the same age range, there really weren't any other connections between them.
I am curious. Did what? I may have glossed over this, but were all of the disappearances related to magic shows?
Okay then.
No need to be so formal. If you do happen to see the missing girl, please be sure to contact us. It is of utmost importance that we get to the bottom of these disappearances.
I need to read the book. Famous painter. Is there...
Why would it? Gosh. No wonder the serial disappearances never got solved.
She isn't known to have been entangled in quarrels with any of the members of Linny's magic troupe.
Whoever the murderer was, this rope was obviously tampered with. People needed to register and reserve a seat for the show. That, combined with this number selector, could allow you to pick a young lady instead of some old fogey.
Maybe I missed something, but the previous disappearances, I feel like there's some information on that entire series of events that I'm missing that would be really helpful to know.
If you do encounter Miss Halsey.
I see. I can't talk to you again. Cool.
I see that you're investigating the area. Well, it just so happens that I'm interested too. If you find any new and interesting leads, be sure to share them with me, all right?
Why should I?
We don't have too many thoughts yet.
Then why don't I tell you my hypothesis first? The way I see it. And I'll start it with that loud thud.
I'm not entirely sure I care about hypotheses because I want facts, I want evidence, I don't care what you think.
The thud? Oh, you mean the sound that happened during the countdown?
I guess any thoughts help, because, who knows if they're right.
Yes, exactly. It wasn't terribly loud, but I suspect that most people heard it.
Oh yeah, it was an impact, all right.
It's just
Against
that
an
everyone
impact.
was awaiting the results of Linny's trick with bated breath, so no one paid it much mind. But now that the incident has happened, the thud has become an important clue.
that makes sense. So, what do you make of it?
Oh, right, the thud. The, crap.
I'm of the opinion that it may have been the sound of Linny's accomplice. Lynette, perhaps. Jumping atop the water tank, or something like that. And when the pyrotechnics went off, she cut the rope, sending the water tank crashing down.
Well, we know that's not what happened.
But wasn't the noise we heard too loud for that?
Perhaps the balance wasn't right, leading to a particularly rough landing.
Yeah.
Oh, that's true. I suppose I must reconsider.
That does remind Paimon, though. What was with that sound?
You know, knowing how the trick worked would probably, like now, before talking to people, would probably help connect the dots better. How did he do it? I'm basically avoiding all the yellow markered ones until I absolutely have to. Which I think we are at that point. Oh, there's another thing up here. Let's talk to you. Oh, cool.
Lenny's still talking to the guards. It seems he'll have a lot of explaining to do. I think someone will be assigned to monitor us later, but that's alright. Lenny's still talking to the. I think someone. Lenny's still.
Oh, I guess I
talking
can't talk. I can't talk to them right now. Oh, I guess that is the talking. Okay.
Hey, you! Yes, both of you! Over here!
Hello!
I've been keeping an eye on you for a while now.
Hello, Miss Navia.
Huh? You mean us?
That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you're also among those who wish to cut down the thorns and pursue the truth. No? And by the looks of it, you're not from Fontaine.
Well, you're right on the mark about that one, but who are you?
Have you never heard of the Spina di Rosula? From mediating disputes and providing protection to solving conundrums, you name it, Spina di Rosula does it. And I, Navia, have the honor of being its renowned president. Though those who play by our rules call me boss.
I'm Silver, her attendant. Pleased to meet you.
And I'm Melus. Demoiselle's various daily needs and affairs are under my purview.
Huh? Boss? Demoiselle? What gives with the names?
Well, I am the second generation president. Melus and the others are still used to my previous title.
My apologies, Demoiselle. Should you prefer, boss, I will endeavor to use that instead.
No need. You don't have to call me boss. Just Navia is fine.
Okay, if you say so. Not that we're members of Spina di Rosula anyway.
All merely trifling details. Never mind. Now, back to the situation at hand. That's right. I've always kept an eye on the serial disappearance cases. My interest stems from a matter back from my father's time.
Please tell me more.
Judging from the look of things, I find Linny an unlikely mastermind.
Really? We think so too! That's why we're looking for clues now. But how did you come to that conclusion?
Intuition, naturally. My unparalleled intuition.
Okay.
Farina sure was quick to point the finger at Linny without any decisive evidence whatsoever, wasn't she?
Yeah, but that's Farina for you.
But that's not uncommon for her.
Exactly.
If you remember, the Justice had to interrupt her and ask if she was pressing charges just to keep her from getting carried away.
Indeed.
Anyway, a trial begins the moment someone levels charges. And, of course, there was no way Farina was going to back down in that situation.
Sounds more like you just don't trust the Hydro Archon.
Well, what's your opinion? I must admit that she can be interesting at times, but liking her doesn't mean that I'll blindly agree with her. All right, I've answered your question. Now, it's time you answer mine.
Wait a minute, did that answer count?
Well, I say it does. But don't worry, you won't hear any pointless questions from me. In your opinion, do you think it's right to treat a trial like it's an opera?
No, not at all.
Well?
And why would that be?
I do believe that something serious like a trial shouldn't be treated like entertainment. But that's a moralistic approach. More important than that is the fact that it makes it easy for truth to fall by the wayside. And that is much more important, practically speaking. Like, if you're seeking justice, that gets in the way of justice.
See, Silver and Malus? I told you they'd be different.
Most astute of you, demoiselle. I too think that the traveler's response was most excellent. No matter how wonderful the script or how fervent the audience's expectations may be, the trials that go on stage here must be based in fact. And if that can be done, boss, then...
All right, that's quite enough, Malus. Anyway, I like your answer. You passed with flying colors.
What is it that you're seeking as an ulterior motive? Is the fact that these trials are being treated flippantly suppressing something or hiding something that if trials were done properly would come to light? Interesting.
Now, I need to make some preparations, following which our joint investigation shall commence. You two shall be my assistants.
Wait! Since when did we become assistants?
We're the attorneys.
Oh, well, I can be the assistant, sure. Or your companion, if you like. I'm really not that fussy.
Partner.
That's more like it.
I think you're missing the point, Paimon.
Far be it from me to brag, but I believe that Demoiselle's intuition will be instrumental in uncovering the truth. You wish to save a friend from false accusations, and we wish to unravel the disappearances. In this sense, our goals are aligned.
Please tell me more about that.
You have a point. Huh. You're quite the talker, aren't you, mister? And what about you over there? What do you think? You seem like you've got something on your mind.
I have nothing to add.
Oh, alrighty then.
We'll be making some preparations first. Just be sure to let us know if they start revealing Lenny's tricks. Thanks!
Speaking of that, I think magic shows would be very popular in Poisson.
I can see that. Maybe I should try to learn some magic. If I could make things disappear, cleaning my room would be a cinch.
You need not worry about such things, demoiselle. That falls under my duties.
Very nice fit. Very nice fit.
Oh, right.
Oh, I like the shoes. Nice shoes. Good design, good design. Okay, so, continuing.
But no one can freely enter or exit the Opera House at the moment. If you wish to leave, you must register your identity with us first.
No, we're not leaving. We're representing Linny and Lynette as attorneys, so we're investigating the case. Were you always guarding this entrance?
Yes. After the Chief Justice gave the order, everyone coming in or out must undergo a strict inspection. So, the missing girl couldn't have left from here. At least, not from that point on.
What about during the show?
I doubt there was much opportunity then, either.
How can you be so sure,
Well, because I was in charge of security near the entrance at that time. I couldn't see Linny's performance from here, which was quite a shame. Just my luck. But still, I did not abandon my post, and I stayed put no matter how loud the applause was. If someone had so much as even approached the door, I would have noticed it, let alone if they had tried to leave. We Melusines are good at that sort of thing, you know.
So, it's safe to say the girl couldn't have left through here. Alright, thank you for your help. This'll be useful info.
So briefly, I want to talk a bit about some thoughts on how things could have been done. One potential explanation, which I mentioned earlier, was like there being like an underground passage to get from one box to the next. For that to work, the audience member would have to, willingly walk to the other box and, play along. In which case, you're like, the thing was, Linny did pop out of the box at the last second, so it's like, okay, how do you get to the other box right away? That does sort of defeat that idea.
We've checked everything of note here at the performance venue. Paimon wonders how Linny's discussion with the guards is going.
I want to know more about these disappearances.
Shall we? Ooh, things are getting interesting, huh? We're about to see how magic is made.
Understood. Then I will be going with you. Just so you're aware, I will be monitoring your actions and making notes as necessary.
Very good. Thanks for being so agreeable. I'd pull a rose out of my hat as a gift for you if I could.
You may spare the pleasantries. I'm just doing my job.
You've arrived.
Who's this?
Me? I'm Spina di Rosula's guardian angel. If you've got a problem, I've got the firepower. Sorry, I got a little carried away there. Call me Navia. I'm a partner of theirs, and we'll be helping investigate this whole situation. And these are my companions. Would you mind if they join as well?
Fine by me.
Oh, new helpers? I would be most grateful.
Well, let's just say we're tagging along. It's not every day you get to see the secrets behind magic performed on such a large scale.
I appreciate your kind interest. Come with me. We'll be heading below stage.
Yeah, so there is an underneath involved here.
Huh? Below stage?
Yes, a world of secrets is hidden beneath this magic box, prepared specifically for this switcheroo trick. But before I reveal everything, you should have a look first. Notice anything strange here? I'm not trying to be dramatic. Remembering the details of a trick will help you understand the methods used to perform it more easily.
False back, of course, right? That's typically how these go.
Huh. Weren't there balloons and other decorations here?
Yeah, there were. Well,
Where did all that go?
there were in the other one. I don't remember there being one in this one, but that was because I think it was part of the cutscene.
Ah, good eye. That said, you're still far from discovering the answer.
Oh, yeah, false back. Cool.
The back? You mean the inside of the door? What's different about it? Paimon didn't notice anything.
The inside of the door of the box is smaller on the inside than it should be because there's a false back.
Very good indeed. I thought you might not be able to catch that, given that you were sitting in the first row.
I got a little bit of familiarity with magic tricks.
The back of this door was patterned. Those patterns are now gone, replaced by a smooth wooden board. So, if you put 2 and 2 together, what do you get? Exactly. All right, let's go. I'll tell you how it works as we head down.
So the boxes are moved. So the volunteer has no idea that they're being moved. They have no idea exactly how it happens.
Oh, so there was a passageway under the magic box!
Man, I called it.
I knew you'd figure out most of it as soon as you saw this place.
But the main question is, how the fuck did Linny get over there so fast?
The 2 magic boxes are positioned right above the 2 entrances of the tunnel.
I would have said, you know, there was a recording in the stage box that people could hear, and it wasn't actually him talking, and that dialogue was scripted. But he came out of the box at the last second.
See this flatbed trolley?
I want to know how that happened.
The box with the lucky audience member in it would be shuttled over to the other side using the trolley.
This trolley can raise and lower and even rotate, ensuring that the box will face in the right direction.
I see. So that's the purpose of the box inside another box.
Precisely. The inner box would descend after the audience member was put inside and be moved along the trolley, all while the outer box would remain on stage as if nothing had ever changed.
And see, it would be fine, like if the volunteer got moved slowly, so they don't really suspect anything. But I guess Linny's would be dropped and like zoomed over.
So that's how you did it!
Once the box was lowered, the trolley would store some energy through this device here, with which it would complete the rest of the steps. The audience member would only be able to feel some slight movements in the dark, and by the time she walked out, she would already be back on stage.
Yeah, you. What about you?
Right! You were talking that whole time, and you even came out for a moment near the end!
Ah, yes. A phonograph operated by Lynette was used to achieve that effect.
See, I knew that, but then how the hell did you come out of the box?
My assistant and I had already scripted our conversation beforehand.
God damn it.
When the countdown began, I had already gone to the opposite box via a tunnel using that ladder.
God, so that, you know, very good misdirect having you come out of the box to try to convince people that it was instantaneous, but was it like mirrors?
And what about Lynette? Where was she?
I was in the mezzanine space in the back of the box.
Oh, interesting!
That's how we were able to coordinate Linny's lines with the assistant. And, by the way, I was the one who walked out of the box at the end.
I mean, we are twins.
Oh.
All it takes is a change of clothes and no one can tell who's who.
Really? I have to applaud. I figured out almost everything except for that. Didn't quite get me. If this was Penn and Teller Fool Us, I would be fooled.
And that's my favorite part of this trick. Only Lynette and I can perform it.
So that's how it all worked! Wow, every detail you revealed was more amazing than the last!
Lynette would briefly walk out of the box and then go back in, jumping into the tunnel and escaping before the box on the trolley could finish ascending. And then I walk out of the other box in the audience area, and the trick would be complete. The operative word here being would. But as you saw, Cal was in the box, not our audience member. She, on the other hand, mysteriously vanished.
So what that means is someone was down here, shoved Cal into the box, took the girl, or just took the girl's box.
We really don't know how that happened.
It's very easy. Somebody down here did the switcheroo.
If not for that interlude, this would have been an astonishing trick. I probably never would have figured out how you pulled it off. And yet, to think that someone was able to use this magic trick to commit a crime.
Which means somebody, the person who did it, would have to be in the know on how the trick works.
look around. I think we can come up with some more leads.
This is the scene of the crime, so Linny and Lynette are not permitted to stay here. I'll escort them back up.
Yes, of course. No need to be so strict now. I won't disappear into thin air, you know.
Thanks, everyone. We're counting on you.
Who manufactured these boxes? Yeah, who manufactured these boxes? Who else knows about this passage? Who else knows about the trick? Where are the exits to this area other than the boxes? There's a vent. Yep. However, if you were trying to abduct somebody, that's probably not going to work. So there's gotta be, the exit out of here that they used is probably hidden by furniture.
What's this?
Looks like a hook tied to the end of a rope. Huh? There's all kinds of odds and ends here.
Perhaps it was a prop for a different trick. But why would it have been left here?
Whatever it is, let's make a note of it first.
I could see the metal hook. I could see that being used for the first trick to hold the lid open and then being used to close it.
These are the clothes that the lady chosen from the audience was wearing, right? Her clothes are here, but she's nowhere to be found.
Right. And do you really need to do that if you're kidnapping them?
Maybe they escaped. They were able to get out unnoticed because of the change in clothes. They were less likely to be observed as the person in question.
Ugh, this is so confusing. Paimon doesn't want to be a detective anymore.
The floor is wet. Please be careful not to slip.
Speaking of which, why would there be water here?
Oh, Paimon knows! It's one of those tricks where you pour water into a jug and then flip the jug over only for the water to disappear? And here's a broken vase. Huh. Did the trolley knock it down while moving?
That can't be. The trolley moves along tracks from start to finish. It couldn't have hit the vase at this distance.
The reason why the clothes have been removed is related to the broken vase. Somebody in that space broke it. Probably due to a struggle.
Let's note this down too and think about it later. What is this place?
It seems someone could fit through here.
Huh. Could this have been the suspect's escape route?
Alone, perhaps. But if they had to pull another person with them, the space would be too narrow.
Yeah.
But there are no other ways in or out of here. Oh, you're right! Let Paimon write that down. Seems we're just about done investigating down here.
Yes. Let's head back up.
Are we certain, first of all, that there is no other way out of here? Second of all, if the only way out actually truly was through the boxes, it's possible that when no one was looking, they could have come out of the box. Yeah, but like if they were being abducted, it doesn't feel like there's any good ways to get them out of here unless there is a way out that we can't currently see.
Well, we've ascertained the state of the crime scene. Let's find a place to sort out our findings once Malus returns. Seems to me that there are several things that don't add up here.
Yeah.
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle.
So, what did the guards say? Did the criminal escape through the vent?
They believe the odds of that are very low, since the vent leads to the Opera House's basement.
Does the basement connect to the sewers?
The guards have checked the area carefully. No one left through the basement during the performance or after the incident, and no one was found hiding there.
Can I question the guards who were involved in making sure of that? Because they could be an accomplice.
So the tunnels become like a secret chamber then. You know, like the kind you usually see in novels.
The plot thickens. Halsey's disappearance and Cowell's death are both quite inexplicable. No wonder Farina was so confident in her accusation. All the current evidence points toward Linny and Lynette.
Except for the fact that there is no explanation for the disappearance. Like, no matter who did it, there's no explanation for how the woman disappeared. So,
In other words, the charges are very likely to be upheld unless we make some considerable progress.
well, typically speaking, if we're talking United States court, you're supposed to be able to prove beyond reasonable doubt that the person did it. But the missing person, we need an explanation for that.
Charges and then trial. So if the charges are upheld, they'll announce a sentence?
That's right. This is how a trial goes in the Opera House. During the proceedings, the Chief Justice and the oratrice will hear statements from both sides. That's right. This is how indemnitium is produced.
Sorry, I'm just thinking. Where have all these disappearances taken place? Maybe I missed that detail. But like, if it was here in this opera house, what if she never left? What if the Oratrice has something to do with this?
The statements from both sides, the defenses from attorneys, witness testimonies, and even the audience's emotions will all be projected on the Oratrice. To put it simply, it's as if the Oratrice has its own will, and is a judge in its own right.
This also precludes any kind of favoritism on the part of the Chief Justice. And not that this has ever happened anyway.
Once both sides have finished speaking, the Chief Justice will make his final decision. This, too, will be used by the Oratrice as a reference. Then, finally, the Oratrice will be consulted by officials. The result it returns is the will of justice itself.
Huh? So that machine is the one that actually decides? Paimon thought Neuvillette called the shots.
In practice, there is very little difference. Both have always come to the same judgment, which is why people have great faith in the Chief Justice.
I just realized I should have known how his name should be pronounced because the number 9 is Neuvillette. Question. If the Chief Justice and the Oratrice have always been on the same page, who is to say the Oratrice is the one making any decisions whatsoever? Just saying.
Ah, yes. The guards also asked me to convey that none of us will be allowed to leave this place before the trial.
Lovely.
Huh? Why?
Because we've chosen to act as the twins' proxies. That makes us persons related to the case.
Cool.
They're concerned that we might be colluding with outside parties, or that we might find outside help to disrupt the case. Even if that were not so, it could prove problematic if we happen to spread key information about the case ahead of time.
I'm ready to break out at any time.
Whoa! There's no need for that! Paimon thinks they have a point. That said, are they providing food?
Come on.
Of course. I just hope you don't mind the lack of options. I'm afraid that catering to all tastes is not in the cards, nor is any guarantee of balanced nutrition.
Now's not the time to be picky.
In that case, let's just sort out our findings together here. Pity. I was hoping to take you to try some of Fontaine's famous desserts, too. I mean, what better way to properly think through our findings than over some tea and sweets?
Huh. Breaking out suddenly doesn't seem like such a bad idea after all.
Paimon.
Just kidding! Paimon will still do her best, even if there are no...
What do you mean, no snacks? Of course we'll have snacks. If we cannot buy some, then we'll simply make some.
Huh? Here? But how?
Understood, demoiselle. Everyone, please come with me.
What magic is this?
Wait, you're carrying a portable stove with you?
Yes, I must be prepared to meet the demoiselle's baking needs whenever the fancy strikes her.
I have eggs, sugar, and almonds at the ready.
Good work, you two. Then I'll get to it. Please sit tight for a moment. You'll get to taste my awesome snacks soon enough.
These three are quite the interesting group. And Paimon thought it smelled good while it was still in the oven. Oh, it's even better now. Paimon can't stop drooling.
I really want to know more about these past disappearance cases because I feel like the reason why they're not telling us is because it's going to become very clear once that happens. What if the women who are disappearing wanted to disappear? What if they're the ones orchestrating the disappearances with outside help?
From the way you had these two guys carrying all that stuff around, Paimon thought you'd have them do more during the baking process.
Apparently she was stressed at her job lately, and she never goes to the theater. That's the thing. So, let's say she conferred with some group that can help her disappear, and you're like, okay, well, we'll set up a thing at the theater, and that will be your way of getting out of here. The clothes are on the ground because she needed to change her clothes to be able to get out without being noticed. Exiting through the basement is still a possibility if you had an accomplice down there. Just saying.
I was applauding.
And I was giving encouraging smiles.
Paimon was just thinking, aren't you worried about getting your fancy dress dirty, beating egg whites and baking like this?
Well, I don't think it's carved in stone anywhere that fancy ladies can only read books, sip tea, ride horses, and play the piano. I just really enjoy making snacks.
Carved in stone, huh? Very funny. Geo. Lol.
Don't underestimate beating egg weights, by the way. It's a real arm workout. You also need to beat them to just the right consistency, or your macarons will crack. Anyway, give these a try. Fresh out of the oven. There's 3 for each of us.
Only 3?
Shut up, Paimon.
Well, eating too many sweet treats might send all that sugar to your head. You wouldn't be able to think clearly about the case on a sugar rush, would you?
Tea is ready to be served as well. This is Demoiselle's favorite, strong black tea with a floral fragrance that clears the mind and lifts the spirit. No need for concern. I'm merely doing as I should.
All right then. Down to business. As Paimon mentioned previously, the tunnel seems to be something of a secret chamber. However, we can assume that Linny and Lynette were not alone within it. Some criminal also occupied its sealed confines.
Maybe.
The magician twins could have committed the crimes, of course, but they lack any logical motive.
Exactly! Why would they do such a thing right when everyone was watching?
Yeah, so part of the only 2 people that we know for sure existed in this situation is the missing girl and the deceased.
The flower vase and the thud we heard during the performance could indicate some altercation between Halsey and the criminal in the tunnel.
Or an altercation between Halsey and Cowl.
Resulting in the shattering of the vase, the discarding of her clothes, and her abduction.
I'm starting to wonder if she was the one.
Perhaps
Really,
the criminal thought that since she was chosen from the crowd, she would be too easy to identify if she was still wearing the same clothes.
Yeah, if she was abducted, that was my thought.
Paimon thinks that makes sense, but the real trouble is...
There's no evidence that this third person even exists. Exactly.
True. None of the clues we found thus far support the existence of this third person. But the only people left to consider are both technically victims.
Yep.
Whether it's the missing girl, Halsey, or poor Cowl.
Except what if one of them isn't a victim? What if they're the criminal?
Huh. Could Halsey have secretly made modifications to the magic props in order to murder Cowl before making her escape?
According to Lumine, she had no way of knowing how the magic trick worked. Except if this entire thing was planned in the first place. And that is why I wanted to ask Linny and Lynette, is there anyone else who might know how this trick works?
That's right. And even if she had tampered with the setup, she would need to understand the entire trick to pull it off. Nor does she have any motive. The guard said that she has never had any dealings with the Magic Troop's members.
Doesn't matter, because if Linny is again Fatui, this is probably involving the Fatui. Linny, Fatui, Halsey, Fatui.
Were we not thorough enough in our search? From the sound of things, this is turning into an impossible case. Your macarons are amazing though, Navia. They smell great! They're nice and crisp and super sweet!
They are my specialty after all. And I see you've already had 5 of them.
Whose did you steal?
What? 5? Oh, that can't be right. Paimon only counted 3, honest!
Please don't worry about it. At my age, a few less sweets might actually be a good thing.
No. Being greedy is one thing, but Paimon knows how to count. Besides, Paimon knows that if she ate too many, then others wouldn't have enough. Wait, even you don't believe Paimon? How could you?
Did something go missing without anyone noticing?
If Paimon ate those 2 extra macarons, then may they turn into stone in her
All right, we get it. Well, I suppose one of us might have gotten too engrossed in our chat and eaten them by mistake. No big deal.
No. I'm taking this disappearance as suspect. We have a disappearance on our hands, and something just disappeared.
Maloose, set up the stove again if you would.
Huh? What are you doing?
Making sure everyone gets 3 macarons, of course.
Exactly. We don't want to trouble you.
As you wish, demoiselle.
And I have the egg, sugar, and almonds.
Well, this really is your hobby, huh?
Well, that's it for snack time. I'm going to have another look around the area. I don't know what we're looking for yet, but we've still got some time. As attorneys, I suggest the two of you think the case over again. It would be awkward if you got all tongue-tied on stage during the trial.
All right, thanks for your help and for the snacks.
It was nothing. A small task for the Spina di Rosula. Silver, Maloose, it's time to go. I'll be back if I find anything new.
Okay, I will be right back. Restroom, but I'm gonna keep thinking about this. Oh, and yes, best bodyguards, Anthony. Indeed. Very, very supportive. Okay. So, there's some bullshit.
All right, it's time to put our heads together. We've got to get our defense ready for the trial. Oh, it's probably gonna be a long and difficult case. Here, take Paimon's notes. They should help you review the situation.
Yes. It is time to look at the book. Oh, hey, Childs. I hate that we have this. This is such a fucking... Because we keep these things.
Why would it be him? We all heard that noise, didn't we? The performance would not have been visible from where the doors were guarded. If Paimon were on duty, she would have snuck back into the audience seating. Well, there was no chance Paimon could have seen that the box had 2 layers. And that's why only the 2 of them can perform this trick. There was no third person. And Paimon didn't eat more than 3 macarons either. Digging a tunnel just for a magic trick? Whew, that must have been a lot of work.
Also, did I miss something?
That size wouldn't have been a problem for Paimon.
Okay, good. All right, so
Whoever the murderer, Paimon doesn't get this at all. You think about it for a bit, Traveler. This flower vase is probably a prop for the show. But it also could have been used in the crime. This is probably a prop, too. Oh, looks like it could hook onto a lot of things. Like the Traveler's fishing rod!
okay. So it's actually these 3 pieces of evidence that I think are the most quote-unquote confusing and also maybe perhaps the most revealing. One, for as far as the vase and the clothes go, if we assume the possibility that someone missed it, someone leaving through the basement or is lying, it's very possible that the vase broke in an altercation between Halsey and Cowell, and she did change her clothes so that she wouldn't be recognized when leaving. That is a reasonable explanation. Doesn't explain the hook, but that could be a red herring. I could see how that hook might have been used in the first trick, to like close the lid, or hold the lid open or something to that effect. But let's take a quick look. It's got 3. It's a triangle. So. Is that? I'm still not certain that there isn't another exit out of that tunnel.
Gosh, no wonder the serial disappearances never got solved.
No point on which this could get hooked, I don't think. Can I go back downstairs? Yes. I want to take a closer look at things. And this is audience side. There's a hook here. Step ladder here. That bookshelf is suspiciously shaped like that archway. And there's a bunch of like newspapers in the ground, including seemingly going underneath the floorboard. My whole stream is quiet? Okay, hold on. Man, apparently, well, this section is kind of quiet too, but...
The world remains constant over the centuries, but human
All right,
life is
how
like
about-
the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory.
I'm pushing up the master volume. Hopefully this doesn't end up peaking. Everything's good now? How do I sound? Am I too loud?
Illusion shattered.
That sounds good too. Okay, so as I was saying, there's a bunch of stuff here that seems to me to possibly imply that there's an exit through here, but maybe not. Also, there's a bunch of shit here, but it would be hard to move quickly. Hold on a sec. So these boxes are also broken. What is that? Is that an arrow? A dart? Broken arrow? One second. My frame rate is doing something weird, and I don't know why. It's possible it's just this tunnel for some reason. Well... My current I really wish somebody would fucking tell me more about these serial disappearances. Because I feel like I don't have enough information or I forgot too much of it. Like, what were the circumstances that they happened in? Who were the people? What were their professions? How old were they? I need to find some commonalities here, folks.
Shine down.
But right now, the best hypothesis I can come up with is that Halsey is the one who put Cal in the box and left through the vent. Also, I had a random thought. I doubt this is related, but I should at least put it out into the out into the world before this whole thing happens. We were helping Linny with those bags of holding, as I call them. If one was slightly bigger, would it be able to hold a person? I don't know. Why is my frame rate tanking? Like, why is it averaging like 45 frames a second? I'm not even looking at anything. Hold on a second. It may be internet, my browser doing something funky. One sec. I'm gonna restart that tab. Okay. All right. Hopefully that helps. It's not. I'll just assume it's the courthouse right now or something. All right. I think is the stream fine? Is everything fine right now? Is everything good now? Okay. No, it's just the thing is that my frame rate is low for some reason. But either way, I think it's time to move ahead to the trial because I have nothing left to ruminate on. I'm not going to be given free reign to say anything. Like, I'm not going to be able to provide my own theories. I'm going to have to follow the conversation. So we're just going to wing it.
What do we do? The whole situation is so confusing.
I do have some thoughts.
Good plan. Impossible things don't just happen. We'll get to the truth one way or another.
Just relax. Even if everyone else suspects Lenny and Lynette, at least we will be supporting them from the stands. Besides, I doubt Farina understands any more about what happened than we do.
Unless she's responsible. Also, my other theory was, what if Halsey never left, and what if she's still in the building somewhere? And particularly has something to do with the Oratrice. But we'll see.
Thanks, Navia. Well, we'll be going then.
Best of luck to you.
Let's see if I have figured this out.
Finally, you're back. Well, how did your investigation go?
Well, it at least revealed that something doesn't make sense.
To be honest, you might be disappointed.
No. We're already very grateful that you were willing to help.
Well, now, don't you all look disappointed?
Shut the fuck
Don't
up.
tell me that your investigation came up empty-handed.
STFU.
That was to be expected, of course. The guilty can never produce proof of their innocence.
Well, we also can't produce proof of their guilt, so...
But don't let that stop you. I shall be terribly disappointed should you, my most anticipated foe, concede so easily.
Why is this guilty until proven innocent? That's not how this works.
Since both parties are present, I declare that the trial regarding the magic show incident is now in session. Firstly, in order for the audience to understand the causes and results of the incident, could we please have Mr. Linney explain the trick?
I feel bad for him having to do this.
Yes, of course. I will explain while Lynette demonstrates on stage. All the necessary items have been prepared.
Thank you, Mr. Linney. In that case, I take your statement to be that you ran to and remained hidden within the magic box in the audience stands once the trick began, and thus could not have committed the crime. Is this correct?
Yes, that's correct, Your Honor.
In that case, I call upon the prosecution. Lady Farina, do you wish to refute his statement in any way?
Why, of course I do. Allow me to take the first shot and break this case wide open. Mr. Linney is clearly lying. There is no way you could have been in the box the whole time if you were to abduct Halsey and murder Cowell. In fact, I'd say you were hardly in that tunnel at all.
You're working from the presumption that he did these things, and thus he couldn't have been in the box. But, like, if he was in the box, he couldn't have done those things. This logic does not work.
That is simply your hypothesis based on the presumption that I'm guilty.
Exactly.
Oh, is that so? And if I may ask, what did you hear while you were inside your box?
The roaring countdown of the crowd, of course. That's how I kept track of the time and built anticipation for the finale.
And you didn't hear anything else at all? Nothing that might leave an impression of any kind?
No, nothing.
I see. But when the count reached 30 seconds or so, there was a thud. One so loud that I believe practically everyone heard it.
Huh?
Hey, Something's not right here.
That is a good question. How could Linny not know about that sound?
Yeah, I'm sure he could have heard a noise that loud from inside the box.
I was right by the box, and I definitely heard the thud.
Look at those scales. Could those mean...
Well then, ladies and gentlemen, allow me to use the words of the magician himself. You never know what can happen in the blink of an eye. Indeed, it seems his alibi can also collapse in the blink of an eye.
Before we move on, let me think about this for a second. Assuming... That is a good question. I'm coming up empty on that one.
Of course, I have armed myself to do far more than smash your alibi. Confidence cannot go unfounded, and my foundations are rock solid. Tell me, aren't you and Lynette actually from the House of the Hearth?
Well, there that is. We all figured, but...
The House of the Hearth?
Fatui!
No wonder they did something like this.
So the serial disappearances were the Fatui's doing. Now it all makes sense.
I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the case, yeah.
I've got a feeling that what happened on stage probably wasn't just an accident.
That's irrelevant. Our identities have nothing to do with what happened.
Well, it does, because I'm pretty sure the Fatui knew how your thing worked, and they're responsible for this, and they've burned you and made you a scapegoat.
Indeed. Then perhaps you could tell us everything that happened during that 1 minute. Your first priority is to prove yourself innocent after all. I'm sure there is little that needs to be kept secret now. Unless your script already has holes in it.
He really doesn't need to prove himself innocent. This is some kangaroo court.
The Outlander is speechless. My, oh my, don't they look flabbergasted? Now comes the infighting and discord, I suppose. This was almost too easy.
No, we're just going to think about it.
Good thing I made all those preparations. Seems the all-nighter I pulled last night is really paying off.
Hey, Linny, why didn't you tell us this before?
Order! Order! Mr. Linny, allow me to re-establish the facts. Lady Farina has raised 2 points. First, when the thud was heard in the Opera House, you were neither in the box nor the tunnel. Second, you and Ms. Lynette are both members of the House of the Hearth. Are these claims true?
Definitely. Definitely a scheme at work.
Please answer my question, Mr. Linny.
I'm sorry. Yes, they're true, Your Honor.
You son of a bitch.
I knew it!
You're supposed to be honest with your attorney.
Well, that's it. We might as well move on to the sentencing already.
What should we do now?
Permission to speak, Your Honor.
Granted.
My client's a dumbass. My client has withheld some key information. My defense cannot proceed. Literally, I cannot work with this.
In that case, what is your request?
Yes, I request a brief adjournment. There are things that must be discussed. Laney, I need you to be open and honest with me. I need you to tell me everything, you motherfucker. I cannot help you if you don't tell me the truth.
Is that really necessary? They're already as good as guilty.
The defendant deceived their own attorneys. What is there left to discuss?
Order! Order, I say! Your request is reasonable, and we shall adjourn. This trial will reconvene in 1 hour.
So you would stick to Mr. Linny's defense even after knowing what you do now? You certainly have more professionalism than I thought.
I'll give the motherfucker a chance to tell me the truth.
In that case, my dear audience, let's allow allow the joy of victory to steep for a little while longer.
Well, this is awkward. I didn't think the Hydro Archon would dig all that up. I'm sorry, Traveler and Paimon.
Yeah, sorry.
Paimon doesn't know where to start. We trusted you two. We based our entire reasoning on the assumption that you weren't bad guys. Not to set the wrong tone or anything, but Paimon's really mad.
No, you're setting the correct tone.
I'm very sorry. I know you're angry, and reasonably so, but please, let me explain. I know you've clashed with the Fatui several times before. I wouldn't be surprised if just hearing the word is enough to make you upset. But our organization is very, very large, and the Harbingers have very different personalities and goals.
Right now, we want to save people. As many as we can.
That's right. I'm sure we're on the same page when it comes to this nation and the disaster that its people might face.
Granted, the Harbinger might be manipulating you into doing their bidding unwittingly. So there's that.
I knew if it weren't for our respective identities, we could become good friends.
Like, the irony, right? Like, oh, hey, these magicians are fooling everybody, but then they're actually also being fooled.
That's why I didn't wish to flat out lie to you, but chose to hide some details instead.
Listen, it's not the Fatui part that I'm upset about. That's a separate thing. I'm upset you didn't tell me about where you were, because I cannot defend you if I don't know all the things.
The truth is very important, but being completely transparent about everything would see us spending more effort than we need to.
Well, clearly that's not the case.
Right. So, you be the judge. Heck, if I were you, I fear that I'd even struggle to trust me at this point. You met a Fatus who works as a magician, a trickster by trade. All by coincidence, too.
Yeah, I know that wasn't a coincidence.
But still, I'm asking you to trust me. I am no criminal. At least, not in this case.
Sorry. Please forgive us.
I'm not forgiving you yet.
Well, you both say that, but...
Where did you go?
Right. Let's hear your answer first, and no lies now.
Of course. I'll answer any question you ask. We've been trying to find out how the Oratrice operates. We want to know why it has a consciousness. Why can it deliver sentences accurately? During our investigations, we learned that the machine's core is beneath it. From that moment on, Lynette and I have been designing this box swap trick, with the objective of getting close to the core.
Is that why you needed a whole minute?
That's right. In truth, the audience would take about 75 seconds to count down from 60, while I would only need 15 to get to the opposite box. So, after jumping into the tunnel, I accessed the Opera House basement via the vent, and went to investigate the room in which the core is stored.
That air vent was created during the construction of the tunnel specifically to execute this step.
Well, nothing. As soon as I reached that room and was about to investigate, I heard someone's voice. Which should have been impossible, of course. I was quite certain that I was the only one in the room. That voice seemed to recognize me and tried to speak to me. I chose to err on the side of caution and retreated the way I came.
Now, was that voice coming from externally, or was it internally?
On the way back, I saw the broken vase and the clothes on the ground, but the countdown was almost finished, so there wasn't time to give it any thought. After that, the homicide occurred just as you saw.
Well, that explains why you didn't hear the thud.
But why do you want to understand how the Oratrice operates?
Because of that prophecy I told you about, of course. We must know all we can about this nation's secrets in order to deal with that prophesized crisis.
I don't fully believe that. I think that you might believe that, but I think that you believe that because someone told you that you needed to know more about it in order to deal with the crisis. I don't think that's why that information is actually being sought, but let's go on.
That's the only way we can save everyone.
So, there you have it. The whole truth. I swear, I didn't hide anything from you this time.
Still have more questions. That voice, where'd it come from?
It was never my wish to proceed under this cloud of mistrust either.
I'm gonna assume it came externally.
But like I said earlier, you can be the judge. If you want to leave because you don't trust the Fatui, there's nothing I can do to stop you.
Well, Traveler, you decide. Paimon will follow your lead however you choose.
I want to know more. Well, I don't actually necessarily believe it will be dispensed.
Okay, thank you.
But
Thanks for giving us a chance.
I want more information.
The current problem is that the scales are tipped pretty badly against you two. If we want to refute the Hydro Archon's accusations, we're gonna need a seriously watertight defense.
There is... Okay, so here's one thing. Linny was in the basement. Someone else was also in the basement. And yet somebody said that nobody was in the basement. Who the fuck said nobody was in the basement?
Huh? Oh, Paimon thinks she gets what you mean.
I had that question a long time ago too. I didn't trust that information in the first place. I wanted to follow it up, but I want to call a witness to the stand.
Both parties have returned to their positions. Let us continue the trial. When last we left off, Mr. Linney acknowledged the new evidence presented by Lady Farina as fact. Therefore, Lady Farina may continue stating her reconstruction of the events.
Ugh, that took long enough. Now then, if everyone would lend me their attention.
I want to throw this sassy small child.
At this stage, let's revisit that scene from Linny's perspective.
This is seriously some Danganronpa shit. Oh my god, what the fuck?
As the countdown began, he entered the tunnel.
That is true.
When the flatbed trolley passed, he opened the box and got into an altercation with Halsey, which caused the loud thud. He did not realize that this sound could be heard by everyone in the opera house, which is why he claimed earlier that he could not hear the sound. Finally, he used the vase to knock her out, before making her change clothes to prevent others from recognizing her. At this time, Cowell arrived in the tunnel, having heard that strange noise, and caught Linny red-handed. So Linny proceeded to knock him out too before stuffing him into that box. Afterward, Linny passed the unconscious Halsey to his accomplice through the magic box in the audience stands, before operating the devices such that Cowell's death would be ruled an accident. And there you have it. That's the truth behind what happened.
Man, you know, you just made a hypothesis and said that's the truth. You are a shit judge.
Does the defendant's side have any objections to Lady Farina's description of the events?
Many.
The key to refuting Lady Farina is the order of events. What Linny experienced and what he saw.
So he definitely entered the tunnel. Just want to read all these. Oh, are these five new things? I may not need all of them, but hold on. I understand. There's no penalty. That's fine. I mean, I figured there probably wouldn't be, but
According to Linny,
I still want to try to
he
get
left
it.
via the vent after
Wanna
entering
nail
the
it.
tunnel. He couldn't have had that altercation with Halsey. Linny went to the room that contains the Oratrice's core. This is the actual truth. Linny did.
Oh, I didn't mean to click through that, but it's fine.
Attention! Ace Detective Paimon has something to say!
Ace Detective.
When the countdown started, Linny did indeed go into the tunnel. But he immediately used a vent to access the Opera House basement, which is where the underground core of the Oratrice is stored. Once he reached that area, he heard a voice in what should have been an empty room. The crime scene had already developed by the time he reached the tunnel again, and in order to complete the magic trick, he did not remain there for any length of time. Finally, he reached the surface, and that was when the accident happened from his point of view. Therefore, he's innocent!
Get wrecked, Farina. Riggedy, riggedy, wrecked. Little shit.
Paimon did it! Paimon actually managed to say all that!
Oh, she's blushing.
Wasn't it awesome?
In other words, you believe that he knew nothing of the incident?
That's right!
Moreover, I believe my opposition's reasoning is flawed.
My reasoning?
The onstage equipment was clearly tampered with in a premeditated fashion.
If that's the case, then if Cowell hadn't entered the tunnel, who was the entire setup meant to kill? Assuming that what you say is true, Linny only needed to kidnap the young girl to cause a new disappearance case. What would the point of killing someone on stage be?
Oh, they have a point.
That's right, you tell them! And that's why they're partners of mine. They've managed to turn things around.
Oh, well, your denial is very strident, I'll give you that. But what proof do you have to back your claims?
Do you happen to remember how you refuted Linny's alibi initially?
Of course I do. If he had been in the magic box the whole time, how could he have not heard that sound? Why do you ask? You're saying that he wasn't?
Hold on, let me think about this for a second. Your claim has also become a critical clue. I won't say weapon, because yeah, I'm not going to stoop that low. Which is the evidence that Linny wasn't in the tunnel when the crime took place. He didn't hear the thing.
That's right! Linny wasn't in the box or in the tunnel. That's why he didn't hear anything strange during the performance.
We're going to be asked to prove how... Okay, well, how do you know he was actually in the basement? Well, who else was in the basement at the time?
This means that when the crime happened, Linny had already entered the basement via the vent. The same clue you used to disprove his alibi has now become the best proof! How do you like that?
I'll let Paimon be sassy on this one.
Well played.
To think you'd use such logic. Well then, if it wasn't Linny who committed the crimes, then who was it?
It's Halsey. Why are you here? Right, so the culprit triggered the fireworks. Let me think about this for a second. If only a crew member... I mean, obviously a crew member did trigger the stuff, right? But if Cal was in the box, how would he have triggered it? So it couldn't have been Cal. Unless he triggered it before he got shoved in the box. I don't know. He's not necessarily the one who pre-planted the rope, though, so it's like he might not have known what would have happened, but... The thing is that Cal could have been pushed into the box by Halsey. Unexpected. That wasn't the plan, but that's what happened. He got shoved in there and got stuck. But had no idea that the pyrotechnics would kill him. Right, but another member of the troop would have been only another member of the troop would have been able to tamper with the props, which is true. So if we're talking about the culprit of who murdered Cal, it would have to be a troop member. But Halsey wasn't a troop member. Sorry, I'm thinking through this. If there was another troop member, they could be responsible for abducting Halsey and murdering Cal, but that still doesn't explain how the hell they got out of there. Like, where did they go? Oh god, you're right. Arnold stream. Oh god, yeah, I feel you on that one. Lynette and her assistant. I mean, I would think the assistant.
Could there have been a third person involved? Is that really a possibility? The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment.
But he's the one who died.
Halsey is the missing person and an ordinary audience member. Or did she have her own scheme all along?
It wouldn't make sense for Cal to kill himself. And a third member is not... I've been saying it for a very long time, and I'm going to stick with it. I think Halsey did it. I'm wrong. Fuck. So, was it Cal himself?
The deceased's name is Cowell.
So it was Cal. So what was his intended strat?
That can't be right. Are you serious? The killer was, in fact,
interesting. Let's hear your reasoning then.
Like, I can understand how Cal would be responsible, but the main question then would be, what was the original plan? Was he trying to kill the woman? Was he trying to kill Linny? Linny wasn't supposed to be in that box. Halsey was. So what the fuck? And how did Cal end up in the box? I'm very confused, actually.
What I must do next is recreate the truth. What Cowell did, and how he went from would-be perpetrator to victim.
God, this is... I've been following this pretty well for the most part, but this is actually starting to confuse the fuck out of me.
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time. The sound we heard may have come from
for this question,
Linny was not in the tunnel at
it's
that.
Linny. How can I prove there was an altercation in the tunnel?
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. No one entered or left the The sound we heard may have come from a clap.
Who is the prime suspect currently?
The deceased's name is Cowell. No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So, it would have been tough for both...
Sorry.
The sound we heard may have come from... It would have been tough for both people to fit into that vent. They would likely have bumped into Linny as... No one entered or left the opera house through its entrances. So, where would the criminal have wanted to take Halsey? Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel. So, no one entered or left the opera house through...
Has she not left? That was one of my thoughts.
Halsey's clothing was in the tunnel.
Okay, well. I wanted to see if the idea was, oh, she's still here.
No one
but
entered
it's...
or left the...
Okay, so how does this... What is this?
It would have been tough for both people.
It would have bumped into Linny, so how does that make sense? Oh, I see. So, my initial series of things... Oh. The criminal must have understood the methods behind Linny's magic trick and must have been in a position to easily modify the equipment. Leaving aside how he died, Cal had all the means to commit the crime at his disposal. The strange noise could likely have been the sound of Cal and Halsey struggling. Linny was not in the tunnel for 1 minute. This would have given him time to bring Halsey out of the magic box in the audience stands. Wouldn't someone have noticed? According to the guard system, no one entered or left. So even if taken, there would be no means of exiting. Exiting from the box would have been in full view of the audience, pretty much guaranteeing that they would have been discovered.
What's wrong, Traveler? Are you still having trouble figuring things out?
Where in the world did Halsey go? She's still here.
I see how it is. So this was all just a bluff. And here I thought you had something to show for it. But it seems you're still far from the truth.
Look, since we're at a dead end, why not consider a different track? Just like the trick as it transpired, the end result must have been utterly different from the magician's initial design.
If only we knew how Halsey disappeared.
She's still here.
Well, that would be nice, but the tunnel only has 3 exits, and none of them seem very likely. And it's not like this is a magic trick where you can just make a real live person disappear. You know, like you did from
Let's talk about that. How did you escape? How'd you do that trick? With the water.
Excuse my interruption, dear opponents, but do you not see that the crowd is growing impatient? There is no greater sin in this opera house than an awkward delay in the performance.
Did she disappear into the water?
If the defense is unable to make further effective arguments, we will move on to the next stage of the trial.
Hold up. Hold it!
Linny was not in the tunnel at that moment, which gave our criminal ample time.
That is ironclad.
The sound we heard may have come from a clash between the missing Halsey and the criminal.
Yes.
The deceased's name is Cowell, Linny's assistant. He would have been able to tamper with the equipment. The vase was not broken by chance. It was used to cover important evidence. The water.
How did Lynette... Now let me think about this. Hold on. Oh, wait a second. Right, because when Lynette disappeared, her clothes got left behind. And Halsey's clothes got left behind in the water. So, question, how does the water involve the disappearance? Tell me that. Tell me that.
Paimon gets it! It all comes together if Halsey disappeared instead of being kidnapped. Lynette escaped from the water tank, vanishing gradually and leaving only clothes behind. If there's a similar method where a person could be transformed into water...
Oh, just a moment, please. I do hope you know how preposterous you sound at the moment.
Well, Lenny can explain his trick, perhaps.
How could a person ever be transformed into water? This is reality we're talking about here, not some magic trick.
Have you seen Mona Magistus? I request we examine Cal's personal effects.
Must we really? I should think that of anyone. Your friend Linny already knows this truth very well. Magic tricks are ultimately just illusions and misdirection. But Halsey's disappearance is very real. We're talking about two completely different things.
Well, here's the thing, though, Farina. Until Lynette came back out on stage during the magic trick, she had disappeared. Well, Halsey has not returned because she didn't want to return.
Even so, I trust the traveler's judgment. The truth must be out there somewhere. Perhaps some new line of reasoning may open if we try to gather all the focal points that don't make sense.
Why did Child give us his vision?
Since Cal was the deceased, we haven't placed much attention on him. But given that we aren't making much progress with the case, it wouldn't hurt to have a look at his belongings, would it?
People really do come up with all sorts of harebrained schemes when at the end of their rope. The way I see it, your suggestion that we broaden the scope of our investigation is nothing but a tactic for stalling the trial.
This does kind of suck a little bit because it's really hard to... This information is only being introduced now, so it was really hard to kind of figure things out before.
Nevertheless, I believe that this is a reasonable request on the part of an attorney. Since the trial does indeed appear to be at an impasse, I believe that additional evidence may help us make more progress. Guards, please step into the lounge and examine the personal effects of the deceased, Cowell.
We are still examining the items, but we have already made critical progress that we feel must be shared with everyone post-haste. We discovered several test tubes of fluid within Cowell's baggage, each labeled separately.
The Fatui do love their science experiments.
The notebook in his backpack claims that these fluids are... water from the primordial sea.
Ooh, the primordial sea.
The note's contents also indicate that Cowell belonged to an organization that sells illegal drugs and that he had an accomplice. The notebook has many entries concerning safe usage of these fluids, in which the keyword dissolve appears many times. One of these tubes was labeled Opera Epiclese, along with yesterday's date. It is empty. The notes also state that these dissolution properties work exclusively on people from Fontaine. It's likely that Halsey was chosen as some sort of test subject.
And then Cal was murdered to bury the evidence.
As such, we believe that the defense's hypothesis is, in fact, supported by sufficient evidence.
You've got to be kidding! People dissolving into water?
Could something so ridiculous actually be true?
Well, why don't we give it a shot? We can do a demonstration on stage right now.
Wait a moment. This reminds me of a certain prophecy, but it's just a coincidence, isn't it?
Huh. If people can become water, does that mean that the water tank's real use was as a means to hide water stains? And if Cowl was targeting that girl... Wait just a minute. Could that mean... You two, with me, quick!
Demoiselle, wait! What about your partners?
Let's go. Just trust me.
Order! Order! It is undeniable that further examination of the deceased's personal effects has yielded some surprising results, but we cannot yet verify the veracity of these clues. Still, let us assume that these clues are indeed authentic, albeit with the understanding that Ms. Halsey has yet to be found. Guards, please continue examining the items along these lines. Mr. Linney, it appears your hypothesis is supported by the evidence, so please continue speaking.
Of course. Thank you, Your Honor. If we uphold this hypothesis, I believe that many of this case's seemingly unrelated clues can be connected together.
Right! Like the metal hook! That one didn't make sense at all. Let's think about this. Cowell's methods must have something to do with that water from the primordial sea.
Okay. Who is the prime suspect currently?
The deceased's name
It's
is
Cal.
Cal.
What item did they use to control the timing of the disillusion? And it's probably this.
Now it seems like the hook rope was not meant for another magic trick, but was instead some form of triggering mechanism.
You know, what probably happened is that as the cart moved across the tracks, the hook was... It caught the hook, which pulled on something.
The water from the primordial sea... Lynette was in the magic box on... I remember there was something else within... Lynette was in the magic box on stage. I remember there was something else within the inner layer of that box. The rope that strung the water tank up was lit by the fireworks and cut. As such, the focus here is on the water and not the tank.
Right, because it was a water tank. There was water in the tank. And if she was water inside the box, then it would have mixed with the tank water. Right? Damn it. Fuck.
I remember there
And
was
this.
something...
Okay. Damn it.
It's Ace Detective Paimon's time to shine again! In the original plan, Cowell would tamper with the water tank rope and the number selector securing his target. When the magic box containing Halsey was lowered, the metal hook would retract gradually and pierce the balloon at the top of the box.
Oh, there were balloons. That's right.
When the balloon attached to the box popped, the water from the primordial seed inside it would pour down and dissolve Halsey. Afterward, Cowell would enter the tunnel and break the flower vase to conceal the water inside the tunnel, with the remaining evidence being covered up by the water tank on stage. But he encountered something unexpected in the tunnel, and wound up being fatally hit by the same water tank he meant to use to cover his tracks.
So what did he run into?
Huh. That does make sense.
That actually links together a lot of the more confusing pieces of evidence.
Oh dear, what do I do? Even I think they sound convincing now. Have I falsely accused an innocent person? What a humiliation.
Yeah, you suck.
Now, it seems like the only point of contention remaining is the exact circumstances that led to Cal's death. His notes mentioned he had an accomplice who could be related to the situation.
Right, I actually already said this earlier. He was killed to cover the evidence. To remove suspicion from him, he would be killed, and then it would be the perfect crime, because no one was left to be responsible besides Lenny.
On that note, the guards have just contacted me indicating that they uncovered new evidence. I shall now invite him on stage to share it with us.
Thank you, Your Honor. We were just inspecting the luggage of the other people involved in this case. And we found an identical sample of the water from the primordial sea among Lenny's personal effects.
Ah, planted.
What?
That can't be.
Oh, I see. Well, how wonderfully comedic to have your own counterattack only to come back and wound you.
Now here's the thing. I'm going to go back to the whole nobody was in the basement. Somebody was in the basement. So someone on the inside is in on this. Therefore, the accomplice is probably one of the guards, and they planted the evidence because they would have access to Lenny's effects.
Does this not clear all doubt? My dear citizens, my loyal audience, allow me to present my reasoning and bring this performance to a swift close. Lenny did not need to take part in the dissolution of the young woman at all. Indeed, he did leave the scene via the vent. Having made modifications to the props beforehand, his accomplice Cowl then caused Halsey to vanish using the water from the primordial sea. But upon his return, in cruel avarice, Lenny desired sole credit and prepared to do away with his partner in crime. Ultimately, he knocked Cowl out, and the tool meant to cover the crime up also became a murder weapon. Now, as much as I regret having come to such a viciously straightforward conclusion, it does seem that the famed Fatui is quite the cold-blooded and ruthless organization. Am I right, Mr. Lenny?
Okay.
We've used up all the evidence we collected.
No, we haven't.
There's no way for us to make a rebuttal here.
There's more evidence.
Is this the end of the road?
There's more evidence.
Oh no. Paimon can't think of anything either.
There was somebody in the basement.
There's any way around this? Seems using the water as new evidence was too good a move. Why did this have to happen now?
I think we've all seen
Come on,
enough
guys.
now. And we have ample witnesses to my flawless reasoning.
Come on. Basement.
I believe this is indeed the finale.
Basement.
Now then, my good, noble Chief Justice, should we not, in your view, move...
Excuse me, everyone, but I must interject.
Miss, I must ask you not to shout and to respect the ongoing legal proceedings.
Oh, come on. Don't be hasty. I have a good reason for interrupting, you know. Now, would anyone here like to take a little break from all this debate and see a little magic? I'll show you an amazing trick. One that can bring a young woman who has disappeared back in the flesh, right before your very eyes. Please, do the honors, Mr. Lenny, if you would be...
What in the world is she saying?
No offense, miss, but miracles like that are beyond my scope as a magician.
Come on now, don't be silly. Magic is all about misdirection, isn't it? It often conceals the truth while presenting a fascinating illusion. But once everyone believes the illusion, can't magic reveal the truth to them once again? And wouldn't such a trick be the most marvelous finale to today's performance? Come on, Lenny and Lynette. Give it another go. Don't worry. Spina di Rosula has made the necessary arrangements on your behalf. But, as the magic makers and stars of the show, I think I should leave the final performance to you.
I understand.
And voila.
Sorry for the interruption.
Wait, isn't that Halsey? So the whole thing about people dissolving wasn't true after all?
To be clear, I'm only here because this person told me that if I testified, the merit of doing so would lessen my sentence. I was hiding outside this room listening to the proceedings because I was afraid that I would be the one put on trial. I was just feeling happy that no one had noticed me, and then before I knew it, she caught me.
That'll teach you to underestimate us three.
Where should I begin? I'm sorry. I'm the one who killed Cowl.
I called it.
I admit it.
She never left.
What? Why?
Firstly, my name isn't Halsey. It's Lillian, and I'm originally from Mondstadt. I heard that Linny's show was gonna be a real thriller, but I missed the chance to buy a ticket, so I stole one. That's how I make a living. I steal stuff here and there, and I'd never been caught before. But I was noticed at the harbor a few days ago, and I barely got away. Linny was the one who caught me in the act.
Hey, no wonder you look familiar. So you were the thief. Liddy even mentioned that you were pretty skilled.
Sorry, no, I didn't. I was wrong. Never mind. So there was a third party involved.
Well, and I thought that would have been the end of it, but then the number selector chose me.
We're just gonna...
He even mentioned the Fortress of Meripede. That's a prison, isn't it? So you can imagine how shocked I was. I thought he was onto me for sure. So I played along with the show while looking for an opening to flee. But then I got water poured on me for no reason, and then someone jumped into the tunnel to nab me. I wasn't going to take that lying down, so I knocked him out and stuffed him into the box. There was nowhere to run from there, though, so I had to change my clothes and hide in a box containing performance costumes. I slipped out after the first guard arrived at the scene and continued hiding inside the opera house.
Can a person even hide in there?
Professional thief can make it work.
But I swear, I didn't know that the water tank would fall down. Really, I swear it. Had I known that, I wouldn't have put him in the magic box. I may be a thief, but I'm no killer.
Well, that makes everything pretty clear now, doesn't it?
I guess the question here is, but she had the water poured on her and it didn't do anything? So it didn't actually work. It was a test and it failed.
This time, we need to tell the entire story from Lillian's perspective.
Hold on a second. Let me look at all the things. Random member sector, strange sound, broken vase, close.
The strange sound wasn't from a fight. It was Lillian's attempt to break out when she was frightened. The flower vase was not broken to cover anything up, but was smashed during the struggle between Lillian and Cowl. Lillian was afraid that she would be recognized if she left, so she changed clothes and hid, biding her time. Just what one might expect of an experienced thief.
And it's Ace Detective time!
Get him.
Having been selected out of the blue, Lillian panicked. Her panic only intensified after she entered the tunnel and had water poured on her head. So she kicked the door open, producing the thud we all heard. Hearing the commotion, Cowell leapt into the tunnel, only to discover that Lillian had not dissolved. He did not know that Lillian was not from Fontaine, but was a thief who made her way in by stealing a ticket.
I forgot. It only works on people from Fontaine, and she's not from Fontaine.
Mistakenly believing that the water from the primordial sea needed time to take effect, he tried to force Lillian back into the box. The two broke the flower vase during the struggle, but Lillian came out on top, knocking Cowell out and putting him in the box. With no way of escaping, she changed her clothes and hid in the costume trunk until the performance ended.
So what was going to happen, what was intended to happen, is she would have dissolved into water. The broken water tank would have mixed with her, and it would have dissolved the evidence, and then she would have been left with clothes and no person. So what did they expect to do from that point forward? What did they think would happen? I guess they would charge Lenny for the disappearance of the woman. What'd you do with her? You kidnapped her. Okay. Whew. What a coincidence, though. A lot of coincidence.
She knew that she would have to go through guard inspection if she tried to leave afterward. So, she has been trapped in the Opera House these last 2 days.
That is the question, though. How likely is it that the person selected from the audience was a Mondstadtian who stole a ticket to end up in that seat? We know that the number was tampered with. Was the person targeting Halsey specifically? And why Halsey specifically? Or did someone tamper with it to make sure it wasn't a Fontainian? Questions.
She had already become desperately hungry by the time we were chatting over macarons. So
there you go.
She swiped 2 of them right under our noses. Talk about a sneaky thief.
At this point, all the events that happened in the tunnel have now come to light.
I knew the macarons meant there was something about the macarons. I knew it.
Ah, so that's the whole story.
Bravo! Bravo!
Now then, Lady Farina, do you wish to speak against the defense's statements?
You ain't got shit. You ain't got shit.
Please answer the question, Lady Farina. Also, if I may add, the trial has not yet ended. As such, I request that the prosecution not leave the room before the proceedings have concluded.
What? Are you reading my mind now?
You started this mess. You finish it.
No, I have no further arguments. I admit defeat. But really, could you at least have left me with some dignity?
You're responsible for the loss of it.
Wow, look at that. She's like a deflated balloon now.
If there are no objections, then as the Chief Justice of Fontaine, I shall once again repeat the full sequence of events. The actual perpetrator of the serial disappearances, Cowell, selected his next victim from the audience reservation list. With some modifications to the selector, he could ensure that the pre-selected young woman would be chosen. To cover up any evidence while committing the deed, Cowell thought of allowing the water tank to fall, which would conceal the water left behind after the young woman was dissolved. He also tampered with the rope suspending the water tank, using the fireworks at the end of the performance to cause the tank to drop and hide the watermarks.
Also, this makes me think, so there are people who are possibly attempting to make sure that prophecy comes true. Dissolve into the water. So it's like, no one knows when this prophecy started, but, well, it seems like the prophecy was started by people who are actually intending on finding a way to make it happen.
He poured the water from the primordial sea into a balloon during the preparation of the magic box and stuck it to the box's lid. Finally, he passed the prepared hook on a rope through the gap in the magic box's door when bringing the young woman to said box. When the magic trick officially began, the box containing the woman was lowered into the tunnel, tightening the hook rope and bursting the balloon containing the water. If all had gone to plan, the young woman would be dissolved at this time. However, Lillian was not from Fontaine, and thus fled the box with a loud noise. Realizing that there was trouble, Cowell entered the tunnel and met Lillian. Thinking that the waters had not yet taken effect, he decided to proceed. However, his opponent was more capable than he thought, and he was overcome, knocked unconscious, and placed into the magic box, and thus became his own final victim. Lillian, according to her own statements, then changed clothes and hid until the performance ended, before hiding in other parts of the opera house. As for Linny, he was in the underground structures within the opera house, and was thus ignorant of these happenings. From this reconstruction of events, we can conclude that Linny, the accused, is in fact innocent. While there is much in Linny and Lillian's conduct that should still be investigated separately, this case, at least, can be handed over to the Oratrice to make the final decision.
Warp. It's a 5-star.
As such, Linny and Lynette are officially declared not guilty.
Poggers.
Great work, partners.
Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Let's not celebrate just yet.
Next, I think we deserve an explanation, Guard Vaughn.
Because you're in the basement, right?
How did you find the water from the primordial sea in Linny's baggage?
Yep. Planted. One of the guards is a suspect.
Right! Your discovery caused me to make a serious mistake, you know. Or was that not a discovery, but false evidence that you dare to bring before this court?
I suspect that the accomplice mentioned in Cowell's notes was not Linny, but you, yes? I'm sure you know what you must do to lessen your sentence.
Speak quickly! Unless you want to earn yourself a one-way ticket to Coupon Town.
Coupon Town?
I was just following orders. We were supposed to place blame for the serial disappearances onto Linny, and thus cause suspicion to fall on the Fatui. The higher-ups said this was the best opportunity to do so.
Interesting. Framing the Fatui. Bold move.
And now that your plan has fallen through, and the secrets of the water have been revealed, you have become a liability to said higher-ups, yes? Therefore, you would be wise to tell everything you know, and seek the protection of the guards.
Yes, I'll tell you everything I know. Our boss discovered that the water can cause people to dissolve. It can also be made into a potion, which when extremely diluted, can cause people to experience unforgettable exhilaration. We've been in this business for a while now, and have made decent more off it. The disappearances were also the boss's idea. I mean, this is the boss we're talking about. The...
Sounds like they had a trigger.
And now he can no longer talk.
Such ruthlessness. I shouldn't have expected any less of them.
An outrageous act. All present, please submit to inspection immediately.
So, we're just going back now?
I wonder if how that would be possible, but like it's possible that all of them had some sort of mechanism by which they get dissolved if they end up trying to talk, and maybe it's triggered by thoughts. Interesting. Also, why do they dissolve in the primordial sea? Return to monkey. Anyway, we're not needed here anymore.
That's true, but...
Traveler, Paimon, please wait.
Lenny...
I know you may not want to speak to me right now. Maybe you don't even want to look at me. But still, let me thank you again for defending me to the end, even after you learned that I'm a member of the Fatui.
Just didn't wish to see anyone be falsely accused.
I guess. But regardless, I'd like the opportunity to set things straight. I didn't approach you with any ulterior motives or ill intent. I've spoken to you as myself, just plain Linny this entire time. As for why I'm a Fatus, it's because the goals of the House of the Hearth align with those of an orphan like me. That's all. That was how Father, who you might know as the Knave, approached recruiting us back then too.
Otets. The Knave. Then who's Arlecchino? A replacement knave?
The knave? The one who controls the House of the
Or is
Hearth?
that another name for her?
She's your father?
Oh, right, because Arlecchino is her comedian name. So Otets is her real name. Also, why father?
That's right. And since we're here, I was wondering, would you mind hearing a story? It's about my past. Back when our parents first died, Lynette and I were left wandering the streets. To survive, I took to surreptitiously observing an older street performer who did magic. It took me several days to figure out how he pulled off his amazing tricks. I took my sister through several streets until we found a crowded corner, and we began to perform magic tricks there. To my surprise, we proved to be pretty popular, and we could at least stop worrying about where our next meal would come from for a time. But I didn't want my sister to remain a street rat together with me forever. Before long, an aristocrat came to me and claimed that he wished to take us in after watching my performances.
So you went from orphans to nobility just like that?
That was how we felt at first, too. As if fate was on our side and we could say goodbye to those painful days. But I gradually discovered that while we were called foster children, he was really after my talent for magic tricks. He would constantly take me to all sorts of banquets to garner attention, which he would then use to expand his social circles.
That doesn't seem too bad either. Better than roaming the streets at any rate.
It took a while for me to realize just how dark his heart really was. After one particular performance at a banquet, I discovered that Lynette was not on the same return vehicle as me. I waited a long time after we returned home, but she did not come back. I went to that noble's bedroom and asked him about her whereabouts. The answer he gave me was, she caught the eye of the most eminent person at the banquet, so I sent her over as a gift. I mean, you'll be able to perform your magic regardless of who your assistant is, yes?
Holy shit. Genshin went there?
Oh no. So he was gonna... But wouldn't Fontaine's laws deal with such people?
As far as outsiders are concerned, this is a relationship akin to adoption or foster care, and they have their ways of escaping the eye of the law.
Right, Hoyoverse. Like, I'm not... It's not Hoyoverse that surprised me. It's the fact that it's Genshin. Fucking Genshin. I mean, damn. Let's go. I mean, not like that, because, like, fuck these guys. Poor Lynette. But, holy shit.
I managed to ferret out the location of the mansion of that so-called eminent person and hurried through the night. But by the time I leaped over the walls, avoided the guards, and made my way in, all I saw was the moonlit ground covered in blood, and the knave standing there in the darkness.
Oh yeah, the Calamity, Aristocrat, and Mondstadt, the Inazuma Sickness, Conry, a Citizen turning into monsters, the manga is... Listen, but like all of that is a bit abstract, right? Like... It's all very fantastical and abstract and historical, right? It happened way in the past and it's a big event in history, or it's, you know, fantasy turning people. This is a very like real, personal crime. Like this is the one of the more real and directly relatable detestable acts. And it's also a game that's rated T for T that kids play. That's the other thing, right? Like this is it gets away with a lot of like fantasy shit, right? It's a fantasy game, and a lot of those things are fantasy. This is not fantasy. This is very much not fantasy. It just hits you with like a something very real all of a sudden. And the thing is, the truth is, like, we see, you know, people die, but like the trauma of the living are left with can be worse than dying. Like someone dying, well, you know, it's sad, but it's over. But you have to live with trauma, right? And at least the Conry citizens turning into monsters, they don't even know, right? Like they don't really understand. So like I'm just saying, like they went to a place that I didn't think Genshin was going to ever go. Anyway, all that said, holy shit, Arlecchino's like, hell no, you ain't harming orphans. Fuck you.
So, she'd already taken care of that guy.
That's right. She had rescued my sister before she could come to any harm, and had even discovered several girls hidden in a basement, all of them orphans.
That's another thing, is like, all the things that you listed, a younger person probably would understand. But like, this might actually go over some people's heads. Like some younger people's heads. Like this is one of those things that like, they might not get it. The thing is, they're not even directly saying it, right? Like all the stuff you just listed is all stuff that they have said directly. This is one of those things that they won't even directly say, they're just implying it. You know what I mean?
Father, I mean, the knave, might have seen something in me, and so she made me an offer. The House of the Hearth welcomes you, for your interests align with ours. Here, none will ever betray you. Indeed, betrayal shall never be permitted here. I was hesitant to trust her. I mean, I had just been betrayed by nobles.
Nobles suck. Don't trust nobles.
But she was also quick to destroy the noble who had taken us.
No, I didn't mean to skip that.
So that's how the two of you joined the House of the Hearth.
The knave is after the Gnosis, isn't she?
She has her own plans. She has gained permission from the Tsaritsa to first use the Gnosis' power when she obtains it. She plans to use it to find a way to break the prophecy and save Fontaine.
But who started the prophecy in the first place?
So, she believes in that prophecy too?
That's right. The whole House of the Hearth is currently working to combat that crisis.
It's a manufactured crisis, bro.
Today's case has also proven that people from Fontaine can indeed dissolve into some sort of water, thus further supporting the prophecy. All of us house members here Lady Arlecchino herself included, are from Fontaine. We won't give up on defending our homeland. To us orphans, the only connection we have left to this world, apart from our family, is our homeland.
So, from small deeds like distributing magic pockets to huge schemes like stealing a Gnosis, everything is aimed at dealing with that prophecy.
I can't completely trust you because I honestly can't completely trust your bosses.
It's all right. I understand. The only thing I can do is relate all this to you. I just hope you can understand that even as a member of the House, I have never stopped making my own decisions, and that I believe what I'm doing is right.
Oh, I believe that.
If you should need anything at all in the future, feel free to find me. I will do my best to help you, as plain Linny.
I understand. Peace.
Bye, Linny.
Y'all suck. I figure we'll probably run into Navia before we leave. Yeah.
Hey there. What was with the disappearing act you pulled right as the trial ended?
Were you looking for us, Navia?
Well, this whole thing isn't exactly over, is it? I do feel that we're getting closer to solving the serial disappearances case, though. Don't you think so, too?
I'm not really here for that.
Huh? What's wrong, my dear partner?
I wasn't necessarily looking into that.
Besides, are you sure we're the ones who can crack a case that's been cold for decades now? And given that there's new evidence from the trial, there should be a trail of breadcrumbs for the Hydro Archon's people to follow now, right?
Ah, I see. Well, I won't lie. I'm a little shocked to hear that from you. But I suppose you are just travelers who have only arrived in Fontaine after all. Sorry. I might have been too presumptuous.
Don't say that, Navia.
Ah, and we were having so much fun investigating with you, too. It was like having new waters flowing into a stagnant mire, causing new hope to spring forth, and the reflection in the murk to become clearer.
That is sort of what we tend to do wherever we go.
Sorry about that. I'm a bit prone to nostalgia. Don't mind me. Wait, shall we have a farewell meal? You know, to commemorate our time as partners?
Huh? Do we really need to get that formal? Well, guess you really did treat us as partners, huh?
She wants an opportunity to convince us.
Well, I'd just like to have a proper ending to every important memory. That way there are no regrets later. Anyway, it would just be a meal, so it shouldn't take up too much of your time.
If you say so.
You don't have to twist Paimon's arm. If Boss Navia's treating, count Paimon in!
Sorry, just the fact that she was called Boss Navia and they used boss for the other thing. It was just like, wait a second. Is Navia boss? But I don't know. I don't think so, but... Because she's the one looking into the cases. I mean, it would be ideal for the person who's doing it to be the one looking into it, right? But no, I don't think so.
Oh, wonderful. In that case, why don't we return to the court of Fontaine and head to the Hotel de Boer? I believe we'll make it just in time for dinner.
All right, then. Let's have our farewell meal.
I assume that will probably end Act 1. Oh, no, this is the end of Act 1. Thank God. Oh, my God. Holy shit. I have been streaming for 8 hours. Yeah, really long Act 1. Oh my God. Okay, so here's the plan for anyone watching. I'm going to take a quick break, use the restroom. Then I'm going to briefly pivot to Honkai Impact 3rd because I need to complete my Abyss run for the day before it ends. Because I haven't completed it yet, and I only got a couple hours left. I do want to keep playing Genshin, but I have to do that first. So I'll be right back. We're gonna hop over to Honkai for a short bit, and then we'll hop back to Genshin. Cool? Cool. Whew. Okay, I am back. And we're going to take a brief detour. need to fix that. Oh, now it's too big. That's not right either. Sorry for doing all this live. Not exactly the most professional. Although this doesn't seem to be the right resolution to me. Huh. Well, fuck it. I am, not particularly worried about it. We're only doing this for a short bit. So, let's go. No, I don't want to exit. I want to go do the best. Huh? Why are you instructing me on how to do this? I've done this before. No, hold on. What are you asking me to do? It's weird. Okay. I'm not using physical damage. Fuck it. I don't care. Elemental.
みんなとの
Quick Abyss. Let's see what happens. See if it works. Wait, what is happening here? I don't think that it likes the resolution that I've chosen. I think something is wrong. Sorry, hold on a second. It does not like this game. Let me open studio mode. Hold on one second. I'm in studio mode. Why are you showing this there? I'm making changes here. Why are you like this? Okay, well. I think I'm supposed to be doing it on a different scene, but oh well, I guess. It's fine. Okay. No, I don't. What is going on? Why are my controls... Oh, I know what happened. Oh, because I recently had to reinstall the game. I bet my settings aren't consistent. Hold on, how do I... Menu. Right, I confirm as A. Thank you. That explains a lot. Okay. Gotta love Scuff. Yes, I've done this before. I know I just installed the game. Wait a second. What else is broken? How much did I remap? Hold on. Skill. Where's skill? Attack. Attack is A. Jesus. I'm so sorry. I believe this is correct. Alright, let me start again. One more time. There we go. Much better. What a waste, but it's fine.
予備エネルギー起動。座標を確認しました。コンプレイトリープリペアード。星が砕け散る様を見たことはありますか？兵は起動なり。ビジライコー、ここに現れなさい。息を止めなさい。
Sorry I'm quiet. I'm just trying to get through this.
夜に宣言。コンタクトを位置につきました。重装火力演武器空想再放手動装置開始火力連携放置ディスチャージワンツーファイヤー。今よ左東で前進一進来光ここに現れなさい。息を止めなさい。重悪を断ち切る。維持。震えなさい。野菜のイカズチ。甘いアレンジを執行します。弱点確認。デフォルトモジュール起動。隙だらけ。失礼。逃がさない。来光ここに現れなさい。息を止めなさい。前進一進。維持。逃がさい。重悪を断ち切る。
ナイス。
真我の道、それが起源の意味よ。
All right, sim battle. Yes, I did. I can do these later tonight. It's fine. Okay, cool. Well, that's that. That's all I had to do there. Now we can go back to Genshin. All right. And with that, we have returned to good old Genshin. And I'm actually realizing right now that this window is not the right size. But you know, I think I'll leave it for the time being. I must have had a reason for doing it this way when I chose to do it this way. And I can figure the rest out later. Okay, so we are now back to Genshin after that brief Honkai detour. Let me just check Discord real quick, see if there's anything I need to look at. Okay. So, the main goal here for me, I would like to unlock commissions and reputation.
The world remains constant over the centuries, but human life is like the dew at dawn, or a bubble rising through water. Transitory.
Chill, A. Chill, Shogun. It's fine. It'll be fine. Thank you for the gift. I would actually like to go to the workshop, thank you. Oh man. I should also... Oh, Arnold's streaming. I need to check Star Rail because I bet you my Trailblaze power is going to get capped shortly. Yeah, I should take care of that now. Sorry for the distractions. Ones. Oh god. Oh god. That was loud. 1 second. Okay, sorry, I am back. Alright. Just making sure everything's in order. Just need to make sure that my stream's in the right category. Alright, it is. Cool. Man, my computer's having a time. Okay. Just trying to eliminate as much CPU hogging bullshit as I can. All right. Ready to return to the game.
Welcome to Palais Mermoni.
taking a quick detour to the blacksmith. Because I got that quest. And I have no idea what that's all about, but I'd like to know.
All the world holds dear is but a backdrop of...
I'm okay, Shogun. Don't need to hear more about that. Okay.
I hope the weather is nice like this tomorrow as well.
What do you do when the Electro Archon comes hurtling out of the sky? I'm intrigued what is going on here. Where are the solid chunks of muscle on her arm? Yeah. Humans can use tools, yeah. It makes things possible for people who are less able. Or, you know, not exactly like that, but you know what I mean. What does this Autosmith do? Okay, what is this Auto Forge? What are we doing? What is it that you've... What is our partnership? First of all, I'd like to buy some weapons. Aha! Okay, so this is where the... I buy things with... I buy these with specialties. Understood. And this is just the standard... Got it. Okay, I guess the auto forge materials thing is just me bringing things to buy the recipes. That works. Okay. I have so many quests. I see. Can I? Yeah, I can't teleport there yet. Okay. Anyway, real quick, before I actually need to go take a look at my expeditions. Wow, so that first act was long as hell, let me tell you. Good, but long.
Ad Astra Abyssosk. Welcome.
Add extra applesauce. All right. I also need to figure out how to build Hydro Traveler and how to build Lynette. I would like to start using them once I leave the city and go out into the wild. A reverence for the building, for the actual structure of the world. Walk on the ceilings. Give no shits. Swim in the aqueducts. You ain't the boss of me. Go outside of the city. Where was I just now? Oh, did you say go outside to the city or go outside the city? Because this is definitely outside the city. Interesting. Well, back in I go. Hello. I will come back to you later. Hello. Okay.
I came here several times with my father when I was little, but stopped eating here as often after growing up. I hope the food here will be to your taste.
Man.
Oh, don't worry. We haven't eaten at a hotel like this in a while. Paimon's getting excited already.
In that case, I'll go order for us first. Please wait here a moment.
Ooh, everything looks so good. People in Fontaine sure know how to enjoy life.
Why, of course. Go ahead, try whatever you like. If the food's good, I'll make a group reservation for the rest of Spina di Rosula next time.
And if it's not?
Well, then I'll still bring everyone. Albeit with only one dish per table.
You, sure have your own way of doing things. Oh, we called this a farewell meal, but we could also treat it like a victory feast, right? We did just win that case after all.
It is certainly worth celebrating.
Oh, true. Very true. In that case, boss, we'll have another 2 dishes.
We didn't need more food.
Huh? Paimon didn't mean that you had to order even more food. Speaking of cases, do you think that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances will get caught soon now that this has all happened?
Probably not.
Well, we've certainly taken a big step forward, but I feel that's about it. We know that there's an organization that means to dissolve these young women, but we still don't know what they are really after.
If it hadn't happened right in front of us, Paimon wouldn't have ever believed that a person could be dissolved like that.
Right? Yet it was because this was such a preposterous notion that the investigation could never really move forward before.
The big question I have is like, why only people from Fontaine? What is the point, etc., etc.
If only that guy could have finished speaking. We were so close to hearing who was behind it.
In such investigations, even the smallest step can seem like a yawning chasm if the trail of clues is cut off. To be honest, I don't have high hopes for any follow-up that the authorities might conduct. It's not that I don't have faith in their ability, it's just that a different perspective is required in some matters. It's easy to guard against and deceive a single narrow perspective. A shift in thinking is required at such times in order to produce a breakthrough, which is exactly why the Spina di Rosula exist. Those highfalutin folk are not all-knowing. That's why we exist. To seep into the cracks where filth falls through, where their watch fails them. That's the kind of problems we solve.
Seems Paimon thought things were simpler than they actually are.
It's all right. Well, this was supposed to be a farewell meal, so I doubt you have further interest in this business, right? Let's talk about something else. Like, what are your future plans?
We wanted to ask the Hydro Archon some questions, but I'm pretty sure we just pissed her off, so I don't think that's happening.
That's true. We didn't have a chance to speak to her after the trial ended. It didn't really seem like the right time or place to do it anyway.
I don't think that it's going to happen.
I see. So, your primary objective, which has been foiled so far, was to have a chat with the Hydro Archon. I've heard that there's a long line of people waiting to meet Lady Farina. I suspect you'll be waiting for quite a while, considering that you missed your chance today.
Yeah, we've heard that she's super popular here in Fontaine, and that it'll be tough getting any of her time.
Well, would you consider some more, unique ways? Perhaps even methods of, let's say, questionable legality?
We keep doing this, and it doesn't work out well. It eventually works out in the end, but it's really just painful.
Guess that's Spina di Rosula's boss for you. Chock full of sketchy ideas. Well, what did you have in mind?
Well, one way would be to infiltrate a performance troupe at the Opera House, only to abandon your act at the play's climax and ask to speak to her after the performance. I'm sure Lady Farina would be eager to see the ending, and would agree in order to finish watching the play. Don't you think?
Damn. That's some... that's some bribery right there.
Could you suggest something a little more practical? This plan seems pretty hard to pull off. We'd have to go learn how to act, and acting's really hard.
All right, here's another. Find a way to conceal yourselves under her bed. Then wake her up in the dead of night and demand answers. Don't let her go back to sleep until she answers all your questions.
I like it, but no.
I can personally testify that this one works. When I'm sleepy, I'll do anything as long as I can finally get some sleep.
That might work, but that's not really the problem. The problem is we don't want to get ourselves arrested.
Again.
Valid point. I overlooked that part. I was just thinking about leveraging a person's desire for sleep.
How can you overlook something like that?
All right, no more joking around. Perhaps you could... Oh, I don't know. Cut the line when she's on a break.
Oh, I just realized hours ago, I found a fish that was like wanting to catch for the teapot, and I needed to go to get bait for it and forgot. I wonder if it's even still there. I'm gonna take a detour when I get a chance, and I'm gonna go check.
You did defeat her in court, clearing citizens of hers from false accusations. False accusations she had nearly upheld personally. I imagine that she feels quite ashamed about the whole thing.
You mean that if we catch her while she's on a break, she might be too embarrassed to refuse? Oh, that does make some sense.
Worth a try.
Why don't we give it a try after this meal? You know, strike while the iron is hot and all.
Also, what do you mean, like, on a break? What work does she do, and what does she do for breaks? Like, I would figure, like, the god would have her own place that you wouldn't be able to get to. I don't know.
Huh? Paimon, did you drink my Fanta?
Was this your drink? Sorry about that. Paimon wasn't really paying attention, and the cup was right next to Paimon. Would you like to order another?
No, it's fine. We're just about done here.
Alright. Honestly, Paimon wouldn't recommend Fonta anyway. It tastes kind of salty and icky.
My drink also tasted that way.
Is that so? Huh. Well, in that case, we'll have to blacklist the Fonta here then.
Interesting. You didn't... There's only 2 cups here, it looks like. And we drank it, but you didn't. Huh. I'm suspicious.
If we're all finished eating, then I'll go pay.
Yeah, we're stuffed. Thanks for the treat, Navia. Oh, so full. Paimon can barely float anymore.
You could try walking, you know.
Nah, that would be so... normal. You know, like you.
Okay. As for expenses this month, we're left with...
Hey, Navia! What are you doing over there?
Oh, nothing. It was just a meal, you know? Nothing the Spina di Rosula can't cover.
Seems that was pretty tough for her.
Let's get ready to try to meet the Hydro Archon again. Bye, Navia!
So this is goodbye, huh? Well, if you do encounter any other trouble in Fontaine, you're always welcome to contact the Spina di Rosula. I'll give your requests the highest priority. In any case, I wish you smooth sailing. I'll see you again, partner.
See
ya! Okay, so that is a ways away, which is good. I won't accidentally run into it. I want to go to the Fishing Association, please. I would like to get some bait, please. Because actually, the fish that I wanted was near where I'm headed anyway. I doubt it's still there. I don't know how that stuff resets. But it's worth a try. Oh boy. What a quest. Is the Fishing Association really just up on a piece of broken bridge? Yet another thing. Increases elemental skill crit rate. That is a very specific effect. Over to Inazuma. Oh, hey, Naz. Thank you for stopping by. Almost missed you. I will continue to have lots of fun in Fontaine. I hope you have fun when you continue as well. Oh, it uses specialties. God damn it. Where? I think it was over here. I don't want to run into the place that I need to go to, so I need to pivot. Hello. Look at pretty birds. There's a nice little farming spot. Aha! The special fish is still here. Okay, well, now I know what y'all want. This one's feisty.
You've got it! You got it! Yay! Time to celebrate!
All right, while I'm here, I might as well catch a few more of the actual fish here.
Victory is almost ours! Whoa! Nice catch! it another Paimon?
Those fish have gears, or like water mills. WTF. Perhaps they are rare. I will deal with that later. Okay. Time to go find Miss Hydro Archon. Man, honestly, having Linny just for the specialty finding would be really nice. Not gonna lie. That is a trap.
I see everything.
There is no escape.
Told you.
Everyone hold hands.
Can't see.
Rest and weep.
But not for me. Not for me. Call an ambulance, but not for me.
Keep up.
Oh, okay. So it's a Kaza built style structure. Oh, she takes a break by the fountain. Makes sense. Makes sense.
There aren't many people around anymore. Looks like that boat we took to Araneas might have been the last one.
Vache.
That voice again.
Looks like we're back here again. Huh? Traveler? Are you hearing voices again?
Yeah, and it's clearer than it was during the day.
Ugh. That's kind of spooky. Are you sure we don't want to come back in the morning?
Vache? Vache.
Hey,
Wait a second.
why are you still walking towards it?
Now that we know,
There might be something nasty in the water.
now that we know that women or people even just can be dissolved into water. What if this is the people of Fontaine that have been dissolved in the water? I can feel strong emotions.
Hang on. Paimon can kind of hear a voice. It's calling for Vache, right? Hey, traveler! Stop walking! Come on, wake up!
Time to have another trip. Oceanid. Where is this?
Vache. Are you my dear Vache?
I am not. I apologize.
No, wait. You seem to be someone else. Do you know Vache? Do you know where my love is?
I'm afraid not, but who are you?
Wait. Who am I? I'm very sorry. I fear I do not know.
That sucks.
My memories feel like they have been washed away like a flood. So many fragments dissolved amidst the tide, never to be recovered. How much have I lost? How many things that I once held dear while on land have I since forgotten?
You were once human?
Yes, that is what I was once. But now, I am but the consciousness of one who has lost their form.
A human who has lost their form, but now taking the form of an oceanid?
I do not know how I came to be like this either. I only vaguely remember being covered in light blue water, and then all grew dim.
Yep. Could she have been one of the girls who were dissolved? I got there.
I also remember going to many places. I loved adventure, loved exploring places of peril. No matter where I went, Vache would go with me. I knew how dearly he loved me, and I also loved him equally as much. But now, we can no longer go back.
The pain of such parting. I never knew how heavy it could be. No. Our reunion no longer has any meaning. There is no way for us to create any new memories. The thought of me gives him no succor. So let it lie forgotten beneath the waters. If you meet Vache, tell him not to look for me. Tell him to move on. That is the only thing I still remember.
I believe it'll be hard for him to forget you.
Perhaps that is so. As I was submerged in the waters, losing consciousness, I saw Vache above the surface. His eyes were filled with such sorrow, such longing. If only I could have comforted him, told him that I did not suffer. Indeed, I had felt a great warmth.
So he was a witness, huh?
Is that what you call it? Dissolving? If anything, I consider it a form of release. It was a state of neither fear nor frenzy, with only an endless peace, like the water's still surface.
I feel like this is yet another hive mind type situation. Lose the body, the form of the body, become pure consciousness in the still waters amongst all the others.
I could also liken it to being a thirsty person who drinks water for the first time, and only then sees how they have lived for so long in a world of endless want and anxiety. I think I hear your companion. It's time for you to go, I think. Farewell, then. I am glad that you were able to sense my presence. Remember, if you see Vache, tell him not to seek me out any longer.
Oh shit. What the fuck? Pardon? That escalated quickly.
Demoiselle, look out!
Dear God, it's a whole army of Gardamex. Chlorand?
Kick some ass, girl. They're all afraid. They're like, oh, hell no.
Quick, now's our chance!
Flank them. Oh, she's a badass. Let's go. She is this game's Zila. Absolutely. Oh man. Okay, so she's a must pull.
I should thank you for lending us your sword there, Chlorand. But before I do so, could you explain how you managed to show up here?
I followed you. It seemed to me that danger has followed you more closely as of late.
I believe that following someone without their knowledge is actually called stalking, is it not?
Mr. Callus's last wish was for me to ensure your safety, and I will not betray his trust. He would do the same, were he alive today.
Do not speak of my father!
Sorry, Demoiselle. I was not strong enough.
Thank you for your aid, Miss Chlorand, but do keep an eye out for your manner of speech. I believe we all wish to avoid unnecessary emotional harm.
Sorry, I did not consider your feelings.
Whatever. What else do you know? How did you come to the conclusion that I'd be in grave danger?
I doubt I know much more than you, but I believe that the mastermind behind the serial disappearances is very powerful. Your performance tonight will almost certainly attract their attention.
Huh. I'm sure they've known about me. To be honest, I'm shocked it's taken them this long to act against me. And what about these Gardamex? I thought only those associated with the Maison Gardiennage could control them.
None of these mecha have serial numbers. I was sure to check a moment ago. They are not the ones used by the authorities to enforce the law. I can only conclude that some powerful or wealthy party must have obtained them via illegal means, deploying them as a private force of sorts.
What? Your point being that they're out of Spina di Rosula's league, then?
Yes. Be careful, and do not act rashly.
I will continue investigating no matter what. We will bring the truth to light. That's my father's true last wish. Regardless, thank you for your help today, Clarand. But if you get any ideas, tell me first. I don't much appreciate being followed.
I do not think that they'll strike again anytime soon. So I shall stop following you. Good day, all.
Right. I suppose that's the best news we've gotten today.
Demoiselle, I believe that Miss Clarand was being sincere with you. If we tried, we could attempt to thaw relations a little.
I know, she's...
What the hell just happened?
Oh, thank goodness! Paimon thought we were done for!
Like, that went from 0 to 100 real quick.
Those Gardamex came out of nowhere while you were unconscious, and Nadia and her gang saved us! Oh, and there was that champion duelist named Clarand who came out to save us too! We got lucky there. Paimon probably couldn't have fought them off otherwise.
You wouldn't have been able to do anything. Exactly. Thanks for the rescue, Navia.
Oh, come now. Forget all that polite talk. That wasn't really a farewell meal we had back there. Not for me, anyway. In truth, I hope that every meal we have together shall be a victory feast. As such, we're still partners. There's no need to thank me.
Basically, what just happened is, suggests that we're not going to be left alone. They're going to come after us now, and, we have no choice but to get involved, because we are now are already involved.
It will take 50 years for me to match Demoiselle's magnanimity.
If it were me, I would have joined the Spina di Rosula on account of her goodwill long ago.
Stop it.
All right, you two. That's enough.
Actually, Navia, how did you know that we were in danger? You sure did show up in the nick of time.
Well, to be honest, you're the one who tipped us off, Paimon.
Huh? Really? Paimon contributed somehow? Ooh, Paimon's even more amazing than she thought!
Yes, all thanks to you grabbing my drink by mistake.
Oh?
How did that help?
After we parted ways, I was on the way back to one of our bases when I suddenly thought of what you said. That the Fanta tasted kind of salty and icky?
Yeah, I was sus.
Fanta only comes in sweet flavors. So how could it have tasted salty? The color of the drink, if I recall, had also been a bit off.
So the Fanta had been spiked with water from the primordial sea?
Yes. So if you hadn't drunk that cup for me...
Oh shit, they tried to poison her. Or really kill her.
Spina di Rosula is preparing the grandest of awards for you as we speak for saving the boss.
Huh. Really?
Yeah, fortunately neither of us are from Fontaine.
I sent people to Hotel de Boer to investigate. But whoever did this left no trace at all.
Damn, these fuckers. They're ruthless and they're aggressive.
That's when I figured out that you might be in danger and hurried here as quickly as I could.
But why would they go after us too? All we did was defend Linny in court and help clear his name. Ugh, now we're caught up in this mess too, aren't we?
Linny was meant to take the fall.
Well, you did foil a plan that they were probably pretty proud of. and almost got their name in the process. Speaking of which, did anything strange happen when you drank the primordial seawater?
I mean, we had already had that Vache thing happen to us before, but now Paimon was able to hear it too.
Well, it can't be coincidence that the traveler fainted just now. She said that she heard that voice calling for Vache again. Oh, and this time Paimon heard it too, but it was real faint. Does this situation have to do with the primordial seawater then? Does that mean the primordial seawater raises someone's sensitivity to hydro when it's used on people who are not from Fontaine?
That doesn't sound like too much of a bad thing, to be honest.
New intel? While you were out cold?
Well, let's hear it, shall we?
The voice in the fountain belonged to one of the missing women. A person named Vache was a witness when she dissolved.
Oh, that is important. Vache. That name doesn't ring a bell. I suppose he hasn't stepped forward as a witness in court lately. Since he saw that young woman dissolve, he was at least at the crime scene.
Why does the sky look weird?
But he never gave testimony or any information regarding people dissolving in the primordial seawater. Could he have been threatened?
We should try searching for him.
Yes, thank you. This is very important information indeed. We will continue to investigate.
All right, partner.
Oh, you mean you'll help us investigate?
Well, you know, we're now involved anyway. We have no choice.
Well, you did say that our farewell meal didn't really count. That means we're still partners, right? And besides, we're in this now whether we like it or not. You're not gonna let those people who targeted us get off the hook so easily, are you, Traveler?
That'll prove to be their biggest mistake. It really will, because now that we weren't involved before, now we are. They're fucked.
Demoiselle, do try not to look quite so pleased. You are the face of Spina di Rosula, after all.
You talk too much. Well, in that case, let's head back to one of our bases, shall we? I'll arrange accommodations for you. We also have some plans to go over, and hopefully we can deepen our bonds as partners. But we'll take that one step at a time, I guess.
Don't worry, you two. With us around, our base is definitely secure.
Well, that's a achievement name. I guess we're not talking to the Hydro Archon anymore. Oh, man. Oh, more achievements, huh? Yeah? Oh, man. Jazzy.
It's right up ahead, but let's make sure we weren't followed first.
I've been keeping watch, Demoiselle. I haven't spotted anyone suspicious thus far.
Huh, very good. But
let's not let our guard down for now.
I shall find rooms for our respected guests.
Thank you, Malus. Now, let's continue, traveler.
Take them. I have no need.
Ah, headed to the underworld. Yeah, I don't think so. Worth a shot, though. Alright, real quick. Before I continue, I will be right back. Okay, I am back. I'm going to continue playing, of course. But I'm also going to eat. I haven't had anything to eat in a while. So please do excuse.
This is your base? It's not quite what Paimon imagined.
Your accommodations have been arranged. Under the present circumstances, I can confidently say it's the best we have.
Well, our funds have been a little tight lately. After all, we don't allow illegal or unethical profiteering. In fact, our funds often come from citizenry who support us.
Seems like it's tough times for everyone. But if you have the support of the people, that does sound like it's worth it.
To be honest, our financial situation was a lot better back when my father was in charge a few years ago. I'm afraid I'm not quite his equal.
Your father... he was the previous boss of Spina di Rosula, right? How did he...
Demoiselle, if you'll allow me to explain.
No. I'll explain it myself. I suppose I couldn't run from this topic forever. And as partners, this is something I hope they can understand. My father's name is Callus. Yes, the same one they call Callus the Unfaithful in the streets. 3 years ago, he was accused of murdering his own friend. But he chose a duel to defend his honor instead of standing trial. He died in the duelist's ring.
Oh no.
But I do not believe my father was a murderer. I'm sure he was set up. At the time, I believed that if he only stood trial and was duly investigated, something amiss would crop up and prove his innocence. But strangely, he not only requested the duel himself, but rumor has it that even after being seriously injured, to the point where he could be deemed as having lost the duel, he refused to surrender, determined to die in the arena. 3 years later, I still don't understand why he did that. How could he protect his honor if he's dead? If anything, he gave up his chance to defend himself. The closest piece of info I have is that my father had been investigating the serial disappearances case at the time of his death.
Ah, so that's why you're so determined to get to the bottom of that case.
That's right. I've also tried to investigate the murder my father was implicated in, but I haven't found a single new clue in my countless reviews of the investigation records. However, I believe that if the murder case is related to those behind the disappearances, they must know something. I must know what really happened. Was my father coerced? Framed? Even if he really did kill his friend, I must get to the truth. If only he'd been more open with me when he was still alive. He even hid the fact that my mother died due to complications when giving birth to me. And now, here I am investigating his death. You really are a handful, aren't you, Papa?
Demoiselle, please. If there is anything I can do, anything at all.
I also will never believe that Master Callus murdered anyone. There are none whom I respect more than the two of you, Demoiselle.
Umi made a good observation I didn't necessarily. Seeking truth in the name of family. Indeed.
Master Callus did so much good in life, yet all it took was one murder case for him to be dubbed Callus the Unfaithful. Even our supporters decreased greatly due to that incident, hence our strained finances at present.
Wait, if Callus was such a good man, wouldn't people at least be a little suspicious when he was accused?
No. Perhaps people just revel in that kind of drama. It's not something exclusive to people from Fontaine, really. Everyone's like that. People love watching the evil turn over a new leaf, but they also enjoy watching good people fall into an abyss from one slip-up just as much.
But how could... never mind. If Callus was really falsely accused, we have to find the truth. He didn't deserve to have that happen to him.
There is one other thing. Master Callus's opponent in the duel was Ms. Clorand.
Oh, her? Well, then, isn't that as good as saying that she was the one who killed him? Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you can just let go and move on from.
Ms. Clorand has always placed great emphasis on the honorable nature of the duel. If her opponent doesn't yield, she will not stop either. She knew Master Callus beforehand and greatly respected him, but seeing how he was resolute in the arena, there was only ever one choice she could have made.
It's not that I don't understand her at all, but I just can't deal with this yet.
Don't worry, Navia. Paimon knows how you feel. You don't have to force yourself to do that.
Afterward, Ms. Clorand told us that at the start of the duel, Master Callus requested that she ensure Demoiselle Navia's safety. Yes, that is our understanding as well.
Oh, Papa. What madness drove you to ask the person who killed you to take care of me? All right, anyway, that's the information I wanted to share with you. Even if it did sound like I was just complaining towards the end. Thanks. You two should go and rest. This was quite a day after all.
Yeah, Paimon's beat.
Please, relax and get some sleep. We will ensure you rest soundly. Whether it be responsibility for Spina di Rosula or Master Callus's death, it all landed on Demoiselle's shoulders so suddenly. This won't do. I must become stronger.
Paimon slept so well. This place feels almost too safe. Huh? Navia? Where did the other two go?
I sent them back to Poisson. It's Spina di Rosula's place of origin, and where we have our headquarters. There's not much for them to do here at the moment.
Paimon gets the feeling that you're just trying to get them off your back. But never mind that. When did you get back? Were you waiting here the whole time?
No, I just returned after going out for a while. I did some investigating yesterday regarding the name Vacher.
Wait, so you didn't sleep at all?
How could I after having such critical new evidence appear?
Guess Paimon wasn't speaking for everyone just now, huh?
Unfortunately, this name seems to have been wiped from existence. It doesn't seem to have a match anywhere. I suspect that those behind this have already taken steps to hinder an investigation from this angle. But That does prove that this Vache person is a key witness in the incident.
Does that mean we're too late, though?
No. There is one ray of hope. One place in Fontaine that they would find almost impossible to threaten, no matter how much they wanted to. And that is the archives kept by Chief Justice Neuvillette. A place where detailed files on all the cases in recent years are kept. If the Oceanette you met is one of the young women who went missing recently, we should be able to find some related information there.
So Neuvillette maintains an archive of case files? Whew. Guess that's the hard-working Chief Justice for you. In that case, let's go talk to him, shall we? Aren't you coming along, Navia? Did you get tired?
No, it's nothing. Let's go see the Honorable Chief Justice.
Adventuring underground is way more fun than I thought.
One second. All right, food time done, which means I can focus on the game again. Well, more. I was focused, but like focus. I'm curious about something. Do things update like instantaneously? They do. All right, let's go.
The Palais is right up ahead. Come on.
Palais Marmonia. The number of collectibles strewn about is woefully little. I am disappointed. Where are all my books?
Halt! Please state your business here. The Chief Justice is presently occupied with official matters.
Huh. This place does look pretty heavily guarded. Guess that proves that Nervalet's files are really secure.
Hey, don't you recognize us?
Hey now.
Huh? Who are you? Just to be clear, I don't care who you are or who you might be related to. Our rules make no exceptions.
See? They've got great discipline, too.
Yep. Paimon can tell.
If you're here just to crack jokes, I can point you towards the exit. Unlike some, we're busy, so please leave if you don't have a reason to be here.
No, the point...
No. What I meant to say is, shouldn't you remember us from a few days ago? We were at the trial of the great magician Linny.
The reason why we're making those comments is like, you're very good at your job, and we need you to be good at your job.
Oh, yes, I remember. I read about it in the Steambird. You must be Linny's attorneys. It's all coming back to me now.
We're here today to report and archive some information on a follow-up case.
Huh. Is that even a thing?
Of course. Don't worry. We're here on official business. You can trust us.
All right then, I'll let you through. The Chief Justice is just inside.
Okay, maybe not as secure as we would have hoped.
Ah, thanks so much.
Sorry. Book.
The food in the cafeteria is excellent. If you're lucky enough to make it.
Where's part 1? Alright, well, I tried.
Please come in.
Sorry to barge in, Monsieur Nervalet. We only lied to get in because we didn't know any other way.
You didn't have to say you lied. You're technically, in a way, it was true. So you should just rolled with it. Paimon, shut the fuck up.
It's all right. Please let me know how I may be of assistance to you.
So you're not mad at us?
We're looking for a man called Vacher. He may have been an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case. If we can find him, we may be able to unearth some key information on the case.
Ah, I see. In that case, please wait here a moment while I browse through the files.
This is
Who
going.
knew that Nervalet would be so easy to talk to?
This is going too smoothly.
Unfortunately, I'm quite certain that no one by the name of Vacher has been involved in any case, criminal or civil, in the past several years.
This could be a very old consciousness.
There are no records of him either in the files or in my memory.
Traveler, what if it was really just a dream?
Is that so? All right then. Thank you so much, Monsieur Neuvillette. We'll take our leave now.
Maybe we should tell him what happened real quick, just in case.
Ahem. Miss Navia, I can understand how you feel. Your father, Callus, was a truly exceptional man. We deeply regret his passing.
And what are you trying to say, Monsieur Neuvillette? Are you trying to console me? Extend your sympathy? Or just express some tendril of regret. No. You are not trying to do any of that. I can hear it in your voice. There's no emotion behind your words. You only said those things because you felt like you should. It's just like last time. After my father took his place in the duelist ring, I pushed through the guards to talk to you as a last resort. You even told me then that you thought there was something fishy with the case, yet you still allowed the duel to go ahead. In your eyes, the value of a human life is nothing compared to those cold laws you hold so dear. If you truly regret my father's death, then why didn't you call a stop to the duel?
That's some new crying. I don't think that's been in the game before.
Why didn't you give me the power to stop him from throwing his life away? Why did you just let him die, despised and hated by all? Everything was hanging on a thread at that moment. Just the tiniest effort could have changed everything. There are still so many things I never got to tell him. So many questions he still owes me answers to. If you really have no heart, then just look me in the eyes. I, Navia, will show you the true meaning of regret.
I'm sorry, Miss Navia.
You and my father are truly alike. You keep all kinds of things in your heart and never say a word to anyone. It's not so much that you can't feel, but that you would never express anything. Oh well. In any case, everyone already knows full well the apathy of the Chief Justice. My apologies for taking my emotions out on you, Monsieur Chief Justice. Let's go, Traveler and Paimon.
Well, there goes the idea that I had of telling him what happened.
Navia, are you okay?
No.
I'm fine. Rain. It's raining.
You're right. Wasn't it still sunny when we went into the building? And there shouldn't be any active trials today. How strange.
Is the weather in tune with Neuvillette's emotions?
Now that I think of it, on the day my father was convicted of murder, it was also raining.
What is it? Did you think of something?
Was he outside when it happened?
Yeah, he was outside. It was uncovered and the rain could fall there. Why? Do you think the rain could have affected the crime scene? That thought has occurred to us before. We've even expanded the search area to try to account for that, but didn't find anything of value.
But there was something you didn't know at the time. Dissolving people.
Oh? Wait. You don't mean...
The fact that people can be turned into water. You thought he died. Maybe he didn't die. Maybe he got turned into water. Maybe he's still, his consciousness is still out there somewhere.
So you're saying that the true murderer could have been turned into
that too.
water? And then got washed away with the rain? Yeah. And if that's what had happened, then no one would have believed your dad, even if he explained what he saw to the authorities.
Also, it was mentioned earlier that all the water in Fontaine flows to here. So all the consciousnesses that have been dissolved should theoretically end up here in this fountain.
I really think I found a true genius for a partner. You're completely right. How did I not connect the dots earlier? All right, let's go to Poisson. With this new lead in mind, we'll get to the bottom of my father's case for sure.
Will you? How does that help?
Yeah, we're gonna make progress for sure this time.
The murderer no longer exists in corporeal form. That's a lead.
Do you want to go with me now? Or do you want to head over by yourself later?
Let's just go.
Great. Let's go then.
All right then. Gotta catch 'em all, Pokemon. Ooh. Shipwreck. Or not wrecked, but maybe just a incomplete ship.
Whoa! What a huge ship! Why would a ship be anchored at a place like this?
There's no need to be so surprised. While it may look like a ship, it's actually Spina di Rosula's headquarters. My father was the one who asked for it to be built like this. Perhaps our taste in exterior design is the only thing we occasionally had in common. A gigantic and glamorous ship embodies discovery, opportunity, ambition, and conquest. It symbolizes Spina di Rosula's bright and limitless future.
And Paimon thought you were bluffing when you said Spina di Rosula had a glorious past. Paimon was confused why a group with such a history would live in the sewers. But now that Paimon has seen this ship for herself, she's been convinced.
Well, Poisson is where Spina di Rosula began, after all. It's our main base, our home.
That was skillful. That was less skillful. Sorry I'm quiet. Don't really have a whole lot to say at the moment. I'm a tad winded. I've reached the 10-hour mark on streaming today.
Malouse, we're back!
Apologies for the wait, demoiselle, and our most important partners. You said before that you still had some business at the court. What brings you back to Poisson so quickly?
About that. It's because my partner here reminded me of something really important. You see, what if my father's case had something to do with water from the primordial sea? You still remember, right, Malouse? On that night, it was raining?
Yes, the case was quite similar to that of Mr. Linney's. Both were what you'd call impossible murders.
Could you tell us a bit more about what happened before?
Yeah, of course. Many years ago, something called synth began to gain popularity in Poisson. At a glance, it was a kind of drink that could excite your mood and produce many pleasant hallucinations.
Absinthe? Interesting.
Wait! Didn't that guard guy who turned into water also mentioned that the primordial water could be used to produce some kind of potion?
Yes, he did. Considering what we know now, it's almost certain that synth is created using water from the primordial sea. If you drink synth for an extended amount of time, you'll suffer many side effects, such as losing the ability to focus or control your emotions. And if you were to stop drinking it completely, you'll experience flashes of paranoia and anxiety while lacking energy to do anything. It's an extremely dangerous substance. As he oversaw Poisson, my father was compelled to put a stop to synth abuse and called for a complete ban of it.
Boss's uncompromising attitude incurred the synth vendor's wrath, but no matter how much they threatened or bribed him, he refused to yield. Not only that, Boss became determined to find the mastermind behind the synth operation and put an end to the problem once and for all.
Yes, but the enemy was very cunning. So he could never get anything out of the dealers, all of whom only sold the stuff and weren't privy to the rest of the operation. Recognizing that, my father decided to contact the dealers in secret and cultivate personal relationships with them. Finally, he was able to convince someone to become his informant. The man's name was Jacques. He felt greatly ashamed about his work after seeing many families destroyed by synth abuse. That night, my father hosted a banquet at his countryside estate. He planned to meet up and exchange information with Jacques over some food. But then, we heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. We raced to the scene and found my father, still holding a gun, and Jacques, who was already dead on the ground.
Huh? How did that happen? Aren't they on the same side?
Sounds just like Lenny's case, doesn't it? In both cases, the culprit seemed obvious, but neither appeared to have any motive at all. Looking back on it, though, I now believe the most important clue was something we all overlooked at the time. There were pieces of clothing left at the scene.
Yeah, so... And if we recall, the person who was going to inform was dissolved before he could. So it would seem that there's a kill switch that can be remotely triggered on them for some reason.
Precisely. It's all thanks to you that I made the connection now. Back then, we all just thought they were some costumes that Jacques used to disguise himself at the banquet. But, considering it now, it's almost certain that they belong to a third person at the scene. With one extra person, we'll also need to reconsider why the 2 shots were fired. You're right. We still don't know what happened. But my intuition tells me that we're on the right track to figuring it all out. I'm finally headed towards the truth.
Jacques was an empathetic man who was infinitely remorseful for his past actions. It's unlikely that he turned on Boss with 0 warning. I think this third person is probably the key to the full truth. On that note, however, even though this will not please you, demoiselle, as your and your father's butler, I must still offer a word of warning. Our opponent is insidious and cruel. They are extremely difficult to deal with, and Boss has already lost his life trying to bring them to justice. Even though Spina de Rosula has lost most of its former glory, Poisson has welcomed a new time of peace, and we have been allowed to live out our lives. There is no need to follow your father's path. It would be both wise and in line with Boss's wishes to step back and give up on the case.
If that's indeed what he wished for, then he should have told me that himself. Was I not the closest person to him? And yet, I was the one most kept in the dark. What was the point of him dying without sharing any of the secrets he knew? Did he manage to protect anything in the end? Synth is still here. Callus the Unfaithful is still his epithet. And Spina di Rosula is barely getting by. Nothing has changed. Did he think I'd just accept his meaningless death and live out my life just as meaninglessly? I've never accepted that. Ever. Not since that day, and certainly not now. I want to find out the real answer for everyone's sake. For the missing girls, for the victims, and for myself.
Navia.
This is indeed the best moment to act. Your partner appears to be quite reliable, and more importantly, Demoiselle, I think you're also ready to take this on.
So you do know something else, Malus?
Yes, I do. In fact, even before that banquet, Boss already knew of the connection between Synth and the serial disappearances case. But what drove all the tensions to the boiling point was the revelation that you, Demoiselle, had been selected as the next target to disappear.
What?
Boss also didn't tell you that he had been diagnosed with a rare illness. The doctors told him that he had no more than 5 years left to live. And the serial disappearances case caused him great anxiety. 5 years was nowhere near enough time to resolve this long-standing conflict. But once he passed away, all the danger would pass on to you. Knowing all of this, he decided to use one final intimidation tactic before his death. He claimed to have already gotten his hands on some key incriminating evidence for the other side, and even told some members of Spina di Rosula about the details. But as long as you remained safe, he would not share the evidence with the public.
It was a bluff, I bet.
If something were to happen to you, then he and all those he told would immediately expose all they knew about Synth and the disappeared victims.
Right, so nobody would be able to get off scot-free.
As we've seen, Boss's tactic has worked. Even though Boss has been gone for a long time, the other side has not tried to take Demoiselle's life.
Until the other day.
No, I don't believe it. He never appeared to look sick to me.
No father wants their daughter to see them weak and haggard, especially someone as proud as Boss. To him, dying in a duel and suffering lasting dishonor as the unfaithful was still far preferable than losing face in front of his daughter.
This dude is a...
So he chose to die in silence, so that he could protect me.
Not a great dad.
I'm afraid you're not understanding this correctly, Demoiselle. What Boss wanted to hand to you was not a parasol, but a sword. If Boss's spirit could hear you telling me that you want to find the answer for the sake of everyone involved, I'm sure he'd be extremely proud.
Man's heart was in the right place, but I really don't think he made the right decisions.
That fool. Couldn't he have just given it to me straight? No. He might have set up everything precisely because he never thought I'd be able to understand him. Is that the amount of confidence he had in me? And what if I was never able to make it to where I am now?
Well, this is true. He did give you the choice to live how you want.
Yeah. I suppose that's true. With the way he'd set things up, if I had wanted, I could have just lived out my life without a care in the world. But thankfully, he rarely talked to me about complex matters, and thus understood little of me as a person. In this case, he really didn't need to give me an easy way out. Malus, what was the key evidence that he shared with you?
There wasn't any.
It's the location where Synth is produced. Essentially, it's the enemy's headquarters. When he was threatening the enemy, Boss didn't share the specifics of the incriminating evidence he found.
So it's probably still there.
But if you want to use it against the enemy, you'll still have to take several things into consideration.
Why? If we know where the place is, can't we just go storming in?
You only get one chance.
You mustn't forget that we're fighting against a mysterious and dangerous organization that's been in operation for decades.
It's probably the Fatui.
There's no telling what might be lying in wait at their headquarters. We also have no idea what kind of evidence we may be able to find inside, nor what people we may be able to capture. But a single visit to their headquarters would be tantamount to a formal declaration of war. The worst case would be that we leave empty-handed. but also open ourselves up to full retaliation.
One sec. Apologies, I am back. Shut. Headphones. No!
Then, in that case, why not work with the Fontaine authorities?
They probably have someone on the inside.
Well, you saw one of them dissolve during Mr. Linney's case. We have no idea just how thoroughly they may have been infiltrated.
No one, don't know who to trust.
That's true. Seems my father really had no choice. But things are different now. It should be a lot easier to prove the other side's guilt, now that we've connected Synth with the disappearances case.
You sound like you've put a lot of thought into this, Maloose.
It's probably been weighing on his mind
I
the
am
entire
the
time.
butler, after all. I live but to serve the boss and Demoiselle's will. I've always been willing to take on any kind of risk for your sake. But considering my relative lack of ability, I've spent my time keeping secrets, performing basic investigations, and waiting for the right time to come.
Thank you for all of that, Maloose. Have you discovered anything new in the past few years?
Let me think. One conclusion I came to was that the enemy must be quite familiar with Spina di Rosula, or at least have an informant planted
I figured
here.
that was possible.
When I announced orders to the organization's members on Demoiselle's behalf, I used to deliberately keep a few people in the dark and observe the reactions of the synth vendors. If the vendors didn't change their plans, then the individuals informed of our orders must be innocent. If the vendors packed up and fled, however, then someone must have given them the news. After several rounds of testing and investigative tracing, I've narrowed the suspect list down to 3 people. The first is Florent, Spina di Rosula's senior advisor.
Huh? Florent?
Yes, surprising, isn't it? He was one of the people Boss trusted the most, which also means that he was someone who understood Boss really well. Thanks to his position within Boss's innermost circle, he always knew our upcoming plans and could thus avoid capture this whole time. There's someone else like him too. Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Uncle Marcel.
What is this confrère? Confrérie. I don't remember already how to pronounce it.
It's a guild in Poisson. Boss helped it to grow to its current size and prominence. In the beginning, they were only reselling some daily goods, but now they're one of the richest guilds around, with a lot of business connections in the city.
So, they're like a sister organization of Spina di Rosula?
Yes, you can say that. When we were fighting against the synth dealers, they provided us with plenty of support. It's a bit difficult to imagine someone using their own money to hunt down themselves.
The final suspect is Thierry, the man responsible for coordinating information between Spina di Rosula and the guards. Although the guards mostly leave us to our own devices, there are still many activities we have to report to the local authorities. Since Thierry is always in the know about our current activities, he could theoretically always plan one step ahead.
I see. These are all people who I communicate with quite regularly. To think that the enemy we've been fighting against has been right next to me all along, among those I trust the most. It's almost too hard to believe.
If you want to investigate them, please take every precaution to not alert the quarry. Judging from our experience, the enemy is extremely cautious.
Of course. And thank you, Malus. You've provided us with a lot of great information.
You're too kind, my lady. I'm just doing my duty. And before I forget, proving Boss's innocence would also mean clearing him of blame in Jacques' death. After that incident, Jacques' wife and daughter were taken into the Spina's care. They still live in Poisson today. If it might help, you could also pay them a visit. I can make the necessary arrangements.
Oh, thank you so much, Malus. You really are the best.
I'm not going to clear him of suspicion. Because if I were him, and I was a double agent, I would be as helpful as I could possibly be to avoid suspicion.
A new case awaits, my dear partner.
Malus, I'm still keeping an eye on you.
I hope we can work together to uncover the truth and end this case once and for all.
Ah, new piece of evidence, huh?
Who would have imagined that people could really turn into water? Here we go again, trying to crack an impossible case. All proof and no motive. Here we go again, trying to crack an impossible case.
I love it.
It is settled, then. Please excuse me, and enjoy your conversation at your leisure.
Thank you for arranging everything for us, Malus.
Excuse me, miss. Do you need anything from us?
Oh.
Hey, Navia's all quiet. This isn't like her at all.
The daughter still blames the family, so she's mad.
I'm sorry that I only came to visit after all this time. After what happened, I didn't know how I was supposed to face the two of you.
Ah, if it's about that, there's no need to apologize. After my husband died, Spina di Rosula sent us a lot of mora and support. I understood your guilt and apology to be genuine.
But aren't all of those things nothing compared to the loss of Jacques? I can understand the kind of pain that comes with losing a father so needlessly.
You don't understand at all.
No, she does.
I didn't know how to face you, because I didn't know what I could possibly bring as a consolation gift. I know only the full truth could bring closure to you, and to all of us.
Mm-hmm. I'm sorry. I appreciate the sentiment, but you don't have to carry all that guilt. On the matter regarding my husband, my daughter and I have more or less found our answer already.
Would you mind sharing it with me? I really can't believe that my father could ever bring himself to shoot Jacques.
I always knew that my husband's money was earned through others' suffering. He told me countless times that if he could turn back the clock, he would never go into the synth business again. He had many regrets, and felt that he took the idea of providing for his family too literally. For the longest time, he thought Mora was everything. So when Mr. Callus came to him with a proposal, he accepted it almost immediately. He tried to be as careful as he could, but even so, he was still found out by the higher-ups.
They found out about his betrayal?
Papa didn't say that exactly, but Papa did tell me that I should never be ungrateful.
Before he left that day, he told me that he had no choice. It was only later that I realized it was his final farewell to the two of us.
Someone ordered Jacques to take out Callus. I'm not entirely sure how what was just said led to that conclusion.
I don't know that for sure.
Oh.
But you could say that's the conclusion I eventually came to.
Because the implication, she believes he had they had realized, and he knew they realized. Like, they'd made it clear to him they knew he'd betrayed him. So it's like, okay, well, you've betrayed us, so now you need to go, you can't do that. Nah, you need to go kill the guy you were gonna go rat on us, too. I'm not explaining that super well, but yeah, I get it now.
Which is why I'm the one who should feel guilty. Callus had always taken great care of us, both when he was still alive and after he passed away.
I don't know if I'd call it passed away, but...
Even if he fired the shot that killed my husband, it was likely in self-defense. It is impossible for me to hate him for what he had done.
But Mama, why is Papa still the bad guy if he did the right thing?
Same goes for Callus.
Papa always wanted to be a good man, so why did he have to do a bad thing in the end?
Well, things aren't always as they seem. You still feel like your Papa was a good man, right?
Yeah, Papa was a really good man. The best in the whole world.
Then you should hold on to that. If a good man had to do a bad thing, then he must have had his reasons. Regardless of whether he left you a parasol or a sword. He must have done so to give you a better life.
Oh.
Thank you for everything you've told me. I will definitely find the truth. The current state of things is not something I'm willing to just sit back and accept.
Thank you. I'm very grateful to hear this from you. Even though your personality is quite different from your father's, your determination when you speak is really similar.
You really think so? That's the first time anyone said that to me.
I'll leave my husband's case to you.
Thank you, Miss Spina, and Miss Spina's friend.
You better not be doing anything sussy.
Are you okay?
Damn it.
I'm fine. Don't worry. Let's investigate the 3 suspects next. Florent should be nearby, and we should be able to find Thierry and Uncle Marcel in the city. I'll get myself together on the way, so please don't worry.
What the dog doing?
Greetings, boss. How may I be of assistance today?
Honestly,
I'm sure you've heard about what happened at the Opera House. Someone got turned into water right in front of us.
I think the guard liaison is the most likely suspect, but it also feels like it's most obvious, so I don't know.
Yeah, I've heard. With something that dramatic, I'm sure journalists will milk it for all it's worth. And it'll be all the talk for the next several weeks.
It also reminded me, on the day that the incident happened with my father, it was raining outside, and we found some clothes left at the scene. After my partner here put the dots together for me, I feel like we should try to reopen his case. Can you do me a favor and try to recall what happened that night?
Let me think. Mr. Callus was feeling pretty upbeat that day. So he was drinking and bantering away with us at the table. After that, he told us that he wanted to go get some fresh air. So we let him go without thinking much of it. Who knew that we would hear 2 gunshots ring out right after? My first reaction was that Mr. Callus's life was in danger. So I grabbed my holster and made a mad dash toward the scene. But when I got there, it was already too late. Mr. Callus was standing over a dead body with a gun in his hands. All we could do was look back and forth at each other, not knowing what to say.
So you also remember 2 gunshots then?
Indeed. The guard said that the first shot didn't hit anyone, while the second killed Jacques. But I've never really bought that explanation. Reason being, Mr. Callus had left his gun on the table. I even made sure to confirm that before running to the scene.
Interesting. Also, if I think about it, so one of them hit Jacques. If we assume there was a third person who got dissolved, one of the shots could have hit that person. So whose gun was, the question is whose gun was Callus holding? But yeah, continuing.
But according to the guards, that doesn't mean he couldn't have had other guns on his person. About the clothes left at the scene that you mentioned, do you think there was a third person there who was turned into water?
This guy seems pretty sincere in terms of his understanding of things.
At least from our perspective, my father had no reason to kill, so he would also have no reason to bring an extra gun with him. The gun he was holding probably belonged to Jacques, or a third person on the scene.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense. So you're saying Mr. Callus ended up with the gun because he seized it from one of the other guys? But hold on. If that's what had happened, then why didn't he share the truth with any of us? He didn't even want to face the Oratrice machine, and chose instead to prove his honor in a duel. Did he lose all faith in the courts after seeing someone dissolve right in front of his eyes?
He knew he could never prove it.
About that, Malus told me a thing or two. So, I think I can understand why he committed to the duel. I'll tell you everything, once the whole truth has been revealed.
I understand. Then, I'll leave Mr. Callus's honor in your hands, boss. And if I may just say one more thing. The whole Callus the Unfaithful epithet has been a thorn in my side since the day it was invented. Many people have laughed at me for still calling him Mr. Callus, even after so many years have passed. But it was Mr. Callus's trust that allowed me to rise through the ranks of Spina di Rosula and live the life I lead today. No matter what others might say, he'll always be the man I respect the most. And he'll always be my boss.
Don't worry. I will definitely find the truth. You and all our other comrades at the Spina deserve to know the truth as well.
That little thing at the end could be to convince us, because he wanted to make sure that we, didn't suspect him, but it could be genuine. For now, I feel good about him. I'm also curious to see if Navia is going to present information, different pieces of information to each person to see what happens. That looks cool. I kind of want to check that out. Hold on. Oh, there was a that was Hydroculus. Okay. Where are we going? Algae, huh? Hey there, fishies. Oh man, it's cool down here. Great music. Very ambient. It's cool down here. Let me tell you something. I will come back here to explore more later. I just wanted to kind of take a dive and see what happened. And I was also seeing if the Oculus was down here. And it was. Oh, well, there you are.
Hey, Thierry, it's me.
Oh, now, what brings you here, Miss Navia? I've heard that you made quite the name for yourself at the Opera House.
Oh, so you've caught news of that already.
Oh, okay. Hey, I'm also a member of the guards, you know. The way you make it sound, people would think I was sent off to Poisson because I had done something wrong.
Are you sure there isn't a little bit of truth in that? Under normal circumstances, shouldn't you have been called back to the city already?
I mean, where I work is really up to me. Let's just say I enjoy the ambiance of Poisson. Callis did a fantastic job running the town, building Spina di Rosula from the ground up and clearing many obstructions in my way. It would be next to impossible for me to find a similarly easy but high-paying job in the city. Anyway, enough chit-chat. Are these two friends of yours? You, here for some formal business?
Ah, yes. These two are my partners. What happened at the Opera House made us realize that Linny's case and my father's may be related. We're trying to reinvestigate the details of my father's old case.
Ah, I get it. You think there might be more to the case now that we know people can be dissolved into water, right? I was also flabbergasted when I first heard of it.
Interesting.
If you want to go through the original files from your father's case, I can help you look for them.
That'd be much appreciated. Thank you. Actually, I have another question. Do you have the authority to dispatch Gardamex?
Of course. Without them, I couldn't possibly handle Poisson on my own. Why do you ask? We definitely can't use them to forcefully get more evidence for your father's case.
Well, you see, just recently, we were attacked by a horde of unnumbered Gardamex in the city. So, if you hypothetically wanted to do something against me, all you would need to do is get rid of the mecha serial numbers and send them after me.
It's a little direct, Navia.
Then you think too highly of my abilities. Dispatching mecha is very different from controlling them. If I had to make an analogy, when you order a dish, the chef will make it for you. You can ask the chef to cook, but not to massage your shoulders or carry your baggage. If you try to make unreasonable demands, the chef would just think you're out of your mind and ignore you completely. The same goes for me and my Gardamex. Removing a serial number is also not as easy as you might think. There are a lot of complex steps to it, and it's almost impossible to keep it a secret. So I can promise you, those mecha were definitely private units. They're certainly not cheap. So, whoever their owner is must be super rich, powerful, or both. Now that you mention it, though, being in the synth business would definitely be profitable enough to afford this.
This third person is also very wealthy.
Oh, then you're officially in the clear, Thierry.
Oh, well, thank you for the vote of confidence, Navia. Jokes aside, I'd like to wish you all the best with your investigation. I'll be staying in the city for a little while, so just come find me if you need any support from the guards.
Am I able to take these around the city?
Report to Fontaine. Please watch your step.
I'm hearing motifs that sound reminiscent of things I've definitely heard in the real world. Specialties.
Hello. How may I help you? I'm here to see Marcel. Could you please let him know? You can just say Navia's looking for him. Sure. I will let him know right away.
Navia, hello. Sorry to keep you waiting. I'm not as young as I used to be, so my legs are giving out a bit.
Oh, it's all right, Uncle Marcel. There's no need to stress. I just wanted to talk to you briefly about what happened in the Opera House. I'm sure you saw everything too, right?
Yes, I've never seen anything so strange.
Oh, you were at the Opera House too?
That's right. I went there with Navia to see the magic show. Who knew it would turn into a whole murder mystery? I also witnessed your marvelous sleuthing work. Quite impressive. To beat the Hydro Archon at her own game on her own turf, I can already imagine everyone in Fontaine discussing your exploits over a few glasses of wine.
Oh, Paimon doesn't want to become the talk of drunkards.
Apologies. It's just how Fontaine is as a nation. Everyone loves drama and theatrics.
Uncle Marcel, you've also noticed that other thing, right? The fact that humans can dissolve in water?
Yes, I was reminded of your father's case right away. Is that what you're investigating now?
Exactly. I still don't have much solid proof, but I can sense that the other side has already begun to act.
Oh, and what makes you say that?
We were attacked on Araneus by some unnumbered Gardamex. And there was also an attempt to get me to drink water from the primordial sea. If not for the vigilance of my partner, I probably wouldn't even be here talking to you right now.
Oh, you're giving us too much credit. Wasn't it you who protected us?
Alas, it seems things are heating up again. The peace that Callus sought so dearly will soon become a thing of the past. But rest assured, Navia, Poisson will always remain a safe haven for you. If you're scared, you can always return there. If anyone dares to lay their hands on you there, the Confrérie of Cabriere will use its funds to the last Mora to bring them to justice.
Thank you, Uncle Marcel. But I don't intend to go into hiding. I'm going to strike while the iron's hot. Do you have any new thoughts on my father's case?
About that. Sorry, my age is catching up with me, so it'll take me a while to recall my memory.
The first two folks we talked to all had something to say about it. Immediately. You ain't got shit because you don't know exactly what to divulge that would be safe.
The Confrérie was responsible for that banquet, so I was out and about the whole time making sure things were running smoothly. I didn't even have the time to drink with the guests. Then I heard the sound of a gunshot, and the rest was history.
A gunshot.
Oh, it's okay. No need to push yourself. We'll ask around some more. See if there are any valuable clues elsewhere.
Sounds good.
It's you.
Just let me know if you ever need Mora.
It's definitely you.
All my wealth comes from Callus's patronage and support. I'll spend however much it takes to clear his name.
This can work. I'll just treat them as new samples.
Yeah, that was very easy.
Inactivity serves no purpose
Hush.
whatsoever.
We really should have this conversation not in public, in my honest opinion.
We've talked to all three suspects, purely based on their conversations with me.
None of them sounded particularly suspicious.
Nope. Last one did. Last one did.
I suppose that's to be expected, though. If a single conversation's all that's needed to find them out, then my father wouldn't have needed to investigate the case for so many years. Anyway, even though we didn't make a breakthrough, let's still compile what we were able to find.
But where should we start? Ah, you're right! Flora mentioned that Callus probably only ended up with the gun because of circumstance. That makes sense.
According to Jacques' family members, he already told them that he had been discovered, and that he had no choice before he left home that day. If I had to guess, he probably received an order from the synth boss to kill my father. Had he refused, he and his family's lives would have been forfeit.
So, Jacques fired the first shot?
I was Jacques, I wouldn't have fired a shot at all. I don't think he did. I think the first shot was probably from the third party, and the second shot was at the third party.
Oh? And why is that?
Could he guarantee his safety after killing Callus? Could he guarantee his family's safety after killing Callus? Like, there's no reason to believe that, oh, if you kill Callus, we'll let you go. I mean, once you betray them, there's no going back from that, right? Like, it's just not happening.
Ooh, that's a good point. Jacques probably already knew that he was just being used as a tool for murder. And once he had completed his mission, he'd be of no more use to his boss.
So, what would make more sense from his perspective would be to turn his back on the Order and seek protection from my father.
Third party, probably trying to ensure that the deed was done, and B, get rid of Jacques to clean up the evidence. Yeah.
Makes sense. But without evidence, that's still just a theory. Besides Jacques, the attack from the Gardamex has been bothering me quite a bit as well. It's obvious that our enemy has become more antsy after the secret of the primordial seawater was revealed.
Do you think he knew, even then, that we'd follow this lead to the end?
Given everything that's happened since, it's quite possible. But who among the 3 suspects would have the ability to control privately owned Gardamex?
One sec. Well, anyway, so it would probably be Marcel.
Uncle Marcel? My father did really trust him. And they worked together on a large number of projects. Maybe that's how he got to know Jacques. And with funds from the Confrérie, he could also afford a large number of Gardamex.
Yep.
It's still really hard for me to imagine, though. After all, Uncle Marcel has been around since I was just a child. Also, wouldn't this mean he has been spending a whole lot of mora and energy to fight his own synth business? Thierry, you say? Huh. It is possible that he's figured out a way to convert the Gardamex for personal use. But I didn't feel like he was lying when he was talking to us about the mecha. I also don't think he'd be able to keep that kind of tampering under wraps.
Yeah, had he actually tampered with the mecha, we'd be able to prove it with a simple check of the guard's inventory. If the mecha were taken from the guards, it should be pretty easy to find out when and how that happened.
Florent? It is true that he was closest to my father, and thus had the best chance of learning about his dealings with Jacques. But as Spina di Rosula's advisor, his work mostly deals with personnel and security, so he shouldn't have much means when it comes to finances.
So you're saying he's too broke to afford a mecha army?
Exactly. He can't. And even if he could, I don't think he would be able to dispatch a whole group so quickly. Who could it be?
It's Marcel.
You know, if you think everything through, Uncle Marcel is indeed the most suspicious of them all.
Could we be missing other suspects? Malus didn't know about the people turning into water thing when he narrowed it down to these 3, did he?
Right, but it wasn't about that. When he narrowed it down to these 3, he did so using process of elimination. And that was purely on information being distributed. And that means that these 3 people were never able to be cleared of suspicion. I mean, I guess you could technically miss other ones. But the thing about Marcel, the reason why I think it's him, he said he heard a gunshot. And they're making this drag out until I can say something about it.
Malus has always been very reliable, and his judgment of others' trustworthiness has been fair and well considered. When he laid out his case for the 3, the rationale he gave me made a lot of sense as well. The suspect is knowledgeable about the Spina's internal affairs, has the means to dispatch Mecha to assassinate us, and possesses significant intellect and foresight. even if I don't want to believe it, I'm starting to see how things could all tie back to Uncle Marcel.
Well, we still have another trump card on top of all the theorizing and speculating.
Yes, Maloose did say that charging straight in there would be extremely risky. But we don't have any other options right now. We need far more solid proof before we can hope to go charging in on our enemy.
Navia, here you are. Oh, I've been looking for you.
Huh? Aren't you the guy from the guards? Did something happen?
Yeah. News came from Irenaeus just after you left. We've got another trial on our hands.
Whom?
Wasn't that place built specifically for holding trials? What's so newsworthy about this one?
I know. But they said the person they're putting on trial is a Fatui harbinger called Tartaglia.
Let's go!
What? Is that someone you know?
Yeah? Oh man. What'd you do, child?
Yeah, we know him. Maybe even a little too well.
Well, he's been accused of being the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. It's absurd, don't you think?
So this is the second time that a Fatui is being thrown under the bus for this. It's very interesting.
Wait, how? None of our investigations have had anything to do with him.
Hey, check this out. So, it would seem... Let's assume for a second Marcel is absolutely the person who did this. That he's the one who sent the guards after them, and he's the informant. So, he would be spending money to hunt down his own business, right? Which helps clear him of suspicion, and he's got enough money that he can afford to do it. Which means that a tactic that they're willing to do is to fight themselves to keep things working. It would seem that the Fatui are being blamed for this problem. They're trying to frame Fatui. Well, same tactic, Fatui framing Fatui to keep the Fatui clear of suspicion. Seems like they're following the same playbook. I think this all traces back to the Fatui. I mean, it always does, but still. But they're willing to throw their own under the bus.
That's what I thought was strange about it, so I came to tell you the news right away. If the charge against him stands, then it'll be next to impossible to get the guards to support any of our planned investigations.
Right, because they'll think they've already found the culprit.
Yeah, and it'll be a lot harder then to clear Mr. Callus's name.
I understand. Well, partner, what do you think we should do? We still haven't found any conclusive evidence.
I do have one piece of evidence that you won't let me tell.
Huh? Split up? What do you mean?
You can... I'm confident in my combat abilities.
Just as expected of my partner. Since this is a trial about the serial disappearances case, the culprit's attention will be focused on Irenaeus, leaving his home base wide open.
Sneaky time.
You're right. This is our best opportunity. All right then, let's do this. I'll stall them at the Opera House and charge Marcel as the true culprit. I won't have any chance of making that charge stick though, unless we find more evidence. It'll be up to you to make it back in time and hand the decisive evidence to me.
We'll help you, just like you helped us in Linny's trial.
Demoiselle, please allow us to accompany you.
I'm ready.
Ah, Malou, Silver, when did you two get here?
We heard that you'll be leaving Poisson and figured that you might require our assistance.
I'm also going to say that I still don't know if I trust these guys.
It's our hope that your confidence will be bolstered with the two of us by your side.
This shot. The way this is framed.
Thank you so much. Then, let's make haste for Irenaeus. Paimon, Traveler,
I'll see you at the Opera House.
See you then!
Very
now
much
that
feel
Navia has set out for Aranias, we should also get going. The location has already been marked on the map, so let's head over.
it really does feel like a case of the organization being willing to shed people to keep themselves obscured.
Huh. According to Malusa's info, the synth production base is underwater. Let's go and try to find the entrance.
So I guess you have to attack them to steal their abilities, or is that one's fine, and this one's an enemy. Okay. It is really peaceful down here, I gotta tell you. It's quite nice. But yeah.
Finally found it!
Oh, she does swim with us.
Huh. So this is the entrance that leads to the synth production base. It sure doesn't seem out of the ordinary at all.
You don't want it to stand out.
You're right. An important place like this is bound to have a ton of protective measures and mechanisms. Navia's probably arguing up a storm right now to stall for us.
Meanwhile, yeah, I was about to say meanwhile.
It would appear that I must repeat my question again, Mr. Tartaglia. Do you accept the charge that you are the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case?
To be perfectly honest, I don't understand your country's complicated court system, or the reason why I'm being charged with something I've never even heard of. However, I did hear that people who have been charged can choose to participate in a duel to clear their name. Is that right? In which case, as long as I accept the charge, I can have an all-out fight with that champion duelist Clorend, right? I've got to admit, that's one of the most enticing offers I've ever received.
Man.
When I privately sparred with her last time, she was obviously holding back. Real disappointing.
Hey! Don't you understand? You're currently the prime suspect for a major case.
Ma'am.
This isn't the place for you to be looking for fights.
You do not know who you're talking to.
Sounds like the Hydro Archon wants to lecture me on the ways of the Opera House. Then why don't you duel me too? I'm the kind of student that learns best in the heat of battle.
She's a pansy.
No. That's not what
He will
I
kick
meant.
your ass.
Alas, it would appear that communication with the defendant is going poorly, and we have made very little progress. In that case, let me explain everything from the very beginning again. The goal of this trial is to determine the culprit behind the serial disappearances case.
That case had nothing to do with him. You've got the wrong man.
Huh? What's going on? Why is she interjecting again?
I told you it couldn't be one of the Fatui Harbingers.
Miss Navia, this is the second time you've interrupted the court proceedings. I only tolerated your behavior last time because you were able to provide the court with a key eyewitness. But that was an exception rather than standard court protocol. I can very well charge you with contempt of court for your interjections.
Oh, please. Did you ever think I had any respect for this place's pointless theatrics? We can put that discussion aside for now. I'm not here to argue with you. I'm here to charge the true culprit behind the serial disappearances case. And if my charges prove true, then Tartaglia here will be proven innocent by default, correct?
Oh, a young lady has charged in and offered to clear my name. How fascinating. Well, I'd gotten half bored to death by all these rules and procedures anyway, so I'll take you up on that offer. So, Your Honor, is there nothing else for me to do now?
You may take a seat for now in the audience, but that doesn't mean the suspicions against you have been lifted.
Someone tell me how he got charged in the first place.
Now then, Miss Navia, who is the person you would like to charge instead?
That person is...
Didn't we do this already?
Marcel, the head of Confrérie of Cabrières.
Huh? What confrérie? Never heard of them in my life.
I've heard of them, but weren't they Spina di Rosula's sister organization?
Oh, is this going to be a friends to enemies type situation?
Please let me remind you, Miss Navia, that charging someone is an incredibly serious matter. Committing to the charge also means taking on the legal responsibilities associated with it. And if the charge fails, depending on the circumstances, you may also be charged with the crime of making a false accusation. Knowing this, do you still wish to charge this man?
Did no one charge the fucking Hydro Archon?
In that case, I declare the charge to be valid. Miss Navia and attorneys, please take your places on the court. Members of the guards, please contact Mr. Marcel right away so that he may stand trial.
Hope it didn't fuck up.
Mr. Marcel, you will not require an attorney. Is that correct?
Apologies. It all just happened so quickly. I still haven't figured out what's going on. I think an attorney won't be necessary. This is probably just a misunderstanding between me and Navia.
Very well. In that case, since both sides have now arrived, Miss Navia, please present your charges.
I would like to take everyone back to 3 years ago, to the case of Callus the Unfaithful. Only through elucidating what really happened in that case can we connect all the dots for the serial disappearances case.
Navia, do you really think that I was the one who killed your father?
Not directly.
Come on, why would I do that? Callus was my benefactor, and remember both you and I only ran to the scene when we heard the sound of a gun.
a gun.
If that's enough to make me a suspect, wouldn't that make everyone at that banquet a suspect as well?
I think there's no point in getting into the specifics right now. The audience doesn't even have the big picture yet. Even I'm struggling to remember some details of that case.
Exactly correct, Your Honor. I must refresh everyone's memory about that case before I can explain my charge and reasoning.
I see. In which case, I will recount the findings about that case as originally recorded by Maison Gardiennage. On the day of the murder, Spina di Rosula hosted a large banquet in a countryside estate owned by the Confrérie of Cabrières. During the banquet, all attending guests heard 2 gunshots from the courtyard. When the guests arrived at the scene, they found the primary suspect, Callus, holding a gun, while his acquaintance, Jacques, lay dead from a gunshot wound. The guards' investigation did not recover any other firearms from the scene. As a result, they concluded that the suspect's first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. The suspect did not dispute this conclusion, and also declined to defend himself in court. Instead, he chose to prove his innocence through a duel. Callus was defeated by champion duelist Clarand in the ensuing duel, and soon succumbed to the injuries.
Alright. I feel pretty confident.
These are the known facts about the case.
Change.
The one with the motive to kill was Jacques, not my father. And even so, Jacques still had no reason to pull the trigger. In truth, the third person shot Jacques first, and was shot in turn by my father when my father seized the gun from him.
And then he dissolved.
After that, the true culprit turned the third person into water, erasing all traces of him from the scene. Thank you for the summary, Your Honor. Of course, the guard's conclusion appeared quite sensible to us at the time. However, we should revisit the case now that we've gained new information about the abilities of water from the primordial sea.
The banquet happened. 2 gunshots. Callus did not carry a gun out with him.
Something's... The testimony of the victim's family confirms that Jacques had thoughts of assassinating Callus when he set out for the banquet. However, in the end, he reconsidered, and instead shared everything with Callus, hoping to seek the latter's protection. Unfortunately for Jacques, the true culprit had already considered this possibility, and had sent out another assassin.
Callus did not bring a gun with him, and there was the third person at the scene. There's also the investigation, no other firearms, concluded that it first shot must have missed, while the second must have taken Jacques' life. So this one is probably the I didn't take a gun with me. Nope. Okay, so then it's the fucking water. Okay. Oh, and then it's the third. I mean, I know what it is, it's just I don't know where it goes in the fucking slot.
This assassin first shot Jacques, then turned to shoot Callus, only for Callus to wrestle the gun from him and kill him instead.
Oh, it was the scene of the... Okay, this was basically restating what was already there, but also adding this information. Okay, I get it. Okay, fine. So this is reconstruction of events. I guess that's not relevant, ever.
A pile of clothing was found at the scene. The guards once believed they were used by Jacques as a costume to disguise himself. But now, it is clear that the clothes were proof that there was a third person at the scene, and that they were turned into water after committing the murder. Since it was raining that day, the culprit was confident that they could use the rain to wash away all traces of their dissolved accomplice. Realizing this, the true culprit caused the hired assassin to dissolve into water, leading everyone to believe Callus was responsible for Jacques' murder. This is the true version of events.
So that's what happened. Wait, you're telling me something as dangerous as water from the primordial sea has been used for all these years?
What a great theory. It also explains Callus's and Jacques' respective motives. I guess they didn't shoot each other after all.
Mr. Marcel, you are the one being charged with the crime. You should provide a rebuttal if you wish to prove your innocence.
But I think I agree with everything Navia just said. In fact, there was nothing in her speech that directly implicated me.
Then, may I ask some questions? In my opinion, we primarily need to determine two things. One, do you have the evidence to back up your claims?
I'm afraid not. At least not at this very moment.
Boo! If you don't have any evidence, you should just go home!
I may not have the evidence with me, but I know where I could go to collect it. If we look up the deserted clothes against a record of people who went missing around the same time, we should be able to find a match. Considering the serial disappearances case, the guards probably kept careful records of all missing persons from around that time, regardless of age or gender.
That makes sense to me. Monsieur Neuvillette, I would consider this to be a reasonable investigative direction.
Why do I feel like Farina's acting a little differently today?
Maybe she feels bad about that false accusation and she's trying to be helpful. Trying to make up for that shittiness. We'll see.
Maybe she's scared of embarrassing herself again?
Alternatively, she's become more diligent after charging an innocent citizen in the last trial.
Right, because, like, there's the possibility that they were about to do it again.
My second question has to do with the ensuing duel. If the truth is indeed as you described, then why didn't Mr. Callus explain himself in court? If he had testified that a person had been dissolved, he could have at least mounted a defense.
I've thought about this too, and the answer is actually pretty simple. He felt there were things that were more important to him. The dissolving power of water from the primordial sea is an important secret for the true culprit of the serial disappearances case. My father could have exposed it for all to see, but he chose to take it to the grave. At that time, Spina di Rosula was in dire straits, and his reputation had already been shattered. He had no guarantee that going forward with the truth would allow the culprit to be brought to justice.
Sorry I'm very quiet at the moment, but, you know, there's just a lot unfolding and there's not a lot for me to insert in commentary.
What was certain, however, was that it would paint a gigantic target on my back.
Boss once told me that Demoiselle had already been selected as the next target of the serial disappearances case.
What? If the secret had gotten out, the culprit would have fought an all-out war with Espina right there and then. I wouldn't have been the only one in danger. All of us would have stood to lose our lives. Of course, the guards might eventually figure out the truth of the matter and determine that we were in the right, but what good would that do? How can a hollow verdict protect anyone? Had this opera house ever given my father any kind of confidence in its brand of justice, Spina di Rosula would have had no reason to exist. But by staying silent, we retain the ability to deter our opponents and continue the stalemate. I was able to become Spina di Rosula's president, which made me harder to target, as well as giving me more time to grow and learn. And once I have figured out the truth and stepped up to the challenge, I will do what this opera house cannot, and restore my father's truth and honor back to him.
So, you mean to say, your father intended to die in the duelist's ring?
That's right.
Do you have any proof?
Of course. All you need is to ask his opponent, Clarand. I don't need your apology, your guilt, or your support from the shadows. You don't have to do anything for my sake. But since he entrusted his will to you, Clarand, you should tell us the truth about his sacrifice.
So, during the duel, did you believe that Callus was intending to die?
Yes, I did. As a champion duelist, I've fought many battles and taken a countless number of dishonored lives. In my line of work, I've seen all kinds of people give their all for the faintest hope to continue living. Some were determined, others passionate, and some even manic and twisted. Just one look and I can tell if a duelist is hoping to live or if they're looking to die. I hereby swear on my name and honor as a champion duelist that Mr. Callus never intended to leave the ring alive.
Since that's your testimony, I have no more questions. It appears there really are good grounds to reopen this case.
I concur. However, Miss Navia, you still have not explained the link between your father's case and the serial disappearances case.
Right? What she said was fascinating, but kind of beside the point.
Wait, weren't they just talking about the serial disappearances case?
Of course, Your Honor. The two cases are connected via a matter of timing.
Before I continue, I will be right back. All right, I'm back. We continue.
In my father's case, the culprit intended to kill both Jacques and Callus. As a result, they planned to act after hearing 2 gunshots. And at the end of Linny's trial, the culprit also only dissolved the victim in front of everyone because they realized they were at risk of being identified.
The culprit could only time their actions so precisely if they were already at the scene. Coincidentally, Marcel attended both the banquet and the trial.
So that's why you suspected me. Even after hearing your reasoning, I still can't help but find it a little preposterous. I'm used to it, though. You've always been an impulsive and sentimental child, Navia. It's one of your most endearing traits.
I see. Straw man.
No need to appeal to pathos.
I won't try to refute your points one by one, but even if everything you just said was true, can you prove that I was the only person present at both events? On top of that, does a person have to be physically present to control the timing? Can't someone remotely monitor the place?
Know what you can say to that.
I know that even with that, you might still think you can reduce the list of suspects with some further investigations, until I'm the only one left on the list. Alas, who won't feel at least a little hurt by an accusation of murder from a girl you see as your own daughter? But if I were to dismiss this completely, you'd also think I'm not being considerate of your feelings. Ah well, let Uncle Marcel teach you another lesson. Do you know what the biggest flaw in your reasoning is?
I suppose you're gonna tell me anyways.
It's timing again. I'm a businessman by trade. From that standpoint, there's no reason for me to kidnap young women. It's a high-risk action with nothing to gain. In addition, I left my home in Snezhnaya when I was young to come to Poisson and work in some trade. My business only thrived when I received Callus's patronage.
Okay, so hold up. Hold up. First of all, I was about to say, your demeanor has taken a huge shift. Second of all, Snezhnaya, buddy, I'm sitting here thinking it's Fatui related. You're gonna say you're from Snezhnaya, buddy? Okay, yeah, okay, yeah, okay.
But the disappearances began before I ever stepped foot in Fontaine.
Because it's not you, it's the Fatui.
I do apologize, demoiselle. This was my mistake.
No, it's not your fault. I'm sure he had come prepared.
Is there anything else you'd like to say? Would you like to check the date of my first business license against the first known case of the serial disappearances? You can also take a look at my border entry records, or ask my friends and family when I left Snezhnaya for the first time.
Here's the thing. The Fatui have been doing this for a long time. The Doctor has been around for hundreds of years. You're just another pawn in the machine. But you were just, attached to the situation. You were close to someone who was getting close to the truth. So, you're definitely guilty. Holy shit.
Could those records and testimonies do something to appease the unspeakable anguish in your heart?
Seems like she got the wrong guy. At this rate, Navia will be convicted for falsely accusing him.
I think you've done a superb job of dissecting your father's feelings as he neared the end of his life. But aren't you going against all of his wishes and expectations right now? He wished for you to become more rational, collected, and conscientious, instead of dwelling only on your own feelings. Once you've learned to be more considerate of others' feelings, and to stop rushing headlong into things, you'd have met most of his expectations.
What are we doing in the meantime?
This isn't just about me, and it never has been. The biggest difference between me and the rest of the victims is that I still have the ability to search for the truth, while that same agency has long been taken from them. The people whose families were destroyed by synth abuse, the people who lost their loved ones to the serial disappearances, and the people who suffered tragic ends due to their sense of justice. Many people's images are flashing before my eyes. I'm sure some are coming to those of you in the audience as well. And whose image do you see, Marcel? Is it a man named Vacher? Oh, so you do know that name.
I'm merely surprised you'd suddenly say the name of someone I've never even heard of.
That's not the reaction.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Man. There was Noculi there and everything. Interesting how Vache ended up related to it all.
Shine down! Hey! Tequila, allow me!
I'll read those later. I'm not using any characters that can do anything about that anyway at the moment.
Whoa! The floor is going up! Is it because of this mechanism in the middle? That guy really prepared a lot of stuff for this place.
Underwater base. Let's go.
Paimon thinks we need to go up, but Paimon doesn't see a way. Let's take a look around. Maybe we'll find a hidden mechanism that'll show us the way up.
To go up, we must first go down. Should be using Cocofish.
The water level is rising. Now we can swim to the top. But this is still a ways away from where we need to go.
Illusion shut!
Hold the line.
Shine down!
Enshroud!
lot of money went into this place, let me tell you.
There is no escape.
I see everything.
Can't see? I hear everything.
The Temple of Wisdom. Everyone hold hands.
Illusion shattered.
Let's move out.
Combat doesn't even last long enough to hear the combat music.
After all that, we finally made it to the innermost sanctum. Though, as expected, the mastermind isn't here.
I'm not mistaken, he's being charged by Navi as we speak.
That's right. Then let's hurry up and find some evidence so we can get back to the Opera House and help Navia. What's all this? It's a bunch of really cute things. Pink accessories, a hair tie, a necklace, even a makeup box.
Stuff that belonged to the disappeared victims.
Oh, Paimon sees it too, but why are all these cute things labeled with different girls' names? Huh? You mean the girls from the serial disappearances? They were brought here? And then they were turned into water. And all the boxes of things. These names. That means... Oh, this is terrible. Let's see what's written here. Nothing escapes Detective Paimon's eyes. Callus. Navia's father. Oh, this seems to be an investigation report on him. Yep. It's about finding someone to assassinate Jacques and Callus because of a lack of confidence that Jacques himself would go through with it. This should prove the existence of the third person, right? We still have not determined the exact content of the key information Callus has passed on to certain members of his organization. The old dog's a real menace to deal with. Even if he abides by the promise he's made to us, he will still have the upper hand. He can act whenever he wants to make our lives miserable. The only option left is to remove him from the picture entirely. I concur. Let's send someone to kill him. He won't declare war as long as we don't touch Navia. Oh, seems like we've got a bunch of correspondence between the higher-ups. They're all just so evil.
Ooh, this is primordial seawater, ain't it? It won't let me go in. Because it wouldn't be good.
Look! There's an important-looking basin over here, and it's full of water. That means this is where they make all the synth. And that special water is the main ingredient. If you dilute it with normal water, you'll get synth. But the pure stuff can dissolve a human.
And it drips upwards. It drips upwards. Almost like The world is upside down.
Paimon will take notes on this incriminating evidence.
It's interesting because remember there was also the water that's flowing on the ceiling in the chasm that also seems to weaken the curse, quote unquote, on the Conrians. It's like the life water of the world flows normally.
Whoa! There's so much synth here! And so many bottles of ingredients that probably just contain the waters of the primordial sea. Mixing in progress? Ready to drink? Stock sample? Huh. They've also got all the synth pretty clearly labeled. Whoa! There's even fruit-flavored synth? Yep, it's super obvious. What's this over here? Looks like some kind of place for research. Experiment number 16 aims to verify Jacob Ingold's research conclusions on the primordial sea and use his theory as a foundation to achieve a breakthrough.
I feel like I recognize the name Jacob.
The experiment was a failure. No individual managed to resurface from the water from the primordial sea. Female specimens 22, 23, and 24 were dissolved. Sorry, Traveler. Paimon will try her best. It's just that Paimon's never read something so scary before. How can someone write something that terrible in such a matter-of-fact tone? You read the rest. Paimon's too scared to keep going.
The goal of the researcher is to save his lover, a woman called Vignier, who was dissolved.
So that's why he did all of these experiments. Wait, did he really think he'd be able to find a way just by dissolving people over and over?
I wonder.
That's just insane!
Yeah, there's another name here, Vache.
Huh? Isn't that the name you heard by the fountain? Paimon thought he was an eyewitness in the serial disappearances case.
No, he is the researcher.
You mean Vache is the one who did all of these... experiments?
Yeah.
So that's it! Vache was no victim, but personally took his lover and...
Well, maybe not. It's possible that something happened accidentally, and then he proceeded to do it on purpose a bunch to try to figure out how to undo it the first time.
No, that's not it either! If that's the case, why would he want people to resurface from the water?
It happened to her, somehow, and then all of this has been in an attempt to try to find a way to bring her back.
In any case, Paimon will write it all down.
And that's the other thing. The self-justification here might be if after all of these deaths, quote unquote, after all these disillusions, dissolves, eventually a way is found to bring his lover back, then he could theoretically bring back all of the other girls, right? But, so the justification is keep going until you find the solution, because then it'll all have been worth it, and it won't have been so bad in the end. It's only a failure if you quit, and it's only heinous if you quit, theoretically. I'm not agreeing, but that might be a thought process here.
We've looked at almost everything here, and it seems like our theories were spot on, but...
Who really is this Vache? Must have been a code name. I swear to God, if it's the doctor, I'll kill somebody.
Yeah, we haven't found anything that reveals his true identity. No wonder even Neuvillette wasn't able to find anything. Whoever it is probably destroyed everything to do with that name a long time ago. That way, even if we bring all this back to the opera, we won't be able to identify the true culprit.
Clever, but maybe not clever enough. Let's
Sure
look again.
thing. Paimon won't admit defeat to this guy either. You take that side and Paimon will take this side. Check everything carefully. We'll find something for sure. Ugh. Nothing at all. And Paimon can't even find snacks either. Whoa, really? Let Paimon see. Vinier. Isn't that Vache's lover's name?
Maybe it's her diary?
Then you found her diary. Let's see. Aw, it's just a normal diary chronicling their love story.
She made a list of baby
She was
names.
so sweet too.
So if they did actually end up having a
Paimon
child,
feels even worse for her now. So many! A whole page's worth! But they're all crossed out. Was she unhappy with all of them? The final name she decided on was Marcel.